Hello. Whoa. Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another installment of the APB show. How are you guys doing? Why is my background filter is on? My background removal filter is on. Give me a minute. Let me remove that. There you go. Anyway, hello everybody. How are you guys doing? APB number 4. It's 274, not APB number 4. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing very well. This wonderful, wonderful time that we're living in. My goodness. We are reunited once again to the power of the internet. I'm gonna appropriate that from Boogie, because Boogie is going on a big downfall. So I might as well appropriate that. That's mine now, Boogie. Deal with it, Boogie. It's mine now. Regardless. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing very well in this wonderful, wonderful time, evening, morning. My goodness, you really want to join? Yeah, just guys up here. You guys up here. There you go. Here's a special guest. Hi. Look at that. HD. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing very well. What have you guys been up to? What have you guys been playing? What have you guys been just doing in general? Let me know. We're going to spend the first 2 hours and 50 minutes. A bit long. It's a little bit long. The entire top left corner up above before we get to the hooplas, the memes, the cringe, all the good stuff. I'll make it how long we pass. Okay, 2 hours and 23 minutes. Well, 2 hours and 30 minutes for the Q&A, because there are lots of good stuff to discuss, lots of stuff to talk about, I'm telling you. As for me, what have I been up to? I got a couple of hooplas that I haven't uploaded yet. Haven't put into the slides yet. I'm definitely going to put this into the slides in just a bit. But yeah, as for me, what I've been up to? It has been a pretty interesting week, let's just say that. And I'm glad that I've gotten to the point where I have passed the... Look at the kitty right there playing. My goodness, you are active. Look at that. I don't know what the hell is that guy look good doing around. What is that? What is he doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Okay, he's just gonna stay there. But anyway, yeah, so it's been a pretty interesting week, let's just say that. I'm gonna tell you something, a very funny story. Very funny, but also very scary story. But I'm gonna save that until Pablo comes in. Because it is very funny and very scary at the same time. But mostly funny. Definitely funny. And I don't know if Pablo's gonna come in. If Pablo is gonna come in, then I'll tell it. But if he doesn't, man, it'll suck. It'll suck if he's actually gonna be super late. But yeah, if he's not late, then I'm gonna be telling you the story, because it is a very, very funny, but also very scary, but also very funny story. Never had this happen in my entire life. Never had this happen in my entire life until very recently. But the fact that it happened very recently is charming in and of itself, but also very scary, but also very charming, but also very, well, yeah, it's a combination of those two, regardless. Anyway. As for me, yeah, it's been a pretty interesting week. For movies and TV shows, not much to watch. I'm mostly continuing ER as always, because I love ER. ER is such an amazing show. I am at season 13 right now, and honestly, a lot of people say that season 13 is basically the point where the series just started to dwindle down. Actually, no, it's moment season 10, moment all the original cast just left. It's starting to dwindle down, and like I can see why. I can totally see why. But personally, I take 10 out of 10. That's even if the first 5 seasons like a 10 out of 10, it just goes to a 9 out of 10 show and then into an 8 out of 10 show. So it's still like consistently really, really good from start to finish. So from what I've seen, great show all around. Honestly, cannot wait to watch even more of that. A couple of events that are very, very funny. I don't know why, but I have been. I have been learning a little bit of Greek mythology and also some philosophy here and there. But the caveat is, I've been learning it through AI. And the one thing that I can find very interesting about AI is that it is a very good learning partner. So you can ask very specific questions and it can give you the specific answers that you need and try to break it down in a way that you can understand it. And especially if you have an article and the article sounds complicating and you just highlight a part of the article, it's like, I don't know what this means. Can you like elaborate to me? Does this mean, or maybe you said, does this mean here, there? It's like, it's actually a pretty interesting study partner. And then out of nowhere, I was discussing philosophy I was discussing Greek philosophy specifically, and I was talking about, yo, can you tell me about Socrates? And then the ad's like, okay, Socrates is this and this and this and that. Socrates is mostly got evidence. Most of his evidence is only known from the eyes of his student Plato, and then Plato has his views in himself. And then there's also Aristotle's, his disciple, and all that sort of stuff. Absolutely cool. I've just been mostly learning Greek philosophy through that lens. I mean, it's not exactly what do you call it? Recent information, so the AI is going to be able to have loads of information regarding Greek mythology and philosophy and all that sort of stuff. And that's when I realized that Aristotle also wrote that's when I realized Aristotle pretty much wrote the first book of about fiction, about the effects of fiction through our minds, because he wrote about poetics in his book Poetics. In his work Poetics, that's where he discussed about fiction, the effects of fiction, and how fiction is able to bring a positive effect on us in the specifically through catharsis, and how negative emotions being explored through fiction is actually very good to our psyche, and it is absolutely worth it to explore all sorts of deep and disturbing, dark and depressing and disturbing emotions through fiction. And then I was like, okay, if that is true, it's like, what are the kind of works that were like the Greek tragedies during the times of Aristotle's that were used to be as examples of dark fiction? And then you got, and then there are loads, like, for some reason, there are loads of Greek mythologies that are like about incest. There are lots of Greek mythologies that are about incest, or in the case of Oedipus, accidental incest. It's very funny because the tale of Oedipus being the accidental incest reminds me so much of our local Indonesian tale that is also about accidental incest. That is also about accidental incest. About the legend. I forgot who was it. Sangkuriang, I think that's the name. Yeah, I think that's his name. Essentially, what happened is there's this woman who vows to marry anybody that helps her, and then it turns out a dog helped her. So she married a dog. There's bestiality for you. Yeah, so she married a dog, and then they have a son named Sangkuriang, and then I forgot what happened, but essentially what happened is they split up. The son and the mom split up. Sangkuriang grew up, and then he noticed, wow, there's this very, very beautiful woman, and then he wants to marry the woman. But at one point, the woman was caressing his hair, and then she realized, oh, this is the scar that I give to my son. And then that's when the mom realized, oh shit, this is my son. I've been falling in love with my son this whole time. It's like accidental incest like that. That's exactly what happened. Yes! Okay guys, that's Sangkuriang incest, yeah. Oh my god! It's
Sangkuriang tuh batu.
No, itu Malin Kundang. Oh my god. You got it confused. You got one legend confused, my love. You got one legend confused, my love. Thank you. But seriously. But yeah, point is, we've had a lot of folklores that involve bestiality, incest, matricide, genocide. So, yeah, not much different. So yeah, loads and loads of stuff happening. It is very interesting learning to all of that through AI, and that's what I realized. Like, AI is an amazing study partner if you can utilize AI in a way that is beneficial for you. It will help you if you ask AI questions in a way that leads you into a genuinely good answer, into an answer that you can research, you can double check. That's the answer. Yeah, it will definitely get you to that point. But again, a lot of people don't use AI for that. A lot of people use AI for in examples that we're going to show here. Yeah, satu sendok. But yeah. Not bad. I like my coffee sweet, and that's slightly less sugar than I gave it, but it's not bad. Anyway, so yeah, chat, how are you doing? What you got for me, chat? Actually, I need a little bit more. I need a little bit more sugar than that. Yep. Yeah, yeah. But I'm actually gonna need a little more sugar than that. Ah. Hey, hey, what are you? Bye. Da. Anyway, where is I? Okay. Ref went full anti according to his wife. I am happy I unsub when I did after I noticed his religious grift. Funny thing, I actually somehow accidentally caught into that story. It's not gonna be on the hoopla, but it is very funny. I noticed that a lot of these popular, I suppose, a lot of these popular, what's the best way to describe them? Drama channels? Not exactly. I suppose drama channels are correct. Drama channels correct. But yeah, I've seen a lot of these popular anime drama channels like Rev or Nuxtaku. For some reason, the moment they go political and they got religious, they decided to distance themselves from the type of content that I usually make, which is, you know, pro-fiction, anti-moral guardian, all that sort of stuff. He started to distance himself from that. And he literally said, I think in his tweet, he's going to distance himself from that content because he's a Christian now and you all should respect his beliefs, which is fine. That's all right. If that's what you want to go for, I suppose I can respect your belief. But here's the problem. That doesn't mean we cannot criticize them. And there's this part where his wife, Straub, apparently she said something along the lines of, if you like porn, you are a degenerate and porn is really, really bad for you. And she said that completely out of her morals. That's a morality take. That's not a nuanced, logical take. No, that's just morals. She just shoved her morals to everybody. And basically Rev said something like that. So no, we're not saying porn should be censored, or that if you like Loli, you're a pedophile, or that sort of stuff, the same way what that my wife said. We just don't like it anymore because we're Christian. And you gotta respect that. And that's why we're not gonna make any content involving that no more. And I'm like, well, that's a stab in the back to a lot of people that watch you, for one. And for two, the problem isn't even that we can't respect your beliefs. Sure, you can have your Christian beliefs however you like, whatever you like. The problem is, you are adopting the very same belief of the people that you criticize throughout your channel. Except those people are on the lefty side, not, you know, the right-wingers. So they're not basing it on Christianity, they're basing it on wokeness. So instead of, I am anti-porn because I'm woke, it's, I am anti-porn because I'm Christian. So honestly, just completely baffling move all around from him. It's like, I look at that and I'm like, what the hell are you doing, my dude? Just why? What the hell are you doing? For one, what the hell are you doing? And for two, like, you got a whole ass audiences that sub to you because you are anti-censorship, and then you decided to adopt the very same beliefs of the people that you criticized. Absolutely dumb. But regardless, that's what happened. Ame-san messed up. What happened? I'm a little early for a raid, but those I want to raid don't allow for it. I love that I called it that Rev would become an anti once he became deeply religious. Now I find out he's friendly with Nux. Well, that's nice. Oh, another thing. Another installment of Chibi being a dumbass. Seriously, I can't believe, like, the amount of things that he said. He just should stop using social media because he continuously makes dumb decisions. He basically said, guys, don't respect Rev and his wife's beliefs that they dislike porn for completely moral reasons, for completely illogical reasons that they dislike porn. But yeah, sure, respect their beliefs and don't harass them. Well, I agree with the second part at least, don't harass them. But the first part, I feel like we should definitely put that into scrutiny, put that to criticism. And The fact that I just find it very, very funny that a lot of these channels, they the moment they start getting a backlash for shoving their morals to everybody, they act like the very same moral guardian they criticize so frequently. Don't harass. Yeah, criticism is fine, but just don't harass. Don't harass, guys. Stop the harassment. Stop the hate. Always plays the victim. I swear to God, it is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Sometimes I can assure you guys, like, it's crazy. It's not that you're not a victim. I'm not saying they're not victims. They have definitely been harassed. The problem is, you should stop playing the victim card all the time. That's what I think. Because the moment you start playing the victim card, that's when the enemies, your haters, that's when they know, they realize, oh, you are vulnerable. You are vulnerable. You have a weak point. If you tell them, nah, I haven't had any people, yeah, I've had a couple of haters here and there, but they're not an issue. Yeah, they'll hate it for you. They're gonna hate you for it. And they're gonna keep on doing something continuously until they do something illegal and criminal. And that's at the point where, when they do something criminal and illegal, that's when you have every right to report them. Unfortunately, or fortunately for your case, they haven't done something illegal. Not in my case. I'll save that for a proper way later, but seriously. I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am Sneakers O'Toole. Ha ha ha. Anyway, how have y'all been doing this past week? Damn, this coffee needs a little bit more sugar. My wife doesn't like excessive sugar. I like more sugar. I like it sweeter. I'm probably going to be busy with moderating during the Q&A session. Might as well get this out of the way. In terms of gaming, still playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Pikmin 2. Also been playing The First Descendant for the first time. It's an alright game so far. Been rewatching a bit of JoJo Part 3. And I watched the James Bond movies, The Man with the Golden Gun. That's my second favorite movie. Second favorite James Bond movie. Absolutely fantastic movie. Christopher Lee is just phenomenal as Francisco Scaramanga. He is pretty much 90% of the reason why that movie is on the top. The rest of the movie is pretty average, but man, Christopher Lee just absolutely killed it. The Spy Who Loved Me, Golden Gun's kind of a weak movie to me. The Spy Who Loved Me was a good film. I can see why. Pretty much 90% of the movie, and pretty much everything else that's not featuring Christopher Lee, the Golden Gun is not exactly a great movie. It's pretty meh as far as James Bond movies are concerned, but that meh James Bond movie is just completely, in my opinion, upped and elevated to the point where it's my second favorite, purely because Christopher Lee is just such a fucking awesome actor. He is an amazing human being and an all-around badass in not just the story, but also in real life. He is just an awesome person all around. Absolutely, just straight up. If whatever stories that you, whatever jokes that you make of Chuck Norris, Christopher Lee is the real embodiment of it. It's fucking crazy the amount of badass thing that Christopher Lee did. Great guy. Great guy all around. Absolute badass, both in film and in real life. Seriously, that elevates Golden Gun to me, to my second favorite. Even though the rest of the movie is fine. It's all right. But man, Christopher Lee, and also his relationship with James Bond, really good chemistry all around. And The Spy Who Loved Me is basically Roger Moore's, it's Roger Moore's From Russia With Love. And I really love From Russia With Love. From Russia With Love is my favorite Sean Connery film. A lot of people are gonna pick Thunderball. A lot of people are gonna pick Goldfinger because Goldfinger is like the gold standard, pretty much. But no, I actually prefer From Russia With Love. It has a very good romance story, and there's a really good scene in the train where James Bond confronts the bad guy, and they were talking about the futility of the whole thing. It was like, I absolutely love it. But yeah, The Spy Who Loved Me is Roger Moore's From Russia With Love. A lot more action, same sort of concept, same sort of storyline, but otherwise, pretty good movie. I really like it. Hey Appa, I watched the other scary movies. They said that movie order is how I would rank them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 is way better than 5. 1 is the best, 2 is fine, 3 and 4 alright, and 5 is just boring. Woof. Currently playing The Crew 2. I also saw Project Hail Mary this week. Great movie. I have not seen Project Hail Mary yet. It's not out in the theaters in this area. Excuse me. Hey Appa, still playing Pokemon Moon. Also wondering if I should try jailbreaking the PS4 now. Yes! Or wait until Sony stops supporting it like they did with the PS3. The PS4 right now is pretty much jailbreaking, pretty perfectly jailbroken until version 13. If you have version 13 and below, you are good to go. Jailbreak it all the way. But if you have version 13 and above, you are out of luck. You're gonna have to wait until the next jailbreak. But if you're under version 13, jailbreak. Straight up. It's jailbreaking the PS3 right now is a lot easier. I did have fun with the first 4, even if the references sometimes fly over my head due to not watching their source material. I'll be watching 6 when it comes out, so that'll be fun. Excellent. I do think you should at least rewatch the first 2 movies before 6 comes out, since you said it's been a bit since you've seen them. Absolutely, yeah, I should. I absolutely should. There are loads and loads of clips worthy in the scary movie franchise. Seeing how long the PS4 has been going for, I don't expect support to be dropped for a long time. Exactly. It's the fact that the PlayStation 5 just doesn't have a lot of games. Or has no games. Do you want to know why the PS4 is still supported all the way to this day? Because the PS4 has no game. Where's my clip? Where's my clip? And why is my display capture...
One game, I don't know why.
Oh, thank God. There you go.
One game, I don't know why.
One game, I don't know why. Anyway, sup, APAben? Hello. Oh yeah, I just realized that because I got a lot of. I was talking about there are loads and loads of new subs coming into the channel, and there are lots of people that haven't seen my real face or haven't seen the live stream portion of it. So hey, welcome to all the new subscribers, all the new followers. We're gonna be streaming here for a long time, but we have a Q&A session for those of you who just joined in. We have a Q&A session. Literally, just read right here. We have a Q&A session before we get to just dissecting all the hooplas. The Q&A session is going to be long, so you might as well put this in the background and be good with it. And then we'll discuss all the hooplas one by one. In the meantime, there are 2 absolutely crazy kitty cats that I need to just completely take out of the way. In the meantime, just enjoy Claude admiring Tifa's breasts. Okay, I am back. All right, so once again, welcome to new subscribers, new viewers. We might have a couple ever since my banger of a video. I gotta say, the video that I did with the Predator Hunter with Gideon is one of my masterpieces. Honestly, I am proud of that. I am absolutely proud of that video. That is such an amazing video to boot, and I'm so glad that there are more and more people got exposed to it. But yeah. And it's also just absolutely going gangbusters on the stats. Absolutely loving it. Ah, my goodness. My goodness. Okay, where is I? Also, Naoya on the thumbnail. Let's fucking go. Heard about a streamer who was so salty about being trolled twice in Art Creators that she not only got him banned on Art Creators for a month, but also copyright struck him. That's crazy. She then proceeded to lock down and then shut down her Twitter once she got called out. Speaking of copyright strike, actually not a copyright strike, but more like a strike attempt. There was this big drama that I was paying attention to because I was watching Repsion's stream. Apparently, the quarter pounder cornering is taking L's again. And unfortunately, the L's that he's been taking has been pretty stupid. Essentially, what happened is there are lots of people that are bothering his wife, but that's not actually what happened. They say that, oh, they've been harassing my wife is being harassed. That's not actually what happened. What happened is they actually feel sorry for your wife for marrying your sorry ass. They look at your wife and be like, wow, I can't believe that she's marrying such a loser like you. And my God, like the past Repsion was watching, I was watching Repsion's stream, and Repsion was watching Kino Casino's stream with Andy Worski and PvP. And there was that segment in the quartering where he basically just explicitly said to everybody that he is a huge simp for a lot of actors, actresses, OnlyFans girls, OnlyFans models. He's the very same person who bashed everybody for having an OnlyFans, or bashed people who just make money off of OnlyFans, but he is not afraid of saying, yeah, I like some OnlyFans girls myself, but if you don't like OnlyFans, oh, you are sinful, etc., etc. Absolutely crazy. That's one. And for two, he explicitly said to everybody, like, multiple times on live stream as well, like he just blatantly flirt with his co-worker on stream that are apparently also women. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? What are you doing, Cornering? He basically openly says that he wants to screw OnlyFans models. He openly says that he wants to screw actresses and actors, and like, that's absolutely crazy. You will never catch me doing that. I can assure you of that. Fictional characters for sure, but me and my wife, we got an understanding that fictional characters are basically are basically on limit. Fictional character, we can enjoy whatever fictional characters we like because they are on limit, and my wife likes freaking harem. My wife likes her harem with anime boys, so I'm like, totally understandable. Have a nice day, but not the Quartering though. The Quartering, he's after the real women, the real girls are like, oh, I really want to screw them OnlyFans models. So stupid. A lot of people, he got so mad about it that he resorted to copyright claim and strike. He got so mad that he resorted to copyright claim and copyright strike. And there's one story that I was listening. I was literally sleeping, and then I woke up to this point where I was listening to the story. I woke up at this point, and then the moment I woke up, and I'm like, I can't believe what I just heard. He openly in front of a bunch of other female streamers as well. Oh, that's another thing that he simped at. He simped at a lot of female streamers. He basically and openly admitted to a lot of female streamers, to actually not a lot, just two. I think there was two female streamers. I think it was Melanie Mac and there's another person, I forgot who, but I do know Melanie Mac is in there. But he basically confessed to everybody that at one point in his life when he was working, he stole someone else's breast milk and drank it. And he said that to his wife. And he was baffled that his wife was angry about that. Melanie Mac was like, yo, what the fuck? Of course your wife would be very angry. I would be very angry about that if you did that too. It's like, and then Jeremy is like, I don't know what you should be angry about. I'm just drinking somebody else's breast milk. And I'm like, are you fucking out of your mind, Jeremy? What is wrong with you, bro? Bro! Excuse me, my dude!
What the fuck?
Just excuse me, my dude. He confessed, it said that all on stream. Literally on stream. Loads of witnesses. Melanie Mac was literally right there. She's in complete and utter disbelief. And I'm like, did this guy just seriously confess to everybody that he drank somebody else's breast milk and he confessed that to his wife? Like, I literally was on that part of Repsion stream. I woke up, and then the moment I was about to sleep again, and then I hear that, I literally was like, what the fuck did I just hear? I reversed back to that point of the stream. I need to listen to that again. I can't believe what I just heard. Nah, that's real. From straight out of his mouth, he confessed to everybody that he drank somebody else's breast milk while he was already married. And he said all that to his wife. Like, what is wrong with you, my dude? I can't believe he confessed that. And I'm like, just, oh, why would you do that, my dude? That's the funniest fucking thing. My God, that was hilarious. Like, the moment that happens, like, I woke up and I immediately just prepped the stream. Oh my God. I think Repsion's stream is still going on. It's still going on. It's still live. I don't know if it's still live or not. I think it's already done. Oh, it's already finished. It's already finished. But yeah, that segment, just wow. It's just fucking crazy. That segment is nuts, my dude. Oh, apparently there's that part as well when he was contacting. I forgot who he contacted. I think he contacted the owner of Kick. Oh my god, this cat is absolutely. Oh, sorry, but my god, I'm telling you, there's so much information that he said that I am in complete and utter disbelief of why would anybody in their right mind would ever confess to such a thing. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, so that was crazy. Literally, his quote when he was asked, "Excuse me, my dude, why do you drink somebody else's breast milk when you're already married?" He literally said, "What's the big deal?" Android tip $1. Just,
why would you do that?
Why would you do that? Absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Seriously. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Stream Elements link below, guys. Come on, y'all. I have a new mechanism with Stream Elements instead of bumping it to the usual 120 to whatever, right? I just have it on a multiplier. So, and then I realized, I realized that if I have it on a multiplier, I use the X to multiply. So what you see there at APB 274, you see Stream Elements X1, as in times 1. But you can read it in another way, and you'll find it very funny for like a couple of seconds. Seriously, look at that. This is very funny. Very, very funny. I was writing that. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should use asterisk instead of that. But that works too. Anyway. Throughout this week, discovering some hidden gems on old consoles and attempt to set up a MAM I don't know if it's MAM emulator later. What's the cat doing? The cat is, as always, causing a lot of havoc. It also still proves how crappy the YouTube copyright system is by forcing those who want to submit a false claim and needing to enter their actual information and having it sent to person who claim. Planning on watching the Darth Maul TV series, hopefully it's good. Besides Scary Movie, oh my god, Kitty! What are you doing with my photo, Kitty? Look at that. Look at that. You know what? I'm just gonna sit back and watch. That's entertainment right there. Oh, come on! Go back! Go back to the stage and give us some free entertainment so I can relax and chill. Oh. Come on! Do it again! Do it again! Anyway. Where is I? I also watched the Mario Galaxy movie, which was very fun. I had my expectations and they were met. I can't say much for spoiler reasons in case others haven't seen it. Again, movie is alright. It's fine. Not the best, not the worst. If the Mario original movie was like a consistent 3 stars out of 5 for all the qualities involved, that movie is more like some qualities are improved, some aspects are improved, but others are also downwards, and it still leads to the same overall average. It's fine. AI omits his encounters with the skeleton. What I'm saying is, I didn't want to stab myself with a pen like that one reviewer said he did. Sorry for missing the last stream. I ended up attending 3 concerts last weekend. Fuck yeah, that sounds amazing. Fuck yeah. Greeks had a ton of fun writing fun stories, exactly. It helps that Mario Galaxy is not only still my favorite Mario game, but it's the only one I'm most nostalgic for since I played Galaxy 2 when I was 10. It's also why I'm interested in space. Look at how Aphrodite was formed. Let's just say it was true to her ruling over lust. Exactly. There are loads and loads of really, really messed up stuff in Greek mythology and absolutely crazy stuff. But yeah, definitely gonna copy that. Okay, next part of the chat. What do you got for me? Been planning to watch the new Mario movie. It's fine. It's all right. You know, I'm not gonna give you high expectations. It's not an amazing movie or whatever. It's pretty much on par, if slightly worse, or maybe it's even slightly better than the first Mario movie. I've seen some people say it's worse. I've seen people say it's better. I've seen also people say that it's pretty much the same. And I'm on the third camp. In my opinion, it's pretty much just the first Mario movie. A couple of things improved, but also a couple of things that are worse. So I'd say it's all right. It's fine. I stopped watching Ref a few weeks ago since he started to talk more about religion. I don't get it. I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand why would you want to build an audience of people that subscribe you for reason A, and then you decided you're gonna make your channel to be about reason B. I get that your channel is all about expression. I get that you want to express yourself, all of that sort of stuff. But you also need to find a good balance between expressing yourself and pleasing the audience if you want to maintain a successful channel and also maintain your sanity, because you can't go either way into that direction, right? You can't just please your audience, because if you please your audience, you're going to make content that you don't want. And there are loads of content creators out there that suffer burnout. Why? Because they make content that they don't want, that audiences want to see but they don't want to make. And then there's the opposite side of the spectrum, where they make content that they want, but the audiences don't want to see. And I feel like Ref is going into that direction. He makes Christian religion content, but audiences don't want content like that. Imagine if I make content about Hindu. Content about Hindu. Or I've been learning Greek philosophy. I've been learning philosophy in general from Socrates, from Plato, from Aristotle. For the record, they're all morons. No. I'm literally the Princess Bride quote where I forgot his name, but literally where the guy said, let me put it this way, have you heard of Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, morons? Now, I'm not too familiar with them at the time. To make the declaration that they are morons. So when I heard that, I was like, oh, this guy must be super smart, that he's smarter than Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates. But then I actually learned about all three of them. And yeah, they make good points here and there. But they also make incredibly moronic points here and there that are just straight up dumb. For example, did you know that Plato is a moral guardian that wants to censor the arts? Yep, he is. In his book, The Republic, he thinks that art is spreading more like art is imperfect, and whatever you're making is not perfect, and therefore it should not be made at all. God's creations are the most perfect. Like, if you see a chair, then people are making or the most imperfect chair. Nobody's making the most perfect chair aside from God. And if you dare to make chair that is imperfect, then you are an insult to perfection itself. It's like, he is an absolute perfectionist in that regard. Also, art is causing you to make you feel bad things. And if you make you feel bad things, then it's going to turn men weak and all that sort of stuff. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, he's a moron in that regard. It's like, seriously, sometimes you just learn a lot about these ancient Greek philosophers and all that sort of stuff, and they realize, wow, they can be pretty smart, but there are just some aspects of them that are just absolutely idiotic. Also, Plato advocates for the invention in his book, The Republic. He thinks that the ideal nation, the ideal state, is the one that is controlled by the elites. Controlled by the smart people. Controlled by the people that are the experts, the philosophers. They are the ones controlling the world. The elites of the top of the world. They are the ones who get to control the world. Kind of like an oligarchy, except instead of capitalism, instead of it's being made out of money, instead of wealth, it's intelligence. The smartest people are the ones that control the world. Well, who gets to determine who's the smart person in the room, Plato? For one, and for two, who gets to decide when these smart people turn dumb and senile and you know, get fucking dumber as time goes on? Old dogs cannot learn new tricks. But yeah, lots of flawed in that regard. That's why if anybody goes to the Greek philosophy and Greek the big three Greek philosophers out of between Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, which one is the best? Aristotle, clearly. Aristotle, without a doubt. If anybody answers Socrates and Plato, they are delusional. Aristotle is clearly the best out of all of them, that actually contributes, that has the best views out of them, without a doubt. The only view that Aristotle has that are straight up terrible is his biological determinism, where he thinks that women are inferior. Where he thinks straight up, he thinks that women are inferior and that men should control them, or something along those lines. He got better as time goes on, but that was still like his early takes. And then subsequently, his future works, he's like, women needs to be respected. We realize that women are also part of crucial society, and we also need to work with women. If you don't disrespect your women, you're gonna fail. So he initially thinks that women are lower than men, but at least he learned. He eventually his views eventually mellowed out later on. But yeah. But yeah, in conclusion, Greek philosophers can be absolute morons sometimes. Anyway, speaking of Greek mythology, have you ever seen the 1986 anime movie called Neo-Heroic Fantasia Arion? It's a pretty good movie if you're into Greek mythology and old school anime. I have not seen it. My biggest issue with him talking about Christianity is him shoving it down everyone's throat. I'm telling you. Like I said, I'm telling you. Now, even the thing is, I can also talk about Greek mythology, Greek philosophy in a way that can be fascinating and aligns with the lessons, aligns with the content that we're discussing. Like, for example, Aristotle literally wrote about poetics. He wrote a book about fiction, a book about discussing the meta tropes of fiction. He is the first troper that actually has evidence. He is the first. He documents about all of that, and he also documents about the effects of fiction, the positive effects of fiction before psychology has even been developed. He literally developed, yeah, fiction is good for you. You watch fiction, you listen to fiction, you heard stories and all of that. You feel for these characters, you learn their journey and all of that. And it makes you feel. It doesn't matter if it makes you feel sad or hurt or angry. That's catharsis, and catharsis is good for your mental health. He absolutely elaborated on that. He cooks with that. He absolutely cooks in that regard. But seriously, Greek philosophy is fascinating. I'm telling you. Religion sucks in general. The thing that I could say about religion, right? It's the same thing I could say with philosophers in general. I would say the same thing to religion, in a sense that they are very fascinating things to learn, but they're not necessarily something to believe. I can guarantee you that. Because a lot of religion, a lot of philosophies, especially Greek philosophy, right? They were made in the past, and while some of them age pretty well, they are still very much applicable to this day. Others straight up do not age well, and a lot of philosophers make takes that do not age well to this day. Some still do, but a lot of them are just straight up are not consistent with the current discoveries of the science that is happening today. If you actually bother to do some research, or hell, just get a quick conversation and ask an AI to be like, yo, explain to me what that is, and get a bit of a general knowledge of that. You can actually read the whole book yourself. Also, lots of YouTubers, they make books about the videos about the poetics, and they're very fascinating too. But yeah. I think religion and philosophy as well, very interesting to learn, but not necessarily good to believe. And a lot of times, definitely something, if you have some time, if you're so bored, definitely give philosophy or religion, learn about them, because there are values that still resonate, that still age very well to this day. But at the same time, you also have to be critical enough to notice that there are some values in religion and in philosophy that do not age well to this day, that straight up do not have any applicable sorts of merit if applied to this day. Anyway, where is I? Rev used to never talk about religion or his wife, but now he talks about them all the time. Is Rev recently married? I'm not paying attention to I am not paying attention to Rev's personal life, but considering that he has been talking about his wife very recently, and he's been talking about them all the time, I assume that they are recently married. Last year. I literally got married this year, and even I don't shove my wife all the time. My wife just came into my stream. I didn't even ask for her to do that. She just does it. Anyway. Rev is now backstabbing everybody who built him up. I'm not surprised, Strob Christ cuck, but I'm extremely disappointed. Rev says Venti should be his rebrand. To be fair, Rev has been falling off for a while now. I just want to say that I have finished Persona 3 Fest. I've done Persona 5 Royale, Persona 4 Golden. I only need to play Persona 2 and Persona 1. Nothing wrong with being religious. That doesn't mean you are free from criticism. That's the thing about religious people that you need, that is a huge red flag, including, this is a warning to Rev and also to everybody religious. They are completely unable to handle any forms of criticism. Any forms of criticism. This is why you should not let religion be your belief. Right? Religion are interesting things to learn, to document, to witness, to understand what the humans were thinking back in the day, to form a belief of their central of morality. Now, granted, again, a lot of these were built in the ancient times. So a lot of the values of the ancient times do not translate well to the values of today, especially including in relations to porn, in relations to LGBT people, in relations to drinking, gambling, all that sort of stuff. A lot of the values being taught there do not age. Oh, gender relations, especially. A lot of the values being taught in religion do not age well if being applied to this day. That's why you should not let religion, any religion, to be your primary belief. You should not be a zealot of it. Learn about it. Be fascinated about it. And understand it. But just don't believe it. Just do not believe it. Just do not believe in it. Do not believe in it to the point where you are a zealot. Right? You are free to have your religion. You are free to believe in your religion. I'm not saying you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be believing in your religion. I'm saying there are aspects of religion that are straight up do not age well to this day. They are fascinating to learn. They can be amazing to discuss and elaborate, but not necessarily something to be believing in. Anyway, GB is too content brain. I can respect your religion, but it never feels like that respect is given back to the things I like. Yep. There are 2 VTuber dramas that happened this week. What happened? Someone once told me that respect is earned, not given. I'd say everybody should tell you that, but unfortunately, everybody's not that smart. A person is smart. People are dumb. First drama was a military VTuber got backlash over a poor timing post of her encouraged her followers to join the US Army. By the way, do you have the hoopla of the girl who reported to police because someone killed her in Ark Raiders? I do not have that hoopla. Somebody literally just told me about that. Played Toxic Commandos. It plays like Left 4 Dead clone and also playing Resident Evil 4 Remake, trying to beat professional mode. Amazing. Shoving morality into every argument is very annoying in general, no matter which side you are on. The second drama, Rev and Straub has turned religious and their followers got betrayed by their new quote-unquote mindset. This is why I just don't understand why he decided to become religion, to be religious. I just don't. It completely betrays a lot of his followers. Right? Because a lot of his followers are pro porn. They are pro-porn, they are pro-Loli, they are pro-anime, and anime has a lot of expressions that are definitely not applicable to any religious beliefs. But, yeah, I guess there's that. I guess you just gotta have to believe that, right? I can't get over that Bond statue Salamanca had for no reason. That's why he's awesome. This is why I prefer Hero High these days over Ref. He hasn't changed his stance. J-Wits uploaded this week. His schedule is even less predictable than JonTron. I watched the Mario Galaxy movie last weekend and I liked it. It felt a bit more like a roller coaster. I loved the references. The pacing felt fast at the end. I enjoy it. One game, I don't know why. It's not that the PS5 doesn't have games, it's that they are shared so much as many circumstances and how gaming has gone with live services. I'm just joking about the PS5 having no games. The PS5 does have games. It's just that the PS5 doesn't have enough games for it to be a selling point over the PS4. That's why, yeah, like you said, they share so much. Share many games to each other so much. The PS2 was supported for 13 years, despite the PS3 actually having games. Good morning, Alpa. What a crazy week. We got Asman getting blamed for insulting illiterate third-worlders. The fuck did he do this time? Western game journalists is salty about Crimson Desert success, and another hashtag #MeToo case. Also, the PS5 has been plagued with every single issue since 2020, like the silicon shortage, the AI boom, and the inflation caused by poor decisions during the pandemic. Alpa Chair once again being the most offensive thing here. There's a case in my country now of a kid that off herself and the news are blaming Genshin Impact of all things. I haven't heard about the Quarter Pounder in a while. I wonder what happened to others like Review Tech USA and Mundane Matt. Mundane Matt, I know. I don't know about Review Tech USA. He basically gone crazy. He gone crazy. He hasn't made content. He's too focused too much on his live shows and his live stream, which I used to enjoy, actually. There was a time where he goes on a live stream, and I actually used to watch him. He can be very entertaining in his live streams. During the Quantum TV case, when he was going against Quantum TV, his live streams are very entertaining. When he was playing Elden Ring, and he realized slowly but surely, wow, Elden Ring has become. I thought Elden Ring is gonna be a joke. I'm not a big fan of these Dark Souls games, man. These Souls games are just not very good for me. I'm not a thing. Okay, apparently they're very, very hard. And then he actually put his time and effort on playing Elden Ring. And eventually, as he plays the game more and more, he realized, wow, this game is not only fucking amazing, this is probably one of my favorite games of all time. That is a character development that I witnessed when I was subbed to him. Absolutely amazing. Great character development there. Unfortunately, he has gone so crazy that I just completely unsubbed. As for Mundane Matt, he's pro AI. As for Mundane Matt, he's pro AI now. So, he's an AI bro now. Just completely shilling on AI. The same reason why I unsubscribed to Shadiversity. He just gone full pro AI and his opinions are just completely bleh. So, funny that after your video and Schlep call-out video, another Predator Hunter got exposed. Oh, we'll get to that. So, Appa, are you ready to read? I have a single Mario-related hoopla that is so brain-rotted that I had to send it. There's a meme that I had a ton of fun making. All right. In terms of gaming, I bought the physical copy of Mario Galaxy 1+2 and started playing Galaxy 1. Been playing Sonic Racing Crossroads, Sonic BS Racing Crossroads, Pokemon Champions, and also got the new Shinobi game. Review Tech USA deleted his channel. That's crazy. Yeah, I can tell you what Mundane Matt's been doing nowadays. He's going pro AI. He literally, I stumbled into one of his tweets where he literally defends AI. Quarter Pounder sounding a lot like Mundane Matt these days. Jeremy pulled a Mad Jarbo. I'm glad I distanced myself from a lot of the anti-woke YouTubers. They're either Bible thumpers or complete doomers. It's always going to those two. And the popularity completely eats them. That's just what it is. The popularity completely eats them. They've gone shilling. A lot of them, and one of the biggest mistakes that they make, and a mistake that I am definitely not going to make, and not going to make again, and I would say not make again because I've never made the mistake, but the mistake that they made is that they genuinely think that their YouTube channel is going to be their only source of income. So they ended up just doing YouTube and not having any second job. I'm not making that. I'm not only never going to make that mistake. I have like 3 jobs. 4 if you count this. One of them is YouTube. So I am juggling a lot of jobs and a lot of responsibilities. And that keeps me grounded into the real world way more than a lot of these people are. A lot of these people are just straight up, they've gone completely off the rails because they are so terminally online. That their channel is the only thing that makes them that makes them. Whereas you absolutely need balance in this world. And if you make your channel to be about outrage bait, you're not going to get that balance. That's just how it is. If Schlep is fighting on Twitter about lolis, then he's probably the next Mama Max. Schlep has been complete radio silence. Ever since my last stream, they have, I don't recall Gideon making any dumb takes about lolis. Schlep is completely radio silent. He hasn't said anything much aside from addressing the allegations that he partnered with a person who has been harassing and actually committing crimes to actual real children. Allegedly. I am not touching that with a 10-foot pole because I am not touching that. I'm just saying people make that claim. Whether that's true or not, I can't really say, but they are making that claim. And I'm not paying attention to that claim, honestly. But regardless, that happened. So, the CIA wouldn't torture that information out of me. There's so much stuff that the quartering said on stream that are just fucking baffling. That are just incredibly baffling. He should not be on a live stream, period. Especially drunk. And unfortunately, he's live streaming drunk a couple times. And it should be a 0. You should never, ever live stream while you're drunk. And that has happened way more often than necessary. It's crazy. I'm telling you, quartering should not be live streaming. Jeremy should not be live streaming. With Ref, I wonder if it was his wife who turned him to be more religious. He did mention Straub did do Bible reading streams before he began talking about religion all the time. I don't understand it. I don't get it. This is why if you're gonna find a wife, you should find somebody that's not terminally online. I feel like that could contribute to that. Anyway, speaking of Kiva Marsandi to $1. Speaking of being grounded, hope for a safe splashdown. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Seriously. Guys, I have an epiphany. I'm into Viking X Night Ship thanks to the Barbarian's Bride. I believe women, at least in the US, tend to be more religious on average, but I could be wrong. Cat wants attention, so Cat will get attention. Rev is still live. I think he did deny the allegations, but this sounds like Straub was the one that had him more religious. No, the thing is, it wasn't the fact that he was denying the allegations. Like, he still thinks, well, if you're in Loli, you're not a pedophile. If you like fiction, you're not a criminal. You're not a degenerate. You're not weird. If you like fictional content, you're not a criminal. You might be a weirdo or a degenerate, which we'll take. Right? I'll take weirdo and degenerate any day over criminal. That's fine. You can call me a degenerate, you can call me a weirdo. I'll wear that label with fucking pride, but we're not fucking criminals. But yeah, so there was that. That's not the issue though. The issue is when he said, I'm not gonna make any more content defending this sort of stuff. I'm gonna make content talking about religion. And you're gonna have to respect that. That's the issue. People sub to you because of the content that you literally just said. And yet here you are literally saying, yeah, I'm gonna make content about religion now. I mean, it's your channel, you can do whatever you like. But like I said, you need to have a good balance between the content that you want to make and the content that the viewers want to see. If you cannot achieve a good balance between content you want to make and content you want to see, what you're going to end up with is that. Viewers do not want to see you talk about religion. And they don't want to see you shove your religion to everybody's throat, especially when they are not religious to begin with. That's why they're upset at you. They're not upset that your stance hasn't changed. They're upset that you decided to shove your religion to everybody. Anyway. Wouldn't be the first time I've heard a content creator being radicalized by their wives. Quite a few on YouTube. My dubs. Anyway, I am lost. What are you lost about? If there's something that you are lost about, then please then let everybody know. Let me know what you're lost about so I can elaborate. Do you think that entertainment creates a hive mind? Entertainment creates a hive mind. If by hive mind you mean dedicated fan base, then yes. A lot of entertainment has created dedicated fan bases. Funny example, I don't know why I have encountered a lot of fans of The Pit that are apparently very, very, that are apparently so bad that they had to categorize the fans of The Pit as like, oh, these fans are, I would say they're toxic, but they are just incredibly bad. They have really, really bad takes. They watch and consume and talk about the show in a very terminally online way or something along those lines. Yeah, shows will let you to create fan bases that are that dedicated. Absolutely, 100%. Hive Mind is not what I would describe them. I'd say just dedicated fan base. But yeah, they can act like a hive mind sometimes. I do dislike Ref uploading more than one video, and it's just more talking and feels less focused. That's also another thing that you need to understand with all of these, what do you call them? I say anti-woke YouTubers, because they're not well, they are anti-woke, yes, but their content is definitively lazy. Like quartering, I think quartering, Repsion made a great point when he was live streaming about the quartering. The quartering made like 5 to 6 videos every day. And Repsion is like, bro, I cannot do that. Even if I wanted, I cannot fucking do that. Like my psyche, my mental capacity, my brain is incapable of making 5 videos a day. And those videos are just trash. It's just trash videos of him just going into the articles and reading them. At least my video has a script. At least my video has visuals. At least my video has structures. At least the shorts that I upload 3 shorts a day, but at least they're 3 minutes. 3 minutes tops. It's not exactly going to consume your time. Like, at least they're 3 minutes long. And then I got my videos with just a compilation of shorts, but at least they're only 3 minutes long. Seriously. But yeah. A lot of these anti-woke YouTubers, they just make videos of drones of like 10 minutes going on and on and on. And not going to the fucking point. Absolutely crazy. Their content, their actual production content, it feels incredibly fucking lazy. Absolutely lazy. But hey, that's just how it is, right? The 1 video per day was better in that aspect for Ref. If 1 video per day, I can at least tolerate. I can tolerate 1 video per day. At least you can have some time to take effort to it. Because the thing about video, right? Good art takes time to make. And opening up OBS while reading an article, it's not taking, it takes less time to do that. I'll give credit to Yongya, right? Yongya, say what you want about him. He also does the same thing of turning on his camera and discuss and talk about that all the time. But he credits his source. For one, he credits his source. And 2, he structured it in a way that is properly structured. He actually structured a lot of his news. So when I listened to his news, when he was talking about whatever gaming news he's talking about, I can get where he's going because he structured his points. Whereas a lot of these YouTubers, they just ramble. They ramble and they just read whatever points articles is putting in, just whatever. Like, seriously, have some structure on your video. Do it what Yongya did. Yongya at least have structure. These people do not. Playing through Resident Evil Requiem, I don't understand why Leon gave Grace a gun with just 1 bullet. He at least give her a fully loaded gun. You can craft the Magnum ammos, the Requiem bullets. You can absolutely craft them. And you got more bullets to fight a lot of the bosses, actually. A couple of bosses, they die after like 4 hits of the bullets. Keep them aside to $1. Bad fans of the pit? Are they called pit dwellers? Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Again, I'm going to add details for the first VTuber drama that I mentioned. The reason why the military VTuber post is poorly timed is because it was posted when the tensions during Iran conflict is high. I'm pretty sure the tensions were high all the time during the Middle Eastern, but whatever. Cats need to play and anything is valid, for real. For real. For real. Anyway, next chat. In good news, Secretary of the United States ruled that ISPs cannot block users for pirating content using their internet services. Fuck yes. Rev became the Asmongold and Hassan Piker's new channel. Hassan Piker News channel. Rev's content in general slowly stopped appealing to me a few months ago, so I've slowed down on him. Hero High seems to be still the same, and he's always been, at least currently, so he's still fine. I noticed the shift in Rev's content after the Charlie Kirk incident. Oh. Hey, politics, man. Politics. Politics, man. I can tell you. Politics just completely ruined everything. It's politics. I'm playing this.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
Just straight up put that phone down, my dude. Just...
Why don't you put that fucking phone down, darling, so we can be alone?
Politics really rot people's brains, I swear to God. This is what, just straight up. There are healthy ways to consume politics, and unfortunately, the examples that I see online, 99.9% of the examples that I see online are completely unhealthy ways to consume politics. It is very rare to see people consume politics in a way that is healthy, because a lot of people do not have any critical, they're not critical at all. But yeah. I want to see you talking about hooplas on Indonesia again. Fuck yeah, let's go. Fun fact, Plato is the wrestling name. Ha 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 ha. So he is a classical anti. Yes! Plato is absolutely 100% a classical anti. He is straight up, hold on. I want to show you guys. You know, I was talking to AI, right? I was talking to AI about Greek philosophy, right? Because I was learning about Greek philosophy because I'm kind of curious about it. Just like, I want to see what the AI thinks of Greek philosophers, or have them to explain what Greek philosophy is, right? And then I was learning to, okay, Plato apparently does not like the art. And then I said this. And then I said this to the AI, right? Plato's view of wanting the arts to be about the truth, because that's what he wanted. He wanted the AI to be just about truth. He doesn't want AI to be, sorry, he wants art, not AI. He wants art to be about the truth. He doesn't want art to be entertaining. He doesn't want art to be something that is gratifying to the psyche. He wants art to tell the truth, because the pursuit to the truth is the pursuit that is most important than anything else. That's what his view is. And I'm like, no, we should not always pursue the truth. Sometimes we can indulge in fiction, and fiction is perfectly healthy, but Plato clearly does not think that way. At the $21. What I meant by Sonic BS Racing Crossroads is that I've been dealing with a lot of BS with the Legends Competition 4 and dealing with a lot of attack items, especially with 3 monster trucks at the same time. This game fills me with anger. Woof. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Seriously. Yeah, that's what he wanted. And again, you can read it yourself. His book, The Republic, pretty much elaborates on this. He wants the government, he has his views on the government and how he systems the government, and he also has his view on art. And again, it's a lot politics, but his view of art is the one that is relevant to me and to a lot of you guys, because he literally wants to censor art. He wants to tell you, no, art should be about the truth, not about entertainment, because he doesn't see art as entertainment, right? Yeah, so I said it's quite clearly a politician's view of stealing art. Because a lot of moral guardians, they see art as a way to convey a message. But it's not. It's just entertainment. There's no message that needs to be conveyed other than entertainment. But a lot of politicians see that way. And I think that's what that's how Plato sees art. He sees it as Daniel! Woo! Daniel! Woo! Return of the King! Where's my Return of the King? Woo! 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 Let's go! Woo! Let's go! Thank you so much, Daniel Wayne. Absolutely fantastic. My patience is not holding up enough since I'm gaming right now. Sea of Thieves. Staying out of there. No guarantee to show up again, but hey, at least I was here. Yo, thank you so much, my dude. Thank you so much, my dude. Daniel Wayne. Okay, this time it's gonna be sex number 2. you see the stream elements? You see the stream elements notification counter there? It's stream elements x1 times 1, x1 for times 1. But I could have used what was the parentheses? I could have used a different one, but I like it to say sex 1. I'm gonna use sex 2 this time. Let's fucking go. Goat in the house. Thank you so much, Daniel Wayne. Absolutely fantastic. And where I need my track. I'll grab a Tokyo Xanadu track. Why not? Tokyo Xanadu soundtrack. Which one? Yeah, why not? I'll take yours. Oh my god, that piano, man! Oh man! Man, I cannot cannot wait for the second Tokyo Xanadu. I want to see how that goes. Oh, it's Kyoto Xanadu, not the Tokyo Xanadu. It's Kyoto Xanadu. I cannot wait for Kyoto Xanadu. I want to see what they're offering in that regard. But hey, Tokyo Xanadu, it's an alright game. But the soundtrack, man, it is Neon Falcom at their best, at their absolute peak. Tokyo Xanadu soundtrack, absolutely amazing. It just needs romance, and unfortunately, it doesn't have romance. Even though the characters are pretty good. Very, very good romance picks in that one. Thank you so much, guys. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, cannot wait for Kyoto Xanadu. Anyway, going back to Plato's view of art, right? Let's learn about Greek philosophy with you and me. And again, I'm only learning this through cursory glance. So maybe somebody who is more into Greek philosophy can correct me on this one. But this is what I learned of Greek philosophy, right? I think Plato's fear of wanting arts to be censored because it moves people further away from the truth. That's what he said. He hates the art because art moves people away from the truth. He does not like, he does not like Homer because a lot of his works moves people away from the truth. He does not like that he depicts the gods as evil or the gods as these flawed beings when they should be things that people look up for, that look up to. If they view gods as sinful, then their youths are going to be, what do you call that? The youths are going to be lost. They have nobody to be used, no deities to be used as figures to take an example of or something along those lines. But yeah, regardless, yeah, it moves people away from the truth, implies that his philosophy is the truth. So if he thinks that art is not the truth, that implies that his philosophy is the truth, and that no one else's point of view should be considered because they're not the truth. His point of view is the truth. It's ironically a rather tyrannical mindset against ideas and expressions. If his theory of forms is about the existence of a perfect eternal idea and that people's perspectives are merely an imperfect version of them, then all people's versions of them are valid, merely puzzle pieces that can really complete the vision of a perfect version, and to aim for that perfection while everyone else cannot achieve them no matter how hard they try, because his definition of perfection is the gods make them. So if you make a doll like that, yeah, that's an imperfect version of that doll. The only perfect version of that doll, God can make them. You cannot make a perfect version of that doll. It will always be the most imperfect. That's how fucking arrogant Plato was. But yeah, so the only one that matters is the one that God make. The only creation that matters is the one that God make. Your creation is imperfect and will always be imperfect. You made a video, well, too bad. Your video is not perfect. God will always make the perfect video. You made an art, too bad. That is never gonna be perfect. God will always make the most perfect art out of all of them. Do you see why I call Plato an idiot? That's why I call Plato an idiot. Because that's literally what he thinks. But yeah, well, everyone cannot achieve them by hard effort. It's just a way to discourage people from creating. Because if everybody's creation, especially art, if you make a drawing, if you make a writing, and they're not perfect, and Plato is like, your writing is never going to be perfect, only God's writing is going to be perfect. Then what the fuck is the point of making art then? What the fuck is the point of creation if every single thing that we made is gonna be imperfect in his eyes? Apparently, what I just did, according to the AI, is a postmodernist critique of Plato. I didn't realize I am that fucking smart. Now, AI, can you stop massaging my ego for a bit? Okay, chill out, AI. I just think that Plato is an idiot for thinking that every art should be perfect and that the only perfect art is the one God made. That's not exactly a postmodern, but okay, apparently that's a postmodernist critique. I just find that very funny. Didn't realize that I made a postmodernist critique. Didn't realize that was a postmodernist take to begin with. But yeah, well, there you go. Anyway, I find art and media a great way for normal people to engage with unsafe ideas and themes in a safe manner. Aristotle would agree with you. Plato will tell you to go fuck yourself. If we're putting it in the context of Greek philosophy. Seriously. Plato's sounding a lot like Movie Bob. Oh, Oh man, I can assure you that if you actually learn what Plato thinks of art, of any expression in general, he is basically the original moral. He is like the moral guardian Greek philosopher. Aristotle is the one that is actually pro fiction, that is pro art. He's the base one. So between the three, it's Aristotle without a doubt. If you choose Socrates, you're an idiot. Because Socrates is a pompous, intellectually, just straight up, he is a pompous prick, right? Socrates is an absolutely pompous prick who thinks that he is smarter than everybody. Because what he does, right, to show that he's smarter than everybody, he tells you, I know nothing. I know nothing. I am not smart. I never claimed that I am smart, but I can prove that even I that know nothing, that absolutely know zero about what you are doing, I know way more than you because you know nothing. You are an artist? You like to draw? Okay, what is art? What is drawing? Why do you draw? What is the essence of drawing? Can you define what art actually is? What is the definition of art? What does art truly means? And why does it drive you so much to draw? Can you ever elaborate that? I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing. But you said you were an artist. You draw art. So you must have known the philosophy of art. You must have known the structure. You must have known what made you to drive you to this day. Why do you draw art? And what art is? There you go. That's Socrates. That's basically what how Socrates. He claims he knows nothing, and he will tell you, if you are an expert of something, he will tell you that you are dumber than him. Even though he himself said it, he knows nothing. But you are still dumber than him because you don't know the essence of what makes art. You don't know the essence of the meaning of what you are doing in your life. You love to play video games. What is gaming? What are video games? What is a game? Why do you love to play these video games so much? What is the meaning of a game? What drives you as a gamer to play games? What is a game? He literally just he just goes that pedantic, right? So he basically goes like that to every what do you call it? To every Athenians experts, including the government. He basically goes like that. He just that's what he does to everybody in Athens, like just completely dissecting the philosophy of what they're doing. So if you think what I did just that is absolutely pompous and obnoxious, there is a reason why he was executed. That's the reason why he was executed. He was executed because he was being a pompous prick, that being so obnoxious to everybody that he thinks he knows everything. Ugh, absolutely crazy. But yeah, you wonder why he got executed. Because he absolutely got fucking executed. Oh, I'm telling you. To be fair to Aristotle, that wasn't an uncommon belief at the time about women. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Still doesn't age well, but yeah. Aristotle going Andrew Tate. I just hate the hypocrisy of the people who shove it down your throat. You can believe what you want, but don't force religion on others. We can talk about religion in the context of not making you to believe religion, but to learn religion. Learning religion, I'm down. I am down with learning religion. But I am not down with believing religion. It's a big difference. I'm a Hindu. And I am down with learning Hindu mythology, because there are loads of amazing things you can learn about Hindu mythology and all that sort of stuff. I need to refresh my knowledge, but yeah, there are loads. There's a reason why a lot of Hindu deities and mythologies, they start in Persona for a reason, I'm telling you. We got the rep. We got the Barong and Rangda rep on Persona. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Fuck yeah, let's go. We're glad that our Indonesian Balinese rep specifically, amazing. Thank you, Atlas, for that. Been repping Bali since the olden times too. Amazing. Most flat earthers are religious. Hey, flat earthers are fucking idiotic, but you cannot deny that their frame of mind and why they come into the conclusion that Earth is flat is fucking fascinating to learn. Like, how the fuck can these people despite having lots and lots of evidence to prove that the earth is round, still come to the conclusion that the earth is flat. Their psychology, their brain, and how they come into the conclusion that earth is flat, even though there's so much evidence to that, that is actually, there are a lot of things to learn from that. There are a lot of things to learn from people taking the wrong conclusion. That's just how it is. I have my religious teaching from SMTs, like any normal person. Thank you very much. Amazing. I am worried Rev become iDubbbz 2.0. He is on the process of becoming that. Pretty much. Religion has given us tons of great stories. Prince of Egypt is one of my favorite movies. Prince of Egypt is an absolute classic. Great movie. Absolutely excellent movie. There's a reason religion and politics used to be the topics you didn't talk to friends and family about. That's because a lot of people are very dogmatic about religion and politics. You should not talk about those. Listen to the morals and standards of the hive mind. Don't think outside of the hive mind, lol, NPC. A lot of content creators, a lot of content creators who married become off-rail iDubbbz as a good example. That's why if you're gonna marry somebody, it's gotta be somebody who is not terminally online. If they are also terminally online or they're a public figure online, you're screwed. You are absolutely screwed. What day is the day in California? What day is the day in California?
Today is fine day in California.
Huh?
True.
And because today is Friday in California.
さて
Oh man.
一丁決めてくるか
Seriously. Where is I? I have no issues learning about religion. In fact, I find it fascinating and fun. Talks a ton about human psychology and beliefs over the many years. Exactly. I thought you were religious. No. No, I never said I was religious. Did I give the impression that I am religious? If you got the impression that I am religious, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. No, I am not religious. But I do find religion fascinating to learn. There's a big difference. I find religion fascinating to learn in the context of learning about human psychology, in the context of learning about morality, and why certain people, especially during the ancient times, come into the conclusion of the values that they preach to everybody, and the religion, the history behind the religion. There's a reason why it's like an academic, there's a reason why it's an academic topic, religion, because there are lots of fascinating things to learn in that regard, history as well. But I do not preach religion. Religious, I think if somebody is religious, they preach their religion all the time on the channel, which I don't. I said I'm a Hindu, but telling everybody that I'm a Hindu is more in an informative sense. I am a Hindu. That's it. But I am not religious. I respect your right to believe, but not your beliefs itself. Repsion or Rev says des. I am mixing them up. Repsion is the one that I was watching the Quartering's Absolute Downfall for. Rev is the one where he goes religious. And the Quartering is the one where he said that he drank somebody else's breast milk and confessed that he drank somebody else's breast milk to everybody and to his wife and to Melanie Mack, who basically told her, what the fuck is wrong with you? Rev, on the other hand, he was the one that goes full Christian. Or he's probably not full Christian yet, but he does post Christian religious stuff on his channel, and that religious stuff is in conflict with a lot of his fans' belief, especially in regarding to fiction and adult content. You know how all those religious people do not like them adult content? Well, I'm afraid that Rev is going into that direction, especially what his wife said about how porn is bad for you. Yes, that's basically it. My only problem with Straub with this issue was how she puts prostitution in a mix. I'd say that's the least of my worries, right? Prostitution is one thing. You can have whatever beliefs you have for prostitution, but bro, if you ask me, I am more into the proponent of personal liberty instead of how one action affects the other, for the most part. If somebody chose to be an OnlyFans girl, fine. That's their choice at the end of the day. The impact of that choice to everybody, to society, I honestly couldn't care less. I honestly couldn't care less. Why? Because most people are adults. They have the capacity to choose. If they decided to choose OnlyFans girls and consume OnlyFans girls over, say, oh, I don't know, anime girls, that's at the end of the day their choice. I unfortunately don't have a lot of power to persuade them to go to somewhere else. And not that I want to anyway, because it's their choice. I can say what I think is the correct choice, what I think is the choice that you guys should go for, and that choice is there are many free alternatives out there, and you don't have to be a simp to one OnlyFans girl or several OnlyFans girls. You don't have to spend a lot of money on these OnlyFans girls, but it's your money at the end of the day. And I am not saying that in the context that OnlyFans girls or enjoying porn in general is morally wrong. I am saying it will drain your money. Do you want to use your money to somewhere else? Then use that money to somewhere else, not to buy OnlyFans stuff. I'm saying that out of practical reasons of wanting to save your money. Not because, ooh, OnlyFans girls are prostituting themselves online, and that's wrong. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of these Christians and a lot of these moral guardians believe. They believe that porn is wrong, morally wrong, and that if you enjoy porn, you are a horrible person. If you make porn, you are a horrible person. If you make OnlyFans, you are prostituting yourself. If you do cosplays that are sexy, you are prostituting yourself. And I absolutely, vehemently are opposed to that. Because I am not going to criticize people out of the basis that the things that they do is wrong. With the exception of, well, only a couple of exceptions. There are times where I become a moral guardian. The only time that I can recall where I am a genuine moral guardian is when you use AI to undress people without their consent. That is absolutely fucking abhorrent. Don't fucking do that. But you wanna use OnlyFans to whore yourself out online? Sure. Ain't my fucking problem. You wanna buy OnlyFans? Sure. Not the wisest choice, but it's your money at the end of the day. But yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Ref was religious before, but if he wasn't openly talking about his faith until 2025. Speaking of Rebshan, I heard he's becoming unhinged. No, I literally watched his latest stream. Raw opinions from him, his latest stream. Not really. Aside from him being anti-Lolicon, which, that's gonna have to something I disagree with him there. But, yeah. Are you a hypocrite? How am I a hypocrite? Elaborate, please. Beat Nights into Dream on PS2, and it's okay. Good for even for a flying tech demo for the Saturn. Is the Asman thing really for third world? He says a lot of dumb shit. I miss old Ref, and the new Ref is not the guy that I discovered. Ref was the guy who changed my mind about Loli. Well, there you go. Unfortunately, he fall off to the deep end. I do remember a certain quote that I saw in our sermon that time we should be the biggest mantra for these content creators to turn religious. You're here to win souls, not to win an argument. Of course he's pro-AI. Diesel Patches says you can't use the murder argument. You can't use the murder argument, like how GTA may as well affect murder reality, but he says no because there are no children in the game. Huh? Excuse me? You can't use the murder argument like how GTA as well affect murder reality? No, because there are no children in the game. Are you fucking idiotic? Are you stupid? What do you mean there are no children in the game? Do you think that's fucking... Oh my god. I am playing Kane and Lynch.
Ah, fuck! You fucking idiot! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
Oh, because there are no children in the game, that means GTA is, if you kill people in GTA, that means it's not gonna be in real life. Bro, there are games where there are children in the game, you can fucking kill them. Doesn't have to be limited to GTA. But actually, not to mention, if you bring up GTA, there are GTA characters that are quote-unquote adults that look young. There are teenagers in GTA. Barely legal teenagers, but they're teenagers to begin with. You can kill them. Using that argument is stupid. It's not stupid at all. It's not. It's not stupid at all. Pedophilia is a crime. Killing people is a crime. If I write about fiction about killing people, is that a crime? Okay, if it's not a crime, then if I write about fiction about pedophilia, is that a crime? If they are both not criminal, if one of them is a crime but not the other, then you have a very inconsistent belief, my dude. Anyway, I am not against AI as a tool. I'm not against AI as a tool either. I'm not against AI as a tool, but 99.9%. There used to be a time where I think 50% of people use AI wrong, but that number has increased. The more and more I see AI hooplas, that number has increased. It was 50% at first, and then it was 90% of people use AI wrong, and then 99.9% of people use AI wrong. It's to the point where, you know what? Fuck it. Remove everybody's access to AI. Let me use AI. I can use AI in a way that benefits me. You use AI in a way that destroys you. So, anyway. Each religion has interesting stories and myths that have been used, either entirely or partially, for many movies and games. Japan really likes using Christianity, for example. Yo, Appa crew. This is why I'm saying the right is falling into the same trap as they did back in the 80s and 90s. They're falling back to religious preaching and moral guardianship. I just don't understand why. I don't get it. I just do not understand why anti-woke YouTubers or YouTubers in general that just talks about religion, YouTubers in general that go Christian, that go full Christian, all that sort of stuff. I just do not understand why it is a good idea to preach about it in this time and day when that content that you are making, you built the foundation of audiences that are not about that. I don't get it. Are you guys going to be interested for me talking about Hindu? About preaching my Hindu beliefs to you guys? I don't think you're going to be interested to that. I can tell you interesting Hindu mythology and story, but not in the context of, I want you to believe in this religion. But in the context of, hey, there are a lot of Hindu stories that are very interesting. I might actually save that for my upcoming stream, for my next stream. Maybe next week, 2 weeks. Because I'm talking about Greek philosophy. I haven't even talked about Machiavelli. I learned a little bit Machiavelli. And then there's Ayn Rand. And then there's Orwell and Huxley. The two pillars of dystopian nightmare. Oh, also Ray Bradbury's nightmare as well. Lots of very interesting things to learn about all those. But regardless, if I talk about religion, if I talk about mythology, if I talk about Hindu related stuff, it's always going to be in the context of, here's what I find interesting. Here's what I find very fun to talk about. And you guys might find it fun and interesting to discuss too. But not in the context of, I want to shove this religion down your throat. Definitely not. What the fuck happened to Schlep, man? It's really disappointing. One, he is anti-Loli. He is anti-Loli, and he thinks that anybody who is into Lolicon is a pedophile. And because of that, a lot of people who are Lolicons and also anime fans in general found out that he has also been working with somebody who is an actual pedophile. Allegedly. I'm not paying attention to those allegations because honestly, I wouldn't touch it neither. But that's what a lot of people are claiming. And ever since that discovery was found and that Google Docs detailing that discovery was found, he has gone radio silent. Not much has been discussed and talked about. I guess because, well, I'm glad that at least Schlep did something that Chibi should have done, which is to just quit the internet and stop just yapping on social media, because whatever he yapped about just makes him completely idiotic. Oh, also, another thing. I forgot. I don't know if I've already mentioned this. I've already said this. But Chibi supports Ref. Chibi literally said, well, I do not harass Ref and Straub. Perfectly fine. All right, I'm with you on that one. But you are basically just playing the victim again. You're basically just playing the victim. Not only you're playing the victim again, but you're also just going into the same moral guardian playbook. When you got a lot of criticisms on you, you basically said, no, don't harass, don't stalk or that sort of stuff. You're basically attacking the low-hanging fruits instead of addressing the actual criticism. And also, he said something along the lines of, well, Rev can dislike porn however he likes. That's his opinion. Here's the problem, Chibi. His opinion is a complete backstab to the opinions of his fans. I can assure you that a lot of his fans do not want to hear about his religious takes. I don't want to. Do you guys want to hear about his religious takes? I certainly don't, but he shoved it to everybody anyway. And you wonder why people are upset. That's why people are upset, GB. Do you not understand the context of the situation? This is absolutely why you should just get out the internet and stop yapping. Because my God, he always does the dumbest of things. But yeah. Japan has caught Crunchyroll blocking their views, and people around the world are letting Japan know about this. Also, Netflix claims to apologize for ruining anime. Is that even true? Is that true? What's your opinion on Cardcaptor Sakura? I have not seen it. By the way, Crunchyroll got their data stolen. About Asman's Twitch ban, he got banned for a week for saying, "I don't give a fuck about the opinions of an illiterate third worlder in Afghanistan." I don't give a fuck about the opinions of an illiterate third worlder in Afghanistan. I'm playing this.
Waka kule! Waka kule! Waka kule! Waka kule! 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 Waka kule! Waka kule! Waka kule! Waka kule!
Also, I'm playing this too. Muta, I need you.
Astaghfirullah.
Astaghfirullah, my dude. Oh yeah, I can see why he got banned. I can see why he got banned. I don't know, Aspen. Maybe actually criticize the opinions of that quote-unquote illiterate third worlder in Afghanistan instead of saying that he's an illiterate third worlder in Afghanistan. Only maybe you got banned. Anyway, all of these topics are promoted by the algorithm. What topic? Terminally online are a bunch of NPCs. Yes. There's almost no topics outside of the HiveMind algorithm. What are you talking about, my dude? Doki Doki Literature Club was removed off of Google Store. Yeah, I know that. Absolutely fucking stupid. If that's Rev's case, he should really drop anime on politics at this point. He really should. At this point, if he's just gonna shove his religion to everybody, no one is interested in listening to your religious takes. No one. They want to listen to your anime takes. They want to listen to the anime dramas that has been happening in the community. Has Rev ever made any video, or any of the big anime YouTubers, has they ever made a video countering against, Gideon, the Predator Hunter? I know Chibi made a video on that, but unfortunately his video is trash. His video is just, he just goes... This is why I genuinely Chibi should not get out. He should literally just get off the internet. Every action that he makes is completely counterproductive to not just the community in general, but also to himself. He should just quit. Like, unbelievably stupid. Again, not wrong, just unbelievably not in a way that that anybody should have done it. But yeah, many try to be like Wendigoon so bad. Wendigoon is a good example of how to share your religion on YouTube. Wished more followed his example. I haven't been paying attention to Wendigoon that much. Maybe he should make a separate channel for religion, completely separated from his main one. Exactly. I heard that The Boys gone really downhill. I know that The Boys have the new season, but I don't know if it's the finished one. I don't know if they already finished. I don't know if the season is finished. I'm pretty sure they released that, what do you call it? No, it's not finished yet. It's gonna be, the last episode's gonna be at May 20. So I'm gonna wait until I can binge through the whole thing. But I can assure you, The Boys is a fascinatingly bad show. The Boys is a fascinatingly bad show, and I cannot wait for the new season. The first season is alright. I like The Boys the first season. I like the subversion of the superhero mythology and the subversion of superhero topics in general. But it is a show that the more and more I watch it, the more and more I am fascinated by how shit it is. Like, it goes downhill. Season 2 goes downhill. And the way it goes downhill, the way it got worse is fascinating. It actually has to be studied of how awful The Boys got as the seasons go. And I've been calling this since season 2. Season 1 was alright, but season 2 is where it got downhill. And then season 3 got worse. Season 4 got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. The more and more it got worse, the more fascinated I am. It is one of those fascinatingly bad shows that the more and more I watch it, the more and more I am intrigued by how awful it can get. Like, it is a show where I do not sympathize with any of the characters. I practically want all the characters to fucking die. I couldn't care less of them. But the way they handle the story for the characters are so baffling. I'm like, why would you make these decisions to these characters? Why would you make these characters to go this route? Why? Like every single time, every single decision that they make towards the characters, especially what deviates from the comic. The comic also sucks, for the record. Before you guys say I'm a comic, no, the comic sucks as well, just on a different way. It is on a different way. But the TV show in particular is a very fascinatingly bad show. Just a bad show all around. But I'm not gonna lie, it is a show that I cannot wait to watch, just to see how low it can get, how bad it can truly be. And I cannot wait for the next episode, for the next season. I made the decision to never marry. The negatives so far outweigh the positives. The same goes for dating. Guys, the thing is, there are lots and lots of examples online, right? There are lots and lots of examples online when marriage, right? If you marry somebody, it becomes an absolutely awful thing to happen to you, and you're not going to go to marrying that person, and that marriage is going to ruin you in some way, or going to lead you to something awful, etc., etc. Unfortunately, there are loads and lots of cases like that, especially with a lot of content creators online. The moment they got married, their content got worse. But at the same time, there are also loads and lots of content creators out there. When they got married, the content get, well, either the same, which is the best case scenario, or got better, even, which is even better, right? Hey, Linus got married for a while now, and doesn't actually disrupt. It's not the primary factor that disrupts his content. Austin Evans got married, I think it was pretty recently, 2-3 years ago, and his content is roughly the same, better in some regard. I got married. I got married literally a couple months ago, when there are more viewers on my channel. There are more people subscribing to my channel, and I want to be the example. I want to be an example of somebody that got married and still got married all the way up to the point, and be a good example for that. I'm not saying I'm not going to influence you to choose marriage or not. I'm just saying, yeah, there are plenty of people that got married and goes downhill pretty fast, but I do not want to be those people. I want to be the people that are not those. But yeah. There's no bigger hive mind in entertainment than the Snyder cultists. Apparently, they're the reason Zack Snyder hasn't gotten any jobs in Hollywood recently. I don't think so. The reason, if you ask me, the reason why Zack Snyder hasn't gotten any jobs in Hollywood lately is because, have you seen Rebel Moon? Have you guys seen Rebel Moon? I have. It's trash. It's fucking awful. You wonder why he hasn't got any jobs in Hollywood lately. These days, I prefer YouTubers who make less content but better quality. Grifters fit because their content just gets lazier and lazier. Asman is a React bot, Ref regurgitates Twitter drama, etc., etc. I prefer well-researched and well-edited video. I am not a fan of shorts unless it's for funny memes. Shorts is the only format that I can use to talk about. I am actually glad that there are shorts, because so many topics that I have are not worth a 10-minute video on. But a 3-minute video, hell yeah. A 3-minute video, I can do a 3-minute video on whatever hooplas that I can think of. Whatever hooplas that we're going to discuss, I can make a 3-minute video out of them. Or even if the hooplas require a 10-minute video, I can split them into 3-minute segments. At most 3 minutes. But unfortunately, a lot of grifters, they make their videos 10 minutes for a content that can be tackled in like 2 or 1 even. At Detroit at $1, PewDiePie got married. A good example. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Yeah, PewDiePie got married and he is doing incredibly well. He got a kid, cute kid as well. Seriously. Did you hear about the lol cow that said that Henry Cavill's wife is only found attractive to gay men? Someone is jealous. Is Yongya still butthurt about Yakuza's voice acting? I don't think he has ever talked about anything regarding Yakuza's voice acting. He's talking about recent game news drama. And there are plenty. There are plenty. The last video that I saw was him talking about Marathon and how Marathon is failing. It's not performing as well as Sony hoped. Maybe if they don't get into the plagiarism scandal, it would have performed way better. Just saying, Sony. Anyway. Okay, that part of the chat is over. Next part of the chat. Hopefully I don't miss much. Ooh, not much. Absolutely amazing. Next part. Is that about Tomoe, the horse VTuber? I have no idea who that is. I feel like the fall of chat rooms in favor of big social media sites has ruined many fandoms for media. Discord chats, Discord servers in general. I think Discord servers in general are just a negative, a net negative to anybody involved. Like, if you have a community, I think it's better to have the community to be spread out. Do not put them into a specific container, right? Do not contain them all in a specific container like a Discord or a Reddit or a subreddit. I mean, you can make a subreddit of that community, but just don't do that. Because a lot of times the people that manage those communities, there's a reason why Reddit mods or Discord mods got a bad rep, because they are all terminally online and just make the dumbest of things, the dumbest of takes. Funny how fandoms got worse in 2012 to 2013 when Facebook and Twitter got big. If you ask me, yeah, the reason why fandom got worse is because people actually share a lot of the dumbest, most idiotic takes are shared online, and people are more online than they were before, back in 2012 to 2013. I noticed it too. I've seen a lot of hate. I've seen a lot of outrage. I've seen a lot of people going mad for all sorts of stuff. That absolutely happens. And the more and more online we got, the worse it got. And especially the part where it got contained to a community like a Discord or a Reddit or a subreddit. That's what I'm saying. Anti-wokers can't enjoy anything unless it appeals to their personal politics. Just like the wokers, funnily enough. Seriously. I never watched that video, but what is he eating that made him so disappointed? Lol. Wait, what video? The biggest issue with modern day politics is that it's so easy to be plugged in all the time. You get no rest. At least before with cable TV, politics was only in it for a small portion of the day. That's why I have always maintained the opinion that personal choice is important. You guys have agency. You guys have the choice to become who you want to become. It's your choice. You want to be a miserable loser? Your choice. You want to be an absolute winner? You want to be an absolute chat? That's also your choice too. You make the decision for yourself. It's at the end of the day you. It's all you. No one else is going to be helping you here but yourself. And you have to want it. Plato wants art to be boring and still. Yep. Are you familiar with the works of Robert Frost? I am not familiar with the work of Robert Frost. There are loads of people that have their name Robert Frost. Robert Frost was an American poet who explored human nature through rural imagery and everyday language. Oh, he is a poet. Not too familiar with his work. Definitely should maybe check it out. Also, just poetry in general. We shouldn't pursue the truth. That made the investigation team angry. Exactly. One thing about Plato is that he got cooked by cynic who loves to jerk in public by giving him a featherless chicken. Seriously, Plato is the classic moral guardian. He is a moral guardian. And he is, I'm gonna say, he is an absolute simp to Socrates. Socrates is notorious for literally not putting his work on paper. Plato does. Plato actually does put his work on paper. Socrates do not. Because Socrates does not see the value of putting his work on a piece of paper or a book. Plato does. So that's why a lot of the recounts of how Socrates conduct his interrogations, quote unquote, or the Socratic method, quote unquote, it's all based on Plato's point of view. He's the one that writes Socrates and how Socrates or why Socrates do that. In fact, when Socrates was executed in the book The Apology by Plato, it's not actually about Socrates. It's not the word apology in the dictionary definition of English. The word apology as in sorry. It's apology as in defense. A defense of Socrates' beliefs in the court of Athens at the time when he was about to be executed because he's a pompous prick. Seriously, he's an absolutely pompous fucking prick. But yeah, Plato was an absolute simp for Socrates. He loves his teacher so much. To the point where, another thing that I remembered about Plato. that I realized that is generally affected by his trauma of seeing his teacher got executed. He remember that part where I say that Plato is in favor of having the elites to control the world? Not the people, but the elites. The people who have the brightest minds, the smart people, at the top, and power. They're the ones who get to control the world. That's because Plato hates democracy. He absolutely loathes democracy. He does not like that people have power because he thinks everybody is stupid. He has this concept of appetite, right? Normal, everyday, regular people, they are hungry. They are hungry for the most insignificant of things, like food, water, money, completely insignificant things. Clothes, not really that important. They're not really that important. But real intellects, real experts, they want to find the truth. They want to find the secret of the world, unlocking the reason why we exist in this plane of existence. That's why they are the philosophers. The kings should be philosophers. The kings should be philosophers, and the philosophers should be kings. That's why they are an expert. That's why they are smart. While those you plebs out there in the bottom, you're just looking for basic things like food and drink and water and clothing and house and try to survive and live. Puh, how dare you? You're not an intellectual. You're a fake. You're dumb. You're a pleb. But I am an intellectual because I am looking for the truth about the world. Do you see why I consider Plato an idiot? Seriously. Yeah, Plato absolutely hates democracy. He thinks very, very low of people. The reason why he thinks very low of people, because they voted for the execution of Socrates. Because he loved his teacher so much. My dearest teacher got executed by a vote from the people that are so stupid that they cannot understand his point of view. How dare those people voted for his execution? How dare they? My teacher is the best. How dare you vote for his execution? Wham, wham, wham. Whiny ass little fucking bitch that is Plato, I swear to God. That's why Plato hates democracy. Anyway. Also, Mario Kart World got a big update this week, shifting the balance of items, making more balance. Raw dogging now. Fuck yeah. Whoa, donations. Thank you so much. I just entered the stream. Wow. How the hell can that 0.7? I didn't know that you can donate 7 cents. Wow. I did not know that you literally can donate 7 cents. That is crazy. That is Argentinian pesos. 100 Argentine pesos is literally 7 cents. I didn't know that you can donate that low on stream, but fuck me, that is amazing. Wow, that is probably the lowest donation that I have ever received in my entire life. But hey, I'm not dogging you. I'm amazed actually. That is amazing. My minimal is actually $1 because that's the minimal that Super Chat allows. But to have 7 cents we donated, I never thought that you could reach that low in terms of but wow, you actually breached the lowest of the low. That is amazing. Let's see if somebody can actually donate 1 cent. 1 cent is the lowest of them all, but let's see if somebody can donate to that. But hey, thank you so much for the donation anyway. Vámonos, Argentina, indeed. God bless you. God bless. God bless. Lo siento. Anyway. Absolutely amazing. I didn't know that you can donate that low. Holy shit. I'm actually amazed. Not raw dogging for the low donation. I am amazed, my dude. Let's see how low we can get. Let's see if somebody can donate 1 cent. Man, I feel bad for you Argentinians out there. But hey, the fact that you donate regardless anyway, thank you so much. You are amazing. Seriously. I completely forgot to mention that I bought a physical copy of the manga. Stop Hibari-kun Volume 1. Still a great romantic comedy between a boy and a very cute cross-dressing boy. I forgot there's a new Xanadu game. Most Greeks never saw the gods as perfect. They saw them as flawed beings. Except Plato, apparently. Except Plato. Except Plato. Plato is a simp for religion. And it's also the oldest manga I bought physically, and it's from the early 80s. I guess you could say it's quite progressive. Exactly. Not everything has to be perfect. Exactly. Humans are imperfect, and that's what makes us human. Nothing wrong with imperfection as long as we don't stop improving. Exactly. Are you saying that Plato was in a lily orchard without the god hate? You don't literally have to connect everything to lily orchard, my dude. Our levels of precision have vastly improved as well as skill level. We may never be perfect, but we don't get meaning from perfection. Well, Plato would disagree with you on that because perfection is exactly what you guys should be achieving. Apparently. Exactly. Imperfections could be a learning experience. If everything is perfect, there's nothing to learn. It will be a dead end. That's what I said. That's what I said. God, and that's why I said that is a dumb way of seeing things. Every human being's imperfect creation of something contributes into the perfect thing. It's like if somebody makes something that is good at one aspect but bad on the other, somebody could make another thing that is good on this aspect but bad on the other. For example, somebody can make a game with a good story but a bad gameplay. But also somebody can make a game with a good gameplay and bad story. Like they complement each other very well. That's just what makes a lot of creations human, and that's why we enjoy human creations. If everything is too perfect, then it's just not good. But yeah. Can he even point to an example of something God made that is perfect? For example, if humans are God's creation, then why are we imperfect? Oh my God. You would be amazing in you would be absolutely amazing. You would just completely challenge his point of view. But yeah. You heard about Diogenes the Cynic? Yes. I have heard about Diogenes the Cynic. I haven't learned much about them though. I need to make sure you check your emails. Yeah, I got the notification. Don't worry about it. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. Plato is what happened if WWE wrestler became a philosophy teacher. Imagine if Stone Cold Steve Austin became a university philosophy professor. Do most philosophers like to argue?
Thank you.
That's a good question. Do most philosophers like to argue in bad faith? You would be extremely surprised if you learn philosophy in general and how philosophy is conducted, especially Socrates and the Socratic method. Yes, they absolutely love to argue in bad faith. Socrates, in particular, hates you if you are less intelligent than him. He is that much of an arrogant, pompous prick. He hates anybody that is less intelligent than him. He will take very low of you. If you cannot answer his questions through his Socratic method, he will consider you low and he will think that you are beneath any human being. You are not worthy to live. What is the point of living if you're not going to be seeking the truth? Or something along those lines. Yeah, he's a pompous prick that way. Jhang3, tip 215, 3,000 Argentinian. Like Cell would say, you either perfect or you're not me. Exactly. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. I think he got executed for political reasons. No. Socrates got executed because he failed to prove that he is smarter than a lot of the Athens. A lot of the Athens at the time, a lot of the quote-unquote experts that he challenged. He basically disrespected them. And in so many ways, he disrespected them, and he got executed for it. Oh, and the execution goes for a vote. And Socrates, instead of trying to make his case to be better, to try to make the jury to sympathize him, he said, you know what? I want my meal to be incredibly delicious. I want my death penalty meal to be the most delicious death penalty meal of them all. Please make my delicious death penalty meal. And you wonder why the votes go in favor of his execution. He is a pompous, arrogant prick all the way to his death. And he actually genuinely believes that if he keeps on going into this tirade, he is going to be revered as a legend. Everybody will remember him. Well, he's kind of correct. But only to the people who are vaguely familiar with his beliefs. If you actually read his beliefs and his philosophy, and how he conducts everything else, he's actually a pompous prick. Anyway, This may sound crazy, Appa, but just because you understand where someone's coming from doesn't mean you have to agree with them. Exactly. Yeah, I know, right? Just because you understand where someone is coming from doesn't mean you have to agree with them. Absolutely, 100% I agree. I'll still disagree with them anyway, but yeah. I used to watch a lot of videos debunking Flat Earther. Yeah. I love Mara's S-tier persona. When Rev becomes iDubbbz 2.0, Hassan and Leftoids on Twitter will feast upon him, turning him into a lol cow. I talk about Scary Movie and somehow What's Up was not played. Exactly. Come on, yeah. What's up?
What's up?
It's not enough that you have to mention Scary Movie. You also have to say What's Up as well. What did Rev do? If you missed it, he has gone full Christian and he does not want to make the kind of content that he makes anymore. The pro-fiction, pro-loli, pro-anime, pro-all that sort of stuff, anti-moral guardian stuff, anti-woke stuff that he regularly makes, yeah, he's not going to make them no more. What he's going to make is content shoving his religion down your throat. He literally said that in his quote-unquote clarification. We're not saying that if you enjoy fiction, you're a criminal, but our religion disagrees with that, and you're going to have to respect that. That's the message that he sent to his fans, and just absolutely fucking crazy. Even if you believe that he genuinely thinks that if you enjoy fiction, you're not a criminal, his content is still going to be shoving his religion down your throat. Do you want to have religion being shoved down your throat? Is that really what you sub to him for? If not, then click the unsubscribe button and sub to somebody else that does not shove their religion down your throat. I will shove my philosophy down your throat, so... Nah, just kidding. Been playing Ratchet & Clank going commando, and it's okay, but I'm having a hard time dealing with a lot of shooting. Not a bad game, but I prefer one. I'm also not religious enough, Appa. My religious activities in my lifetime were kinda poor. Do Appa Bro still keep that Leon Kennedy jacket? I don't see any reason why he would dump that. Don't forget the people who say that if you make or watch anime, then you're a horrible person. Exactly. Whether or not there's children is irrelevant. Exactly. AI as a tool or something for fun is fine. I hate how it's being pushed and artificially grown. AI as a tool, it's how you use it that matters. Again, that's why I've been saying to everybody, like, I was initially thought there are lots of people that use AI wrong, but that number got bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where I'm like, I genuinely believe that there are 99.9% of people use AI in a very wrong way. And that's why the AI makes them dumber. I use AI in a way that is smart. That actually makes me to learn about stuff that I wouldn't have learned before if it weren't for AI. Seriously, one of the things that I like about AI that I can actually, you guys can give it a try, right? Recommend, right? Engage AI through a Socratic method. You can try to engage AI in the Socratic method. And by Socratic method means is pretend that you know nothing about a topic and then you ask an AI about that topic. Let's say I know nothing about, well, I actually don't know nothing. I have no idea about this topic. Let's say Greek philosophy or Greek mythology. I know nothing about that. AI, tell me what you know about it. And then once you ask an AI that, let the AI explain what they think of that thing. And then you challenge the AI by picking up the holes of their arguments. What do you mean by this, AI? Can you elaborate on this part? And then after that, if the AI successfully elaborated on that part and you understand, or maybe you still don't understand, you can ask AI, tell me, what do you mean by this? And then it continues to elaborate. And it continues to elaborate further and further and further and further to the point where you actually have a discussion. You are inquiring knowledge out of the AI. And in that way, you got smarter. And the AI understands what kind of content that you want to make and what kind of questions that you want to ask for. And in a way, that is actually entertaining for the brain. You want somebody to be a study partner for you, to learn about stuff, to engage in that stuff, to discuss in that stuff. And it is actually pretty good. But unfortunately, 99.9% of people do not use AI that way. They use AI as just a quick answer to these specific things. They're not using AI for learning and challenging their minds, challenging critical thinking. They're using AI to generate this fucking awful AI video for me. It's just Absolutely terrible. But yeah. If you're gonna use AI, use it smart. Another philosophy that I forgot who said it, but yeah. I forgot who said it, but something along the lines of garbage in, garbage out. If your input on AI is garbage, it's also gonna take out it's also gonna output garbage. So your input in AI has to be really good. But the problem is, you have to be really good. So the AI is only as smart as the user. So if the user is really, really fucking dumb, the AI is going to output really, really dumb things. But if you are smart, it will output really, really smart things to the point where you can probably learn something out of it. Just a bit of advice. Google did make a new AI model that's much smaller and open source. He says that Lolicon arouses you while Grand Theft Auto does not. Lolicon arouses you while Grand Theft Auto does not. Not sexually, yes, but you are gratified out of killing people, right? Not sexually. Grand Theft Auto does not arouse you. Wait, hold on. Grand Theft Auto does not arouse you sexually. Where was that? Where's that H3H3 clip? This one. Remember this one?
Character, lock them in place, have made.
How are they gonna show that shock factor?
Remember this one?
Ooh, the shock factor. Pah, right in the fucking dick.
That's deplorable and should not be allowed anywhere. Like, they should be banned.
Oh, shit, dude.
Sorry, what were you saying? Grand Theft Auto does not arouse you? We literally have moral outrage of people using GTA for erotic role-playing. There are plenty of people online use GTA for ARP. Also, playing video games arouse you. Not sexually, no, but emotionally, yes. It heals the stressful effect out of you. Grand Theft Auto does not arouse. You still got satisfaction out of killing people in GTA. Catharsis. Except Lolicon is sexual catharsis. GTA is violent catharsis. That's the only difference. They're still both criminal things to do. He was saying this is why we don't have games like Call of Rape. Except we do. Someone hasn't been playing a lot of visual novels. Someone hasn't been playing games or visual novels or games where you rape people. We do have games like those. They're not popular, granted, but they do exist. Oh, and not only that they do exist, the games that are popular in that regard, they don't let you to do the adult stuff, the 18+ content that makes them porn, but they do let you dress them in a way that is sexual. Did you know about the allegations of what Sam Altman did to his sister? No, I am not. I do not know about those allegations. Apa, coolest Hindu god? I'm not too... I really, really need to sharpen my knowledge of Hindu gods, because the last time I learned about Hindu gods was in high school. And even then, I'm very, very terrible at it. My pick so far is Vishnu. Vishnu is my pick so far, but yeah. I am interested in learning about Hindu stories. There are loads and loads of great Hindu stories out there. Mahabharata, Ramayana, the works, all that sort of stuff. Great, great stories out there, I'm telling you. I heard that a lot of Hindu stories sounds like a shonen anime. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of their mythologies, a lot of their deities, a lot of the characters that are in Hindu myths, they are pretty much just like modern. There's a reason why we call comic books, manga, modern myths. The same way we call Mahabharata, Ramayana, Hindu myths, or Zeus, Greek myths, Thor, Norse mythology, Odin, Norse mythologies. A lot of Christians take the Great Commission too far. I wonder what these predator hunters would think about the Japanese mangakas that create lolis, or the large amount of Japanese fans that support them. Would they just accuse the entire country? Pretty much, yes. But here's the thing. A lot of these people, predator hunters, they have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea how integral the people that like to make loli content is in the anime industry and the anime history so far. And if we talk about them, this existed for a long ass time and it hasn't contributed to any forms of crime, they're gonna say, well, the whole anime industry should be fucking destroyed. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the whole anime industry does not contribute to crime. So the only reason why you want them to be destroyed is out of your own sense of moralistic puritanical belief instead of actual facts and statistics and psychology and philosophy even, I'd argue. Because we are arguing in favor of, you know, loli, shota, or any other of these problematic depictions of characters because they are fictional and they are not real. And their depictions, no matter how absurd or how problematic they are, is therapeutic and has artistic value. The only reason why you don't think it has artistic value is because of your own personal moral beliefs. And they have no consequences to reality, little to none. The ones who do have consequences to reality are already messed up to begin with. They are already screwed up in the heads. And those people, yeah, they should go to fucking jail. Oh, by the way, one thing that I notice a lot, because there's that point in the video where I talk about how if you Google Lolicon, you're gonna be, Google's gonna flag you, right? So out of curiosity, I went to pretty much the top 10, and then the top 30, and then the top 50 of the hentai websites that the porn dude recommended. Every single one of them do not let you to look up for loli. They have no result for loli. Straight up. None. Zero result for loli. If you look up loli in a Rule 34 website, they will say no result. None whatsoever. You're not going to find no loli here. But you know what you can search for? The characters themselves. So let's say that you think that Anya from Spy X Family is a loli. You can just look up Anya Forger in Rule 34 and you'll find her. It's almost like Lolicons are after fictional characters, not real people. The only website that I saw that actually accept the loli tag is nhentai. But nhentai accepts all sorts of tags. And the reason why they remove a lot of problematic, quote unquote, not say problematic, doujins there, it's because copyright. They got DMCA, not because the content is horrible. But you can go to nhentai, you can see literal gore. Like one of the Indonesian artists, actually, there are Indonesian artists that have their work published in nhentai. I would say published, but more like posted in nhentai. And their work is quite literally gore. Gore, snuff. And not snuff, because snuff implies real footage. But like literal gore. Actual gore. I saw, I think one of the Indonesian work, I think it's the name of the artist is Karisma Jati. That's the one. One of their work involves skinning people and turning their skin into wallets and bags. Indonesians, we are fucked up that way. And our works are published there. Crazy, right? Oh, and hentai. You published the weirdest of things. But yeah. Point is, this kind of content has existed for a long ass time. And they have not contributed to real harm to people in general. No scientific evidence to support that fact. We are literally have science and psychology backing us up. But morality is always going to be sounding the best in favor of science and psychology, right? Anyway. Netflix apologized for JoJo. Also, he said no one is playing GTA 5 to crave for more violence. No one is playing GTA 5 to crave for more violence. I say, as I keep bombing cars, as I keep crashing into pedestrians, as I keep shooting people left and right. But no, nobody in GTA 5 craves for violence. If that is actually true, then literally stop playing the game. Because the more you play the game, the more you commit violence. What a fucking moron. That is such an awful take. What is wrong with you? However, sexual material will want you to crave for more because it's sexual. Yeah, clearly people play GTA 5 because you want to be nice, right? Clearly people play Call of Duty because you just want to be a good citizen. You don't want to shoot people left and right. I say as I continue to score a kill streak in a free-for-all. Unbelievable. But yeah, that is stupid. You should be Chibi's manager at this point. Honestly, if I like literally personally know Chibi in real life, I would gladly tell him, stop doing whatever you're doing and start sorting things out in real life first before you actually go online and talk about the stuff that you're talking about. You clearly have no idea what you're talking about. You clearly have no idea what you're talking about. And the way you conduct yourself online is self-destructive to not just you, but also the community in general. I have a feeling that a lot of his close friends also tell him the same thing. And so was his fiance. I suspect. If I tell him all this, I'm not even close to him. But if I, as an external observer, tell him all this and he still didn't listen, imagine one of the things that his fiance said to him or his close friends said to him. I'm just saying. But yeah. By the way, Diesel Patches did get caught in 4K for showing a boa clone from OP from One Piece. The creator of the comic hated superheroes, which is why the comic is the way it is. I heard the comics aren't very good either for the boys. No, I read the boys comic. It's not good either, but it's bad in a different way. The boys comic is bad because it's edgy. It's edgy. It's what do you call it? It's provocative, but it doesn't have a lot of substance to it. It's edgy and provocative for the sake of it. And I read it. I just tried to find the plot of it. It's just, well, the plot is there. It's about as the same, if not slightly worse than the TV series. At least the TV series has some form of structure. The boys just go all over the place. But yeah. The Boys was never good. It was garbage. But people were so fed up with MCU, so they came up with the idea that it was in any way watchable. I do think the whole evil Superman trope is getting tiring. The funny thing is, Invincible of all shows reconstruct that evil Superman trope premise, because it starts from Superman is evil to actually there is a reason why he becomes evil, and then eventually he builds himself to become good again eventually, and that's still at least way better than The Boys, although I haven't seen Invincible in a while. I don't think The Boys is a very good parody of the superhero genre. No. It's a bad satire, and I can tell you why it's a bad satire, and I can explain to you why it's a very bad satire. It's a bad satire of superhero shows, movies, TV shows, or just a bad satire of reality, and I can tell you why. No one in their right mind would give superpowers, actual superpowers, to celebrities that have no idea what they are doing. Now, granted, we human beings, we do dumb things. There are things that we do that are just absolutely phenomenally dumb. But giving serum to celebrities instead of super serum that gives superpowers to celebrities instead of, actual heroes, instead of actual soldiers that have discipline, that knows what they're doing without going through all sorts of psychological check to make sure is completely not something that's going to happen in reality. That's why the core premise of The Boys, of these superheroes becoming celebrities, I just straight up do not believe that. The foundation of The Boys is just really, really bad. Because it's built on a completely unrealistic foundation where the world just straight up are not going to be able to operate in that sense. You're going to have a very chaotic world if just followed logically. But I still follow it anyway because it is truly fascinating seeing the characters destroy themselves, ruin themselves mentally and physically. Fascinating. But yeah. What about Invincible, Appa? Invincible is actually a reconstruction, where The Boys is a deconstruction, but deconstructed very badly. Invincible is a reconstruction. It shows the brutality of being a superhero, but as it goes on, the more and more it realizes, yeah, being a superhero is really, really hard. It's really brutal. It's absolutely unforgiving, but we're still going to believe in that superhero belief anyway, and we're still going to fight for what is actually true. Invincible is a reconstruction of that belief, and in a lot of ways, it's way better than The Boys. But considering that I haven't seen any of the seasons after the first one, although I have seen people praising it, but I haven't seen much after the second season. Sorry, the first season. I've heard good things about the latest season of Invincible. And in that regard, Invincible is better than The Boys. But I don't know whether it's by much or not much at all. Anyway, $10 for Daniel Wayne. No luck on Sea of Thieves, so I tried here. Tell me why. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. I don't know. But yeah. The bad thing about the internet is that it exposes all the loud people. Most loud people who are those who have bad experiences. Exactly. People in good relationships often don't go around talking about them on the internet as they are satisfied. Oh, that's actually a good point. That's actually a good point. It reminds me of... Remember one of the Try Guys? Remember one of the Try Guys that got into a lot of hoopla because he cheated on his wife? And how every single time, every single instance, he basically bragged about how much he loves his wife. He loves his wife, he's a loyal guy, and then he eventually got revealed that he cheated on his wife. And then he made a whole podcast with his wife talking about his infidelity. And it is the most painful podcast that you will ever hear in your entire life. I think Charlie Moist Critical talk about that. It's absolutely crazy. I don't understand why in the right mind he would make something like that. But hey. Yeah, so in that regard, just don't get married. Did you hear that Resident Evil Requiem got cracked? Yes, properly cracked. Not using the hypervisor stuff. Because using the hypervisor, you have to turn off a lot of the security features on your BIOS, and that is dodgy as hell. Don't do that. But proper crack. Good. Anyway, Snyder is overrated. You're not the only one who has that take. I forgot about Rebel Moon exactly. Happy 20th YouTube anniversary to Cinemassacre or AVGN with the Scott the Woz collaboration that is pretty much long overdue, if you ask me. Anyway, Yang Ya got bullied out. He never quite complained, just took the harassment. Honestly, that's the better way to do it. Daniel Wayne, another dead boss! Woo! Okay, I remember that one. Tried one thing and got no response. Okay, what do you mean I got no response? I literally just responded. I guess you're too late to contact. But anyway, thank you so much for the thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. I'm a little late for the response, sorry, but I got to the response anyway. By the way, did you guys know that Concord 3 just dropped and it's not Marathon like how everyone expected? It's actually an unknown extracted shooter named The Cube. Okay? The Harry Potter hoopla is still going. Which Harry Potter hoopla? I remember the first time I saw bad fandoms, Homestuck started it all. May I ask why you talk so slowly on your standard videos compared to how you talk here? Because I read the chat. Because I am reading the chat. And usually if I read the chat, I just go through the chat as I always do. I admit that I watch your videos at 1.5 times speed because you sound more natural to me at that speed. That's actually very funny. That's actually very funny. Hey, bro, you can watch at my videos in whatever pace you like. 1/2 speed, 125, 2 times speed. I'm gonna talk in my videos in a way that I find comfortable to in a way that I find comfortable. I don't know why, actually. You asked a good question because I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why. But I expect that how I talk in my streams is the way how I talk in my regular videos. But well, since you noticed that the way I talk in my regular videos is slower than my stream, I guess it's because I try to go through a lot of information as fast as possible compared to my regular videos in which I try to slowly but surely explain people certain concepts. But otherwise, yeah. For me, diving in political topics a whole day could make me insane instantly. Yep. I've been watching significantly less political content this past 2 years than I had before. Not only because I got tired of it, but got more polarizing and partisan. Discussions also got worse. I missed the simpler days of Gamergate. New Rhythm Heaven game got a release date for July. Socrates got executed for political reasons. Nope. He got executed because he challenged he got executed because he was being a pompous prick that challenged the experts in Athens. What do you think of Voltaire? I am not too familiar with Voltaire. A lot of average people are dumb. I can see why he hates democracy. No, the thing about democracy, right, is that it is a flawed system. I grant you that democracy is a flawed system. Absolutely, 100%. But it is not a system that, in my opinion, it is way better than the system that Plato proposed, which is that the elites control the world. No, we want people to control the world. We want democracy to be, at least my belief, I think democracy is the way for you to control the world, because people, we are the ones that make the world. Then we are the ones who should be able to make a decision on how we want the world to be in the future. But the problem is not that, what do you call it? The problem is not that we are dumb. The problem is we're getting less educated. And in a way, that makes us dumb. So my solution is not a world controlled by philosophers and elites. My solution is give people better education. And unfortunately, we suck at giving better education. We suck at educating people about certain topics. I try to give and educate people in whatever topics that I can discuss in my videos. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. You don't have to agree with me on everything, but at least I can try to convince you of certain point of view that I have so that you guys can listen to me and try to see where I come from. So yeah, democracy is not perfect. Absolutely. It is incredibly flawed because the classic three wolves, it's the vote between the wolves and the sheeps. One sheep and three wolves vote and the sheep's gonna be absolutely taken fucking down in that regard. I can see how democracy can be flawed in that regard. That's why my solution is make people to not be wolves. Teach people how not to eat the sheep. Teach people, educate people more in this regard. But the problem is, a lot of politicians, a lot of people, they would rather not educate people. They would rather ask people to vote for them. Not for the good for the people, but for the good for them. For the good of themselves. That is the biggest flaw of democracy. Democracy is flawed, but it is the best system that we have, and I do not want any other system. I do not want monarchy. I do not want communism. I do not want the philosophers and the kings to control us. I do not want the elites. I do not want an oligarchy either. I'd rather democracy. Democracy is the best, even though it's not the best. It's the best system, even though it's not always provide the best solutions on all of them. But yeah. There's a video where a guy said democracy is government for the people, by the people, but the people are retarded. Absolutely. The solution is not to make people even more retarded, but to make people smarter. Unfortunately, that is hard. Education is hard. That's why people don't do it. That's why a lot of politicians, they don't want to educate. They just want to make people to just be absolutely rotting in their fucking brains. Democracy, that's the biggest flaw of democracy. The biggest flaw of democracy is people are idiots. But at the same time, I don't want the quote-unquote smart people to control our world either. Because who gets to determine who is the smart person? Who gets to determine the person that is not retarded? That is, Plato's proposition is the people that are not retarded should be the one controlling the government, which sounds good on paper, but who gets to determine who's the non-retard that controls the government? Who gets to call them out? Who gets to choose this person is the person that is not dumb. This person is the person that is not stupid. That person should run the government. Who gets to determine that? Who gets to say who that is? Yeah, democracy is still the best. Anyway. Plato was so right though. Democracy doesn't work. Democracy does not work because the people are dumb. I agree. That's why you should make people smarter. We should make people smarter. And that's why we should not have the quote-unquote smart people control the government. Democracy does not work. I agree. First impression of you, by the way. First impression of me? What is my first impression of me? That I'm an Argentinian? Pure democracy doesn't work well, and founding fathers of the US knew this. This is why the US is a democratic republic. Yep. What about Asian philosophy like Confucius and Taoism? When I get to learn about that, I'll tell you all about it. But so far, from what I've seen, I'm only learning Greek. This is why I hate it when Superman is turned into a Jesus figure. Yeah, I don't like it either. It takes away from his humanity and difficult choices. A perfect Superman is a boring one. I gotta sleep. Goodbye. Goodbye. I love Superman's speech in Justice League DCAU where he says every day he has to hold back and make sure not to break things. Chibi reviews, this was a chance to defend the community and have good points with the Loli debate, and he ran away. What he did is he ran away. How are lies real if our eyes are not? Rage baiter to the end, exactly. He would be a great modern day troll. In a lot of ways, Socrates is a troll. Absolutely 100%. Ref is going more like Melanie Mac. Yep. Unsub to Ref, go watch Hero High instead. I haven't been paying attention to Hero High. So Rev's switch up was coming a mile away. Hero High has at least got to the point and doesn't linger on a single topic for 20 minutes. I knew something was off with Melanie Mac when she was part of the Baldur's Gate 3's degenerate slop crowd. I like to ask AI questions related to math and other things just to see what it says something it's useful. I never liked Melanie Mac. Her commentary was always so surface level. I wasn't so surprised when she went down the route she did. She used to be a games journalist though. The problem with that approach is the AI doesn't have strong opinions on anything. They parrot the tokens they receive. That's why you should challenge them. That is exactly why you, as a person who has strong opinions on those things, should challenge them. Seriously. This is why you, again, the AI, right, is garbage in, garbage out. If you put garbage in AI, garbage will come out. That's why you should put good things to AI, intellectual stuff in AI, and then intellectual stuff will come out. If you think that AI is still dumb in that regard, keep on challenging. Seriously. Benchmark the AI to see and challenge them on things that you are an expert at, especially. But yeah. AI often is meant to please you. It's really easy to get it to say what you want. Often is, yes. But not in a but if you have a mindset that you want an AI to challenge you, it will challenge you. It will. It will absolutely challenge you. You can literally ask an AI, steel man this argument for me. Most of the time, AI will agree with you. 100%. Most of the time, because that's what they are pre-programmed for. But if you come into the mindset that what you are talking about is not perfect, or if you come to the mindset that, hey, AI, I don't think I am right in this case. Is there a way for me to correct this? What is there, are there holes that I am missing in my argument? They will find it. Absolutely. Not the best, but they will try to figure out ways to find it. Again. Anyway. Deviating content like that is going to hurt a channel. Absolutely. GTA has strip clubs. Exactly. They never heard of prostitutes in GTA. I remember Shu humping in the air with a comb on her head more. With a cone on her head more. Some other time GTA clip.
What's your dirtiest fantasy?
Yeah, GTA apparently is not meant to arouse you, right?
Some other time.
This is bullshit. I'm out of here.
Classic. I would mention a certain game, but I don't think YouTube chat would like me saying its name. Coolest Hindu god, Shiva. Shiva is just the absolute destroyer, but I'd go for Shiva. I'd go for not Shiva. I'd go for Vishnu. He is the preserver. What exactly is Asura in Hindu mythos? I am not too familiar with Hindu mythos. I'll come back to you when I am slightly more of an expert. Oh yeah, Ganesha is also in Fate Go in as Jinako Tarigiri. The Predator Hunter logic should also apply to Western cartoons too. Did you hear about the lolcow that called people who don't like Nintendo spurgs? Okay, I'm glad that you have a label for that. Kana Kamui, absolutely Kani. They don't apply the logic to Western cartoons because they like them and come up with excuses. They don't like anime and that's not okay. Yeah, typical. Unfortunately, Apabro is late, but there's a story that I want to tell Apabro. There's a story that I want to tell, but only when Apabro comes in. But since Apabro is late, I'm going to tell you guys in just a bit. Appa, that's nothing. Check out skin suits. Actually, I have. And I can assure you that the skin suits are way more tame than the one that I just read. Gelboru does have a Loli tag, but it requires you to have all content allowed. Ah, all right. There's a tag about getting sucked in the butt. Vor. Reason why I got into First Descendant, an artist I follow actually made a skin or costume design for the game. Did I just wake up to Angry Ben? Was I angry? I can be angry when I try to impersonate somebody. Like when I try to impersonate Socrates, I can be angry, but when was I angry? I kind of missed that. Chibi should take a break a day or two. Yep. What the fuck happened to Chibi? His fiance cheated on him and broke off with him. His close friends sided with the fiance and also broke up with him. Remove all contact from him. Now, I don't know the details about the drama. I honestly don't know why. But considering that every single interaction, every single thing that I see from him, the videos that he posted, the takes that he made. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot to save that video. There was that one point where Chibi said something along the lines of oh man, I forgot what he said. He said basically he said something against the First Amendment, but I forgot the clip. I need to find that clip because that clip is wild. And I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking, Chibi? Why would you even say that? He's basically against the First Amendment or something along those lines. I need to find that clip because that clip is wild. And I'm like, really? This is the pro fiction guys that you guys are sub to? But yeah, aside from that, like not just that, right? But there are loads and loads of things that he do that are just completely counterproductive to him as a person and also to the community as a whole. I just do not understand why he would do a lot of the things that he did. Completely baffling. But yeah, that's just hey, that's just me. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that. I did have it on one of my likes page. I did have it in one of my Twitter likes. And they make Twitter likes private now, so there is that. See if I can find it. Well, in the meantime, as I'm scrolling, what didn't happen to Chibi? That's true. That is true. If you want a world where superhero is also a celebrity, Tiger and Bunny is a better choice. There are definitely stories that tackle how superheroes are celebrities, but The Boys is not a good one. What about Dispatch then? Dispatch is neither a deconstruction nor a reconstruction. It's just a superhero story, a regular superhero story that takes place in an adult setting. And that tackles actually more adult topics that actually has, what do you call it? That discuss adult topics. And have sex and all that sort of stuff. In that regard, Dispatch is awesome. I fucking love Dispatch. Dispatch is amazing. But Dispatch is amazing because the story is great. I need to find it. Where was that? There, where was that? Where was that? I need to find that take. Because that take was wild. Ah, this one. Oh, this one. Found it. This is one of the what are you talking about, Chibi? He basically said this.
Chibi is a staunch pro-free speech anti-censor.
No, this is not what he said. This is another video of somebody talking about Chibi. This one. He was talking about Amos Yee.
Remember Amos Yee? He was a big free speech guy.
Yeah, I know about Amos Yee. He's an absolute fucking prick. And that is for actual CP. That's why he got arrested.
If a guy's whole videography is free speech anti-censorship content, that guy is a pedophile.
Apparently.
Chibi is a staunch pro-free speech anti-censorship advocate. Now, in my experience, every person who prides themselves on free speech activism exclusively does that because they are a pedophile. Remember Amos Yee? He was
Oh, hold on. I was wrong. That wasn't Chibi's take. I was wrong. That wasn't Chibi's take. That was not Chibi's take. I was wrong. My bad. That was not Chibi's take. That was somebody else's take that was talking about Chibi. My bad, Chibi. Okay. I'll grant you on that. Thank God I actually searched for that. I got my memories mixed up. On that regard, you are innocent on that one. That was somebody else's take that was talking about Chibi. And he said, because Amos Yee supported free speech, therefore, everybody else that support free speech is also in favor of CP. And I'm like, that's fucking stupid. That is an awful fucking take. But yeah, because he was showing Chibi, I thought that Chibi that was saying it. Nah, it was somebody else. My bad, Chibi. You are innocent on that one. Anyway. But you are not innocent in the way you conducted the rest of the things. Rewatching some AVGN episodes make me want to experience some of the games that James played, even uncover some underrated games that rarely people talk about. Yep. Anyway, I am out. Not my problem anymore. What do you mean I didn't? I did call you out. Anyway, where is I? As someone who isn't part of the government, doesn't matter the 50% or the 0.1%. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying you should change it. I was just wondering. That's the question. I would wonder the same thing too. Democracy has no business in politics where your lives are affected by the decision. Democracy has no business of politics where your lives are affected by the decisions of idiots. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about if you're criticizing democracy because most people are idiots, that implies that the government is smart. And I might have to disagree with you on that. But yeah. By the way, whenever you see my meme, I want you to look at the numbers. I inserted some references if you can recognize them just by the numbers. I determined that Appa and Ruin Leon are the smartest people on the planet. Which is why I made thought experiments to portray AI. I made an experiment where the Portuguese escudo would still be today and how much one escudo could cost in rupees or the Spanish peseta. Got anything to say to the people who say that there's no such thing as being a centrist or a moderate? Well, there is though, but yeah. There was a guy saying how he was fascism. There was fascism and all that in Attack on Titan. There were elements of fascism in Attack on Titan, but not an endorsement of fascism. I plan to repair my home and all. Also, so Rev won't be doing anime talk anymore. Apparently, no. I don't know. I'm not paying attention to Rev's content, but from what I've seen, the people that say that sub to him, he has been posting a lot of religious stuff. Chibi should focus talking about anime and not exaggerate or lie about things relating to anime. I also heard that he's racist, apparently. He did talk about a lot of politics, and that is a huge mistake. You're about anime, not politics. Don't talk about politics. Just go away from politics, straight up. I cannot stand rent-a-girlfriend slander. Hero High is far better, to be honest. Just talks about anime. Where's the R18 plus patch for Dispatch at? Wait, hold on. R18 plus patch for Dispatch? You don't need an R18 plus patch for Dispatch. The game already showed titties and literal dicks. If you literally play the game, it is already uncensored. For both swearing and the nudity. You don't need a patch. The game's already uncensored. Or at least the pirated version. Amos got out from jail, which sucks. I don't recall him making any YouTube content though. Yeah, that's a failure on my bad. That's fair. I thought that was Chibi, but it turns out it was a guy talking about Chibi, and his take was, well, if free speech people are, all free speech people will eventually advocate for child pornography. And I'm like, no! Are you fucking out of your mind? That's crazy. Not only that is crazy, CP is quite literally not protected by the First Amendment. It was not. Did you hear about Eiichiro Oda being called a transphobe by left-wing moral guardians? Okay. I become more engaged in gender politics and now I am brain-rotted. Please help me. Unless it's the Switch 2 version, which is censored compared to the PC and the PS5 version. Oh, if you're talking about the Switch 2 version, then, well, that's on you for getting the Switch 2 version. Get the PC version for Dispatch because the game can actually run on anything. The game has 3D. Yes, the game is 3D, right? It's rendered 3D, but those are actually stock footages. They're not literally rendered in real time. They are just footages. So if you want to play Dispatch, you can play Dispatch on pretty much anything. It can run on anything. Because the game is just FMVs. But yeah, the horrific story that I want to tell you guys, right? I will tell you a very funny, but a very horrific story that I experienced personally, right? Ever since that video that was talking about predators and the predator hunter Gideon, and I talk about that in the stream and also in the video, someone doxed me. Someone actually doxed me. And what they did with the dox is they look up my real name, which is not that hard to find. So they literally look up APABEN on Google or whatever, and you will find my real name very easily. And then once they do that, they found my LinkedIn profile that also contained my real name. Here's the thing about that. The funny part about that, the funniest part. Okay, the doxing is a bit scary, but that's way less intimidating than what I'm about to tell you. The LinkedIn profile will show who visited your LinkedIn. If you visit somebody else's LinkedIn profile, it will show you who visits you. You see where I'm going with this? You see where I'm going with this? So, if you go to my LinkedIn profile, and just by looking at my real name, you'll find out that I have a bachelor's degree, I have a master's degree, I teach in universities, I am a literal lecturer, I am a social media specialist, I have a business that I'm currently running at, including this YouTube channel. I have skills that back up all those credentials. I have an IELTS of 7 and TOEFL of 623. I got a lot of cred, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. The guy who visited my LinkedIn profile has their account private. No shock. But what is not private is their job. And their job is a food service specialist at McDonald's. That gave me the best fucking laugh that I've had for a while. That is fucking hilarious. The guy that tried to dox me, the university lecturer that has a master's degree, is working at McDonald's as a food service specialist. Now, I am not deriding. If you work at McDonald's, respect for you. I buy a lot of fast food as well. Occasionally from McDonald's, not all the time, but occasionally from McDonald's. I respect you. What I'm trying to say is that I don't respect you in particular, the guy who visited my LinkedIn profile and attempted to dox me. I don't respect you in particular. I don't respect you in particular for very obvious reasons. And we are clearly not operating on the same level, you and I. Just saying. Just saying. So yeah, that was the scary, but also very, very funny encounter that I had last week. In an attempt to find out that I am a loser in real life, turns out that I am not. You work at McDonald's, so sorry. But yeah, so that was funny. Anyway. So he's not a hygiene technician like OG Logan in GTA San Andreas. But Appa, why not a doctorate? Hey, I'll get to my doctors in a bit. It's a process, I'm telling you. It's no disrespect to the profession, it is disrespect to the specific person in question. Again, if you guys work at McDonald's, more power to you. You guys are contributing. I buy from your services all the time. Not in McDonald's specifically, but I buy fast food all the time, so I respect your work there. But man, if you want to mock me, if you want to find out who I am in real life, and what I do in real life, and what my real name is in real life, you will find out that I actually have way more cred than a lot of those YouTubers that talk about Lolicon can ever do. I got real life cred. You work at McDonald's, my dude. Seriously. No, if you guys actually, you can actually find my real name. You can actually find my real name online and find my LinkedIn profile. It's really not that hard. But the fact that you posted it on my Twitter X, posted it on Twitter X, but tagging me, know everything about me, all of that sort of stuff. Hey, nice try, doxing, and finding out that I'm not as degenerate as a lot of lolcows online. I'm not going to consider myself a lolcow, but I mean, I can be quite lol-y sometimes, quote unquote. But anyway, we made it to the end of the chat, so I might as well just play the intro real quick. Roll the intro. God damn it, I forgot to include a couple of screenshots that I just sent. Ah, god dang it, I forgot to include you guys. Oh no, I forgot to include all y'all. How many screenshots did I miss? 13? 11, okay, good lord. That's still a lot. Missed 13 screenshots, because these are very juicy screenshots that I forgot to add, and I have to add last minute. Anyway, in the meantime, while I am adding screenshots that I forgot to add, might as well as just get into the previously on the APB show. Where's my previously on the APB show? There you have it, previously on the APB show. Oh, also, I forgot to include, grab into, this one. I'm gonna read your mix as well. You're the one that you sent, Tombstone Tree, in just a bit. Anyway, previously on the APB show, where's my chess pieces? I need my chess pieces and my stopwatch. Previously on the APB show, my god, there are so many ads in this one. So let's get to the full screen first. Man, getting that persona vibe on that one, absolutely. Previously on the APB show, thank you so much for last week's sponsors. You guys are fantastic. Same energy. Also, Tombstone Tree, thank you so much for the memes. Indonesian editor charge for overcharging because apparently being an editor is worth 0 rupiah. There's no difference between gaming and doom scrolling. Developers deserve to get laid off because they make Lara Croft boobs smaller or something or somehow. They don't. This person got called an FBI because they show a lewd image of Kana from Dragon Maid. Because apparently that's illegal. Predator Hunter versus Lolicons. This is pretty much taking 2 hours and 30 minutes of that stream. Majority of that stream, I'm telling you. Crazy. Loads and loads of craziness on that one. And we got into more anti-fiction craziness in just a bit. Not as crazy as these, but a couple of nice cosplays here and there. Not as crazy as last week, but loads and loads of anti-fiction hooplas. And also we talk about actual predators that are in actual pedophiles come. The one that actually Slut captured, even though he's anti-Loli. But hey, good on you for capturing actual pedos. Genshin hooplas because of course. Well, that's it. Yeah, mostly anti-fiction stuff. Mostly anti-fiction stuff. So, I guess not much happened. In the meantime, while I'm getting into the anti-fiction stuff, I want to grab the hooplas. And Detroit tip $1. At that point, that guy, even though they're employed at McDonald's at all places, mentally they're employed. Massive day for the employed. The doxer is less cred than the guy being doxed. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Like, seriously. Seriously. Again, if you guys want to dox me, you're gonna be disappointed because I am not much of a loser as you are. You're gonna be very disappointed to find out that I am actually much less of a loser than you guys are. But hey, feel free to do that and commit crime and get your account suspended. But yeah. Anyway, where was I? Oh, this is I'm gonna grab a couple of hooplas. In the meantime, while I am gathering hooplas, I'm gonna play Claude getting impressed, being impressed by Tifa's titties. While I'm gathering hooplas. Oh my god. Yes, I know it repeats. Keep on repeating, please. This one. This is the hoopla on this one. I'm gonna put you right. Where should I put you? You know what? I'll put you here. Okay, what's the next step? What is the next one? Oh, this is just the continuation of that one. Oh my god, this is such a dumb take. Dumb take. Like, what is wrong with you, my dude? This is such a dumb take. Absolutely idiotic take. Loads and loads of idiotic takes that we're going to be discussing. My goodness. Why are you people even making these takes? We haven't even considered the amount of slides that we're in. And you know what? I'm going to put the Tombstone 3 special on the slide as well, regardless, because I haven't actually read it. Such a dumb take. My goodness. Dumb take. My goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is I'm putting this in the end. Reset the fucking clock. Reset the fucking clock. Some clocks have to be reset. Some clocks have to be reset in a couple of these plus. Next one. What do you got for me? And I'm not gonna put that one. This is funny. This is very funny. This is very funny. Oh my god, this is very funny. This is very funny. I am putting you right here. Yeah, I'm putting you right here. Oh. I'm putting you right here because my god, that is a dumb thing. Oh, I am such a tease, am I? I am such a tease. I'm teasing all these suplas that you're not gonna see until I show them way later. But these are delicious, very, very juicy hooplas, I'm telling you. Very, very juicy hooplas. And the comeback that these people have are unbelievable. What is wrong with you, my dude? What is wrong with all y'all? Why you all keep saying all this dumb stuff? I really cannot wait to show you all these. But in the meantime, just see Claude getting impressed by Tifa. Okay, 3 more. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I'm putting this really, really soon. Really, really soon. I'm putting this really, really soon. Oh god. I am putting that really, really soon because that's dumb. This one, oof. Okay, we are done, my dude. Just add one more community notes chan there. And I'll put this right before the main. Okay. Done, my dude. Okay, I am done. I am done. Actually, you know what? I'll put the Tombstone 3 special. One more, the Tombstone 3 special. Right here. What the actual hell is this goddamn crazy take? Man, you're always giving it the goods, aren't you, Tombstone 3? Absolutely crazy. Okay. Alright. I get you. Okay, Cloud, you're done. You're done sipping on Tifa. It is time for the proper 2+. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, my God. Persona 1 protagonist. Save us from the Hooplas. Save us from the Hooplas. Save us from the memes. Okay. Time to properly begin. Time to properly begin. Absolutely begin the goods. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Hooplas. Thank you so much for the last week's sponsors. You guys are fantastic. If you guys want to sponsor this stream, absolutely fantastic. Check out the links down below. Just $1, or 7 cents, as I found out. If you are an Argentinian, you can apparently donate just 7 cents and still be able to send a message. Wow, your economy is screwed. But regardless, $1 is the minimum for the Americans and the British, I guess. $1, £1. Whatever minimum amount that you can donate absolutely helps, even if it translates to 7 cents at the end. It doesn't matter. As long as you guys support me, support the channel, absolutely fantastic. CML links below. Come on, y'all. And also, thank you so much for this meme. Super Apabros. Wow, look at those. Look at those. Look at those. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It is indeed. It is indeed a APB 274. 69 is very nice. And 2026. Thank you so much for this amazing meme. Great job. And also, just because I haven't read to you, what is this? Super Mario Galaxy movie is just another Violent Peach movie. Screenshot of the Super Mario Galaxy movie of Peach about to punch yet another person in the movie. Oh, God forbid that Peach wants to punch somebody. Yeah, this is stupid. Okay. First supla. YouTube screws up again. What is this? Oh my God, YouTube. YouTube does not have a 90-second non-skippable ad format. The fuck? And community notes chan is like, well, but they do though. This isn't something we are testing right now. We're looking into this further. Okay, community notes chan, what do you got? YouTube is currently running a 90-second non-skippable ads. Is that so? Apparently, some sources say that they do. Samsung Magazine says that they do. Good lord. Can't get more credible than that. But okay, community notes, Chan. I guess YouTube is indeed testing a 90-second non-skippable ad format because we just want to make user experience way more inconvenient more and more as time goes on, right? Because that's just how it is, right? Just make users way more inconvenient. Make their experience more inconvenient. Yeah. And you wonder why people want to block ads. Moving on. Next Supla. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man. Indonesia hoopla. Indonesia hoopla. I'm playing this.
Fine. Online I'm fine. But I'm a Indonesian. I have a genetic disease called being Indonesian. I'm so sorry for being Indonesian. It's not my fault. I smile all the time so that no one knows that I'm Indonesian.
Indonesian, my dude. Indonesian. So, let's talk about Indonesia's horrible video game rating system. Yes, Indonesia proposed their own PEGI and ESRB. It's called Indonesia's Game Rating System, or IGRS. It's a national framework that... you might want to run this on a spell checker first before you actually publish the full thing. ComDG. Framework that classifies games based on their content and appropriate age groups, reflecting Indonesia's cultural values and societal norms. It aims to provide the public with clear and reliable game rating information. Yeah, sure. Sure thing, right? Enabling consumers to make informed decisions when selecting game products. Yeah, so they have legal mandate and they got classifications, right? 3+, 7+, 13+, 15+, 18+. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna grab this 18+ logo. That sounds cool. That is cool. And refuse classification. If you got refuse classification, it's basically the same as this refuse classification.
Oh no, I'm Australian.
Wow, actually goes on repeat. That's crazy. It's same as the Australian refuse classification. So the game's not gonna be out in Indonesia. It's gonna be banned straight up. But yeah, the content categories, it's either got blood, mutilation, cannibalism. Oh, gambling activity. Yeah, because games that have gambling need to be banned, but not the online gambling websites that have been pretty much rampant in Indonesia that has actually drained a lot of it. Actually makes Indonesian people miserable, makes them way poorer and way weaker and way more just dumb because we have online gambling. Judol. We have literal phrase for that. Judol. Online gambling here, pretty rampant in Indonesia because unfortunately, a lot of our people are absolute online gambling addicts. And they ruin their lives because of online gambling. Absolutely fucking crazy. But Indonesian, like...
So that no one... I smile all the time so that no one knows that I'm Indonesian.
Horror. Ooh, horror. Ooh, scary. Look at that ghost. Boo. Online interaction, character appearance, language, cigarettes and or electronic cigarettes, alcoholic beverages, narcotics, psychotropics, and or other addictive substances. Unbelievable. All these ratings. I guess autocorrect went on strike and Spellbot didn't want to go narc. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. I am playing this. Okay, I am playing this. I should have put this as a clip because this is the only... I am so playing this. I am playing this.
Set up defense. Damn you, autocorrect.
Oh, fucking love Sonic 3. Such an awesome movie. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Damn you, autocorrect indeed. I should get that as an actual clip. Anyway, where is I? Yeah, game classification services, game classification and game testing services, consultation and complaint services, etc., etc. Indonesian government, right? So, there's the proposal of the online game rating system. Steam has, or at least had, implemented it at one point. Do you want to see their ratings? Persona 5, Baldur's Gate 3, GTA 5, Metaphor Fantasio, ban. Ban. Can't play these games. You're not allowed to play these games. These games are banned. Refuse classification. Look at those screenshots. Refuse classification. Refuse classification. Persona 5, refuse classification. Baldur's Gate 3, GTA 5, Metaphor, refuse classification. Can't buy them. Can't do that. No. Ban. According to Indonesia's game rating system, those games are banned. Especially Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, you can romance everybody in Baldur's Gate 3. There's gay romance in Baldur's Gate 3, right? Wait, isn't morality part of the classification? No, there's nothing to do with morality. So, I guess Baldur's Gate 3 should have been fine. There's no adult content either. There's no adult, or maybe is it character appearance? There's nothing about adult content banning. That is weird. So yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, that's banned because I guess we Indonesians don't like the gays. I don't know. But hey, check this out. A Space for the Unbound, an Indonesian game. An actual Indonesian game made by Indonesians, takes place in Indonesia. Actually a pretty excellent game all around. If you haven't played this one, go check it out. It's an RPG. Absolutely, I mean, story rich based on graphics, psychological, all that sort of stuff. Check this out if you want to support the Indonesians. This game is about as PG as you can get, but it's 18 plus because there are narcotics and cigarettes and violence and drugs, apparently. But check out this game, Nukitashi. This hentai game is 3 plus.
Astaghfirullah.
Just this hentai game is 3 plus. There are those working the shadow to break it down. Confront the tyranny of a twisted game, twisted system, and this long-awaited visual novel adventure. Sexual content 3 plus. The tag literally says sexual content 3 plus.
Astaghfirullah.
I can't.
Online I'm fine, but IRL I'm a Indonesian. I have a genetic disease called being Indonesian. I'm so sorry for being Indonesian. It's not my fault. I smile all the time so that no one knows that I'm Indonesian.
I got nothing. I got nothing. For kids, right? A Space for the Unbound, 18 plus. Absolutely crazy. Saya no Uta, the Song of Saya. A visual novel where you quite literally fuck Loli Kafulu. Not even kidding. This is quite literally the personification of Loli Kafulu. You literally fuck Loli Kafulu. I'm not even fucking joking. That is literally what happened. Very early on, 3 plus.
Astaghfirullah.
Astaghfirullah. Seriously. The game that lets you fuck Loli Kafulu that has adult content and straight up horror, 3 plus.
Astaghfirullah.
It's absolutely mind-boggling, but whatever. I guess there is that, right? That's seriously psychological horror, gore, sexual content, 3 plus. Just, you know, for kids, right? Unbelievable. Heartopia, look at this super wholesome, super cutesy little game, 18 plus.
Astaghfirullah.
Game that is cutesy, wholesome, super absolutely, literally, like you can look at this game. It's like there's nothing harmful about this whatsoever. 18 plus.
Astaghfirullah.
Astaghfirullah, my dude. Oh, check this out. Even more. Civilization 6, 18 plus. Plant vs. Zombies, a classic. A lot of Indonesians play Plants vs. Zombies, 18 plus. A Date with the Death, 13 plus, even though it has LGBTQ plus content. PUBG 3 plus.
Ah, fuck! You fucking idiot! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
PUBG 3 plus. Unbelievable. Yeah, the IGRS system is really, really bad. Really, really bad. Loads of people make fun of this. Oh, check this out. DJ Max Respect 5, 18 plus. In Korea, it's 15 plus. S2 Reboot R, 13 plus. Oh. Regarding the issue, the rating that the public sees now is not the official rating from ComDG. Steam is the one that rates the game. Steam is the one that's making the mistake. Steam is suspected of violating legal regulations in Indonesia. Well, anything not to blame the government, right? Yeah, apparently this guy, because he's bootlicking the government, he's like, no. It's the government did nothing wrong. Steam is the one that made the mistake here. But no, Steam's the one that does. Steam is not the one making the mistake. It's ComDG, Indonesia's commissions for digital publishing, all that sort of stuff. And Steam's the one to blame, apparently. They're not. A rating issued by Valve through Steam's self-rating process, which is account customer feedback, Valve content review team inputs, and the content surveys. So yeah. Crazy, right? Oh, this guy. Remember when I said that AI is only as smart as the user? This guy decided to ask AI for that. Wow, I'm glad that Grok and any other AI users are using... why is nobody using AI for this? Because you asked the wrong question, you idiot. Now that is in Indonesian. Let me translate this with you. However, there are several unique phenomena where the Steam rating system is considered problematic or manipulated. Developer motivation, fake reviews. Valve is very strict about this. There have been several cases where developers create fake accounts to give positive reviews for their own games. If caught, Valve usually takes immediate action. This is the actual answer generated by AI. Do you guys know something? Do you guys notice something that is very, very glaringly wrong with this AI answer? Do I have to make it very obvious? Well, maybe we should keep on reading, right? Developers Acapella games and Incel games that their entire game portfolio is removed from Steam after being found to have asked employees or used bot accounts to leave positive reviews. You guys notice something wrong with this AI answer? In case you guys missed it, this AI answer is about positive or negative reviews of the quality of the games. It's not about age rating. Do you not even read your own AI prompts, you idiot? My dude, read!
Ah, fuck! You fucking idiot! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
Just read, my dude! Do you not... If you're going to ask an AI a question... a lot of these AI bros, one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of these AI users do not do... Actually, no. A lot of these AI users do all the fucking time is that they do not read the results of their own prompts.
Read, nigga! Read!
They literally do not read the result of their own prompts. This is about reviews of positive or negative, thumbs up or thumbs down of game ratings, not age ratings. Flippin' read your review,
read,
my dude.
Nigga, read!
But yeah, I guess people, they didn't get it. Thankfully, nowadays, right now, they reverted back to Peggy. Steam apologized for the whole thing. They did nothing wrong in this instance. They absolutely did not. They reverted back to Peggy because at least Peggy actually gives slightly more accurate ratings. Slightly. Speaking of games being banned, Doki Doki Literature Club got banned on Google Play Store. Why? Because apparently it violates the terms of service in its depiction of sensitive themes. Now, if you're not too familiar with Doki Doki Literature Club, the game has themes of mental health, depression, suicide, all those psychological horror stuff that appears to be friendly on the surface, but it's actually not. It's actually psychological horror. This game is horror. So I got that. I learned that the hard way. So I literally played the game myself, and by the time that scene with my waifu of choice came in, and I was like, oh. And I go, oh! I forgot when I played this game. This game was in 2018. 2018 was... Wow, I was 20 years old. That was 8 years ago. That was crazy. But yeah. DDLC is widely celebrated for portraying mental health in a way that is meaningfully connects deeply with players around the world. Yeah, they do. They actually portray depression very shockingly accurately. But if you do not want the psychological horror aspect of DDLC, there are many DDLC mods out there that literally just turn it into a regular visual novel. And in that regard, turning it into a regular visual novel is actually pretty decent. As far as visual novels go, DDLC is not bad. When you got the psychological horror, I think there's a bit of a downward trend in that regard. I feel like if DDLC tackles more into the actual depression parts in it, it would have been way better instead of the psychological horror that we got into it. But hey, that's just me. Regardless, lots of positive impact on that one, and I guess you cannot play it on Google Play no more. So, anyway, moving on. Persona Hoopla. Hey, thumbnail Hoopla. I'm glad that we just tackled the thumbnail Hoopla super early on in this case. Persona 2. Wow. Persona and Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Persona 3 Eternal Punishment are coming. Let's go. Absolutely, let's go. It is coming to Amazon.
Rest in peace,
The absolute fucking disappointment. There are so many people that follow Atlas and have their tweets turned on in their notifications. And they have their tweet and a notification that only reads this much. Persona and Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Persona 2 Eternal Punishment are coming to, that's it. That's all they read in the notification. Imagine the fucking disappointment when they open that notification that contains this fucking amazing announcement to see this.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Atlas. Oh, by the way, they deleted this tweet. They deleted this tweet. They absolutely deleted this tweet. Now, is Persona 1 and Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment are going to come to the modern platforms? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll have to see how that goes. But in the meantime, this is such a fucking disappointing. Such a troll, Atlas. These shirts are pretty nice, though. Moving on. Speaking of Persona, let's check out this Persona Hoopla. Why is it like this? Expedition 33 is refreshing ideas, but Persona is a weird anime game. Wow. Yeah, because those people do not play JRPGs. That's why they look at Persona. Oh, that's a weird ass anime game. Whereas Expedition 33, oh, they have adults. That's not anime. That is absolutely refreshing, even though it's basically like the same. Look at even the gun. They got guns as well. You can aim with the gun. You can take aim with the gun in the Persona as well. Items, Persona. They're not the same button prompts, but they are pretty much functionally the same. Oh, another game that pretty much took inspiration from Persona is Trails of Cold Steel, where they also make the combat, instead of being like a menu base, it's just button base. So every button corresponds to the item or the thing that you want to use against whatever enemies you're facing. So yeah. Because Expedition 33 is a well-made, unique, generational game that revitalizes the genre, while Persona 5 is a generic, overhyped, poorly made, kookily piece of anime slop. Wow. Just wow. Wow.
You are completely wrong.
That is just wrong on every imaginable level. I can tell you one thing, right? This is just based on my personal experience. I don't know about you guys, but based on my personal experience, Persona 5, in 10 years, almost a decade, probably even more than a decade since its inception, has way bigger of a cultural impact than Expedition 33 is in just like 1 year of its release. I basically stopped hearing about Expedition 33 after a year. Whereas Persona 5, I cannot escape from Persona 5 Hooplas. Ever since its release, there are always going to be somebody talking about Persona 5. 2017, when Persona 5 was out in the West. 2016, when it was out in Japan. Persona 5 all the time. 2018, there are Persona 5 Hooplas. 19, Persona 5 Hooplas. Persona 5, Persona 5. 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I swear to God, there is always gonna be a way in which Persona just snuck into the timeline, snuck into the Hooplas, and people just talking about Persona 5. I'm sorry to say this, but Expedition 33 just died after a year. Whereas Persona 5 just keep on going. Crazy. Although Expedition 33 is an excellent game. But Persona 5 is undeniably way more culturally significant. Anyway, Vincent, is that Vincent Lundy 69? Thank you so much. Bold words for a defender of a game that everyone turn on once it discovered they're using AI for the development. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep him coming. That is not even my issue with the game. It's just... Actually, I don't have issues that much with the game. The game is pretty fucking awesome. But yeah, it's no Persona 5, I can tell you that. Anyway, next hoopla. This is the hoopla that I just added. This is the most fucking asinine hoopla that I have seen in a while. Oh, also, before I go to this hoopla, yeah, apparently Resident Evil fans do not play the game. And I made it to Sex 3. Let's go. I made it to Stream Elements times 3. Let's fucking go. Stream Elements times 3, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic. I am loving that. What do you mean? Please enter a valid number. The two nearest valid are 5 and 6. What are you talking about? I cannot do decimal for Super Chat? Really? My Super Chats cannot be in a decimal value? But my... That's crazy. Apparently my Super Chats cannot be in a decimal value, but my Stream Elements can be in a decimal value. That makes no fucking sense, Stream Elements. What are you on about? Seriously, but hey, we made it to Stream Element times 3 or Sex 3, so I might as well play this because we're talking about Doki Doki. Ow, 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 ow. So we're talking about Doki Doki. Where's my Doki Doki? Oh, it was playing, but it's in a very low volume. There you go. There you go. Kitty, get over here. Hey! Hey! Oh, absolutely fantastic. Anyway, thank you guys so much for the donations, guys. You guys are fantastic. Let's see if we can make it to Stream Elements times 4 or SEX4. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, seriously. Let's see if we can make it to SCX4. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, anyway, sorry about that. Let's continue to our next hoopla, which is Resident Evil fans. Oh, Resident Evil. Not everybody has a PC. Really? Not everybody has a PC? Unless you are extremely poor. Unfortunately, a lot of people in Indonesia don't have PC. Unfortunately. But your relative must have a PC or a laptop. Pretty much most people should have a PC or a laptop nowadays in order to make assignments, make works, or work in general. And if you have a PC, you can run the classic Resident Evil games. You can run the PC version, or you can run the emulated version. You can run the emulated version on your phone. You can do that. But apparently that's too much of a hassle for a lot of these quote-unquote Resident Evil fans. Look, I've tackled about the idea that you should play video games in order to be a fan, right? I've tackled about that idea. I honestly don't give a shit whether you play the games or not, right? You can play the games, not play the games. You can understand the story better or understand the gameplay better. I don't care. What I care about is how you discuss the games. What are you discussing about the games? If you say you're only watching the game playthroughs, you're only watching the walkthroughs of those games, sure. Let's have a chat. Let's have a talk. See if your knowledge and my knowledge of somebody that played a game is consistent. There was a time where I watched the walkthrough of Requiem, And then I think the game is not that particularly innovative. There aren't a lot of things that the game innovate in that regard. I played the game, in my opinion, is pretty much the same because you can pretty much judge whether the innovation comes in here and there. There are a couple of things that they do innovate, but it's not enough for me to call it significant. But we can discuss it. We can discuss about the game. It's all about what you're discussing. And in this case, you are justifying not playing games for Resident Evil. A game that has existed since decades and has been in platforms that can run on anything these days. Not everybody has a PC. Is that seriously your excuse? You have a phone. You can emulate the game on your phone. The device you are using for Twitter can run Resident Evil. Seriously. Straight up. No cap. Not everyone has a good phone. Not everyone has a good phone. Can your phone run Twitter? If your phone can run Twitter, then you can run Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 on a PlayStation 1 emulator. You can do that. Absolutely, you can. You don't need an amazing phone for that. Absolutely crazy. Y'all need to stop assuming about other people's financial situation. If I am on the internet, there is a healthy assumption, right? There is a healthy assumption that people on the internet, right, have a device to access the internet. It can be a phone. It can be a phone. It can be a PC. It can be a fucking smart fridge for all I care about. It can be practically any device that can access Twitter. And yes, that device can play Resident Evil. So what's your excuse, my dude? Again, I don't care. I do not care if you only watch the game on YouTube or if you actually play the game. Either way, in my opinion, you can be a fan as long as you're not talking bullshit. You can be a fan whether you only watch the game or play the game as long as you're not talking bullshit. And you're talking bullshit in this case. What do you mean? Anything but playing the fucking game. Exactly. Just play the games, my dude. Like Resident Evil, it's not exactly a hard game to run. Resident Evil 4, the amount of ports that Resident Evil 4 has is crazy. It's on a PS2, it's on a GameCube, it's on the Wii, it's on the PC, it's on a PS3, it's on a PS4, it's on a PS5. It's on the Xbox. Like, how many ports are there for Resident Evil 4? It's crazy. The original Resident Evil 4, that is, not the remake. The remake is excellent too, but we're talking about the original. Seriously. Like, you can run that game on pretty much anything these days. I ran Resident Evil 5 on my old laptop that I got that has an AMD... I forgot which AMD that is. But yeah, seriously. Absolutely unbelievable. Anything but playing the games. Keep it my sanity to $1. Most of the games are on PS4. Don't tell me you cannot afford a PS4. Heck, PS3 even. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Seriously. Heck, in a PS4, you can play Remake 4, Remake 3, Remake 2, 7, 8. But no, apparently nah. Just shouldn't play games. Unbelievable. Ooh. Seriously. Brother, it's a PS1 game. My old Samsung S3 could emulate it just fine. Seriously, there. My husband got a flip phone.
Stop lying. Just shut up.
Just, yeah, sure. Sure, your husband got a flip phone. Yeah, right. Look, I get that there are flip phones, that they still selling flip phones nowadays. It's absolutely true. It's not wrong. Flip phones do exist, and they are still selling flip phones here and there. And some people just, for some reason, prefer that detached online lifestyle. They just buy modern flip phones. Dangpots actually had a flip phone because he just want a phone that works. But in the world that we're living in right now, or at least in Indonesia, you need WhatsApp. And if those flip phones do not have WhatsApp, you're screwed. You're pretty much screwed. And even so, if the flip phones have Android, it can run emulators. I think. Haven't tried, but what phone do you have? iPhone 16 Pro Max.
All right, everybody, keep your cool!
What do you mean? What phone do you have? iPhone 16 Pro Max. Claire, I need you.
You might want to stick your ego up your ass.
iPhone 16 Pro Max, and you're making excuses of why the game cannot run. An iPhone 16 Pro Max can run Resident Evil 8 natively. Resident Evil 8 natively on the iPhone. But nah, you can't run that. You can't run Resident Evil 1.
You might want to stick your ego up your ass.
Just stick that fucking ego up your ass, my dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, so I just don't get it. Guys, Resident Evil is not a hard game, a series to get into. You can get into most of the games these days. You can get into them, know about the character's lore, and you don't need a powerful hardware to get into. Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 on the PS1. I've talked about that already. 4, they are pretty much ported on almost everywhere these days. You can run them. You can even install the HD, the Ultimate HD with the HD textures and all that sort of stuff. You can do that. 5, you can even run it on most modern laptops these days. Even with an integrated GPU. Same goes with 6, although nobody wants to play 6, right? Absolutely fucking crazy. Yeah, iPhone 16 Pro Max. Again, you can play Resident Evil 8 natively on an iPhone. Also Remake 4 as well. But 1 and 2 and 3, the PS1 games, that's too much, right? Unbelievable. Okay, moving on from Gaming Hooplas. I found this amazing. Check out this amazing image. Check out this amazing image. Right? If you're about to watch porn, remember, all these angels are watching you. Bro, guys, imagine how boring heaven must be that the angels quite literally have to go down Earth and be like, wow, you guys on Earth got it really, really good. You guys got porn. In Angel, we ain't got no porn here. Seriously. What are these angels doing, my dudes? Like, oh, maybe it's just me, but this looks very, very AI generated. I didn't get the full image, but this looks very AI generated. But yeah, these angels are looking down on Earth and be like, if you guys really, really want to watch the 18+ content that we produce, we got the good shit, how about you reincarnate and just straight up, or just possess somebody instead of watching it from a distance? You can't choose your stuff right there. Ugh. Seriously. Yeah, how about you angels just mind your own business? This is supposed to be anti-porn, by the way. It's supposed to be anti-porn. It's supposed to make us feel guilty. Guys, if you watch porn, watch out, the angels are watching you. Well, if the angels are watching us, they should mind their own damn fucking business. And if the angels are watching us, watching porn, then I guess heaven is pretty boring. Ugh. Anyway, moving on. Oh my god, what is this? Claude AI turns creepily sassy? I've got AI hooplas here and there. Claude gets so pissed off at me at entirely appropriate times. The fuck? President Henry needs to put the phone down! Put the phone down! Put that phone down! Put the phone down!
Put that fucking phone down, darling, so we can be alone.
Put the phone down! Wow, actually put the phone down. Literally, I never had a hoopla where somebody literally says put the phone down, but hey, put the phone down!
Why don't you put that fucking phone down, darling, so we can be alone.
Oh, AI is spitting, not gonna lie. Keep it, Master Andy, to $1. A person doesn't want to play games. Okay, there's still the comics, novelizations, watching the cutscenes on YouTube. I barely consider myself a Resident Evil fan, and I have the rail shooters on Wii. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Seriously. Yeah, President Henry needs to put the phone down and go to sleep. Wow. So step away. Step away from the screen. Go outside.
Step away from the screen. Go outside. Get some fresh air.
You have a flight in 12 hours, a pharmacy scramble in 6 hours, and you're browsing Ashwagandha tweets at 2 a.m. Your circadian rhythm is filing a former complaint. Bed now. I'm not answering any more questions until you're on the other side of the Atlantic. What kind of relationship, quote unquote, that you have with your AI that the AI has to respond in this way? How intimate are you with your AI?
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
How intimate are you with your AI that they have to talk in this way? Why is the AI role-playing as your sassy mom? Dude. Ew.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
What the fuck indeed, dude? Seriously, what is wrong with you? Okay, what is this? AI users generate the wrong gun. Wait, what? This anime style looks great, and it works really well for action too. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Oh wow, look at an anime girl is holding a gun and shooting a gun. Absolutely amazing. Excuse me? What? I'm sorry, what? That's a rifle. Not a machine gun. I don't know about you, Oscar AI, but rifles do not go daka 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 daka. They go once, and then you bolt it. Seriously. They do have no idea how guns work. Exactly. So you're just out here hating on other artists' flaws? That's a pretty major flaw if you ask me. Fucking major flaw you got there, my dude. You make something perfect then. Okay, so apparently he got the correct version. Let's see the correct version, right? Oh no, this is still the wrong version. Where's the correct version? You're still wrong. The correct version is still wrong. Okay. I'm pausing every frame, but okay, continue. At least it's one shot now? Okay. You're still wrong on this one. Let me break it down for you on why that is still quote-unquote wrong, right? Yeah, you notice how the screen is, you notice how her body is bright before the gun even, you know, gets shot? Look at that. She got brighter before the gun was even shot. So where does the source of light come from? The sun? Is that what's happening? Okay, so she shot the gun. She shot the rifle. It's one shot this time. And at least the sound effect is only one instead of daka daka daka. Also, oh my god, Arcus $20. Thank you so much. Absolutely fantastic. Arcus $20. Let's go. And also, Kimamatsu Andy, 143, 2 Canadian. Even Kane and TADC got guns right. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Wait. Oh, TADC, the Amazing Digital Circus. Arcus23, 20 bucks. Nothing much to say. Have a nice stream. No offense. Thank you so much, my dude. Absolutely fantastic. We are almost at 30 bucks on Super Chat. Let's fucking go. Also, thank you so much for the donations. Let's go back to this dumb AI gun. I don't know if you guys have used bolt action rifles. That's not how you bolt a bolt action rifle. That's not how you do that. You're supposed to pull it back. If you're gonna pull it front, where are you going to push it? If you're gonna push it front, look at that. It clips through the metal. You should have been pulling it back to take out the fucking round. And yet this character is pushing it. That's not how a rifle works. So this is still wrong. This is still wrong. You just out here hating on other artists' flaws. Yeah, if they make something that's wrong, we're going to criticize it. I'm sorry that you don't like that we criticize wrong things that are just factually inaccurate. I still remember that shotgun ad. This one. Guys, remember this one? At least, hey, say what you want about this one. At least this is human made. Remember this? I forgot what game this is. Look at the shotgun shells. Look at the shotgun shells. That is not how shotguns work. Yeah, apparently this is no break apparently. But yeah. If you shoot a shotgun, right? It's not multiple bullets like this that got launched. They're literally small pellets that got launched. But hey, at least this is human stupidity, not AI stupidity. Ugh, unbelievable. Moving on. Hey, guys, remember a couple weeks ago when somebody talked about how Gen Z is sexless and hopeless? Somebody is making that. Isn't it normal to want to be seen in a sexual way by the person you like? Yeah. That is absolutely 100% normal. That's how human biology works. That is how human biology works, my dude. Gen Z has demonized sex and sexual desire so much that we have forgotten sex and desiring people is a natural, normal, healthy thing. Exactly. Having absolutely no sex drive and never wanting to have sex with the person you like is not normal. I don't know why it seems as being lustful, quote unquote. Well, asexual people do exist out there, and apparently some of them do have sex as well. But regardless, yeah, those people do exist. It's definitely a trend, and nearly half of Gen Z adults have never had sex as reported. But yeah, there's more context and nuance to this whole conversation. As we have shown a couple weeks ago, the reason is because most Gen Z chose sleep over sex. Good. I too would rather choose to sleep, because I'm not having a good night's sleep if you can't tell by my face. But yeah, that's just how it is. In a poll of 2,000 people born from 1997 and 2012, conducted by EduBirdie and EduBuddy, 64% placed maintaining a stable job ahead of sexual intercourse. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like having a job and getting a good night's sleep, it's very good priorities there. Gen Z is increasingly prioritizing rest, stability, and personal boundaries over sexual activity. Good. Good. I am so proud. I am so proud of this community.
I'm so proud of this community.
I am so proud of this community. I'm telling you. According to new survey data, in a poll of 2,000 people born between 1997 and 2012, you might be one of those people. Conducted by EduBirdie, EduBuddy, 67% said they would rather get a good night's sleep than have sex. Yes! Yes! Exactly. Absolutely yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. I agree 100%. Yes. We are tired, my dude. Yes. Absolutely. We would rather get a good night's sleep. Another 64% placed maintaining a stable job ahead of sexual intercourse. Yeah, we'd rather have our money than the hose, right? And 59% emphasized personal success. Yes. Personal success over them hoes. About half said they are devoting attention to cultivating healthy friendships, and 46% prefer spending time alone to having sex. These findings depict a tilt towards well-being, career footing, and reliable social bonds in place of traditional expectations around intimacy, according to Money Today. I am so proud.
I'm so proud of this community.
I am so proud of this community. Rare Gen Z win, seriously. Seriously, Gen Z. Prioritize your well-being first over anything else, over anyone else. Good Lord. Unbelievable. Moving on. This hoopla would have been on last week if last week wasn't a fucking hog. Incel would not date the looks match. What is this? When you're 20 but have only had one relationship in your life, lol. Words can't describe how unlovable I feel. Like, am I fucking ugly? Not really. Or is it my personality that's boring? I don't know. Well, don't worry, because I only got into a relationship when I was like, I think 21. 21 was my first relationship. And then, was it? Wait, hold on. Actually, hold on. It started in 2019. 2019. Yeah, I had my first relationship in 2019. 2020, 21, 22, 23. Wow, it's like 5 years. It's been 5 years since. Yeah, 5 years. I've been in a relationship in 5 years. And then we broke up. And then, after that, I got another relationship at 26 or 27. And then after that, I got married literally last couple months ago. I'm 28 right now, just to put things in perspective. So it's not too late. You have time when you're 20. Don't worry about it. But that's not the point. The point is this fucking incel account. You wouldn't even date your looks match. Really? There's no such thing as a femcel. This dude is not that bad looking. This AI generated dude, the quote-unquote looks match, not that bad looking. If he has a good personality, if he's able to be funny and be able to have a good job, stable life, he's a normal dude, basically. He could have a score, 100%. Women, in general, they like dudes that they know more about. So that's why you need to get to know them. Seriously. This is misleading. If she was a man and was healthy, she'd probably look like this. Also not that bad looking, but seriously. You purposefully kept her feminine expression and neck while also giving her Norwood tree and no sun exposure. What is this looks maxing, my dude? You are completely delusional to think that she would be good looking as a man, said the incel. Said the incel, my dude. Guys. If you want to date. If you don't. Either way, perfectly fine. There are many things in life that are more than just dating and making a family. It's not the end of the world if you don't get nobody. It's not. Sometimes you just gotta prioritize your personal well-being over, well, as we shown in the Gen Z last time. Seriously. Moving on. Speaking of dating. Ow. Speaking of dating, look for third world Asian women. Excuse me? If you think Japan is full of girls looking like this, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Okay. Most Japanese girls are very mid. I think that applies to most Asian girls. Actually, most girls in general. They look average because they do look average. Because they do look average. With major flaws with their looks. Yeah, and try Malaysian and Indonesian Chinese girls.
Fuck you. Just absolutely fuck you. Kill yourself.
Just fuck you. Just absolutely fuck you. What is wrong with you, my dude? I'm playing this too.
There is no middle finger big enough.
And also the Hobbit middle finger. Over my dead body, you degenerate freak. I don't know how you call the Malaysian Chinese Malaysians, but in Indonesia we call it the Chindos, Chinese Indonesians. But they might as well be Chinese. It's just another installment of Passport Bros and these alpha males, quote unquote, trying to find quality Asian women. but they treat women like fucking commodities here. Just absolutely crazy. By the way, I share how to win. I share how to win with women. Wow.
Stop lying. Just shut up.
I share how to win with women in 2026. Of course you do. Join my 2,500 plus loyal readers. It will change your life. Bro, I'm not even going to promise that what I'm saying is going to change your lives, but come on. I can certainly tell you that whatever this guy's saying is not going to change your life neither. So, yeah, no. Disgusted by these foreigners going on holiday finding third world country women. They're so confident that they think the Indo baddies want to be with them. I am extremely sick and disgusted by how they portray us. What is this? If men want more honesty than Philippines women, then I tell men to try Malaysian, Indonesian, or Singapore women. Fuck you. Just straight up fuck you.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah, just another installment of Passport Bros thinking that they got all the alphas. They are alpha men, right? They're gonna pick up all the chicks out there. So they can't afford the Japanese women. They can't afford the Western women. So they're gonna go for the third world alternative. That's what it is. They go for the third world, cheaper alternative that is Indonesian, Malaysian, or Singapore women. Apparently. Just no. Don't do that. Do not do that. As an Indonesian, I can assure you that the women here are absolutely nuts. So you do not want to go into Indonesian women. And Malaysians as well. Just don't. Vincent Lundy, tip 169. You are mad at this racist horn dog because you're Indonesian. Oh my god, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Online I'm fine, but IRL I'm a Indonesian. I have a genetic disease called being Indonesian. I'm so sorry for being Indonesian. It's not my fault. I smile all the time so that no one knows that I'm Indonesian.
Can't help it, guys. I'm sorry. High percent are more honest, or try recent Balkan girls. They are quite literally treating women like commodities. They are treating women like commodities. They are treating women like actual objects. These are the actual sexist pigs that y'all should be getting outraged at, not the fucking gamers, my dude. Ugh. Seriously. But yeah. This is considered overweight. You're using the same image again? This is considered overweight in Japan? No? This is not considered overweight anywhere. What is wrong with you? What are you talking about? Forgive me, Hitler. I'm about to race mix.
Nein, 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 nein! Was alles soll ich von diesen Jugendschweinen noch ertragen?
1 and 2.
Oh, Kuryasu, I heard it as clear as day. This sick fuck said the N-word. I just remembered I have a meeting at 8:30. Racist!
And 3, you took these girls' pictures completely without their permission. You don't even know this.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Yeah, don't do it. Forgive me, Hitler. I'm about to race mix. These are the white supremacists that you guys that they are. These are the modern white supremacists, guys. Like they had to simp over some Asian women. That's just how white supremacists are. They can't help it. They can't help but simp on them Asian women. That's just how it is. Rape, rape, rape.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. This is fucking horrific. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Rape. That's a perfectly that's a bit of a provocative photo, but rape. What is wrong with you, my dude? Account based in United States. 22 username changes. Gee, I wonder why, right? Police!
Police! Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Unbelievable. What is this? Okay, moving on from non-consensual hooplas. We have consensual hooplas, which is slightly less bad. Ask why women enjoy giving blowjobs. Because they like to please their partners? Because they love their partners and want to please them? Could it be that a woman's value is function? Could it be that a woman's value is a function of her sexual performance? No. Anybody's value is not based on their sexual performance. By that logic, most people would fail because they're not exactly sex goddess or gods. They're not exactly all of them are amazing in bed. At most, they're average in bed. I'm certainly part of the average, I can assure you that. But it's not about sexual performance. It's about intimacy. That's what a relationship is all about. That masochism is a feminine trait because we teach women the role of sexual submission. No! The reason why women love giving any sorts of intimacy acts, it doesn't matter if it's BJ's, it doesn't matter if it's the SEX word, it's all about intimacy. It's because they love their partner. If they don't love their partner, they're not gonna do it. My wife is seeing in the distance, I'm telling you. Enjoy the BJ, but reflect on it. What are supposed to reflect? It's very simple. Women like their partners. They love their partners so much, and they want to be intimate with their partners. That's why they give BJs. This is how it is. I'm playing Okuyasu on this one, because, oh my god, what is wrong with you?
Okuyasu, I heard it as clear as day. I just remembered I haven't beaten any third racist!
My dude. I find pleasuring my partner enjoyable and it gets me off. Base.
Wow, what is
Base.
Base. Savage. Linked. Absolutely taken down.
Base. Absolutely base. Base answer. No nonsense. Straight to the point. Hey, why do women like blowjob? I find pleasuring my partner enjoyable and it gets me off. Base. Base. Good job, lady. Exactly the answer that is necessary. But yeah, here's the thing about this tweet right here, right? This lady destroyed this doofus so much that the post and the account got suspended. And it led to this amazing...
May you rest in peace.
That is such a fucking wreck, my dude. That is a lot of... Look at that. Suspended account. Such an amazing response. The response is so good that the account got suspended. That is crazy. Amazing. And it's all because, hey, I love my partner. That's why I give it. Amazing. Seriously. Unbelievable. What a wreck. Anyway, moving on. I never pick up cosplay girls. Okay. Cosplay versus daily. Yeah, that's just how it is, right? I never try to pick up a girl at an anime con because the second they get home and take off the costumes, they're just this. Yes. I'm sorry to tell you that girls and women in real life do not look like anime characters that they're cosplaying as. Actually, that's Najimi I just realized that's Najimi from Komi-san, who is ambiguously gendered. So that's not even a quote-unquote girl, right? It's not even a girl that this person is cosplaying. So I'm sorry to tell you this, but cosplayers are not anime girls that they're cosplaying. They're also human beings. Also, I love that there's Cube in there. I love that fucking Cube in there. Absolutely amazing Cube in there. Yeah. Also, yeah, Najimi, it's not generally confirmed what the gender, what his or her gender is, so they just refer to as them. They just call them non-binary in that case. But regardless, hey, it's ambiguous. But hey, god dang it, fucking Cubase is always watching there. Good taste, at least. Moving on. Oh, didn't we talk about this already? Artists referencing themselves is still a pedo. Yeah, we talked about this already. Guys. Anyway, where is I? Oh, this is... Remember a while back when somebody made a hoopla about how you cannot draw Loli without having an actual child as a reference. And then this artist is like, no, I use myself as a reference. And then this dude, but the artist used himself as a reference. Yup, and he's still representing the sexualized image of a child. But that's not the point, my dude. The point is the reference is a child. And then this artist is like, no, we're not using a child as a reference. I'm using myself as a reference. But it's still drawing a child. It's a fictional character. They're not real. And using his own body as a reference doesn't make things any better. It actually does. Because no real children are involved. Come on, y'all. Yes, apparently adults using themselves as a reference is illegal. Right? You are a pedo. Oh, my God. If you like this, you are a pedo. There is nothing about children that is attractive to the mentally well. Let me assume that these are fictional characters and they are not real, right? These are fictional characters, they are not real. Let me guess. This is about fictional characters that are not real. Let's see if that's actually what's the case. Oh wow, the image depicts a character, a fictional one that's not real, modeled after the 24-year-old artist who is 4'7" tall, not a child. Wow, the artist actually come in with the reply. My design is based off my body type. I am 24 and I am 4'7". You're the pedophile if you look at a grown woman and call her a fucking minor just because she's short and doesn't look fat, gray, and ugly. Fuck. Whoa! You do not have to go that hard. You do not have to go that hard, my dude. That is absolutely fucking crazy. No need to go that hard. Oh, by the way, the art is this. The art is this. This is pretty flipping tame. As far as quote unquote lowly art goes, this is pretty flipping tame. Not the worst out there. I've seen worse. And the art is pretty good, actually. But in terms of morality, I've seen worse. Don't worry, I won't get banned. Got more and more of these idiotic hooplas. But unfortunately, my bladder is irresistible. Let's just put it that way. So, in that regard, once again, enjoy this loop of Claude impressed on T5. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Nature calls indeed. Nature calls indeed. Oh, where is I? Keep it, my sandy. Tip $1. Thank you so much. Not only are no real children involved, but I would argue that it benefits the final piece that they use with the one buddy. Flipping auto-scroll, where you at? The one buddy they are most intimately familiar with. They are their own. Exactly. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Yeah, it's almost like there are benefits for that, right? It's almost like there are benefits for that too, right? I guess we're just going to dismiss all that. Also, let me just... I want to copy the donations that I had so far. There you go. There you go. Ooh. I don't have to copy with the ad. You know what? What is this? Another instance of anti-fiction. What is this? Wait, hold on. I think I got this. Oh, I got this on the wrong order. I got this on the wrong order. Anyway, you're not supposed to date your sibling, doctor, and stalker in real life. Exactly. You're not supposed to do that. Pretty obvious to anybody that recognizes between fiction and reality, right? But apparently, no, we can't tell the difference between fiction and reality. We have to be informed by that. Crazy. But in fiction, anything goes. Seriously, in fiction, anything goes. And you guys should learn to mind your own business instead of applying real life ethics to it. Exactly. That's literally how media literacy works. Hold on, are you saying that media literacy is about applying real life ethics to me? Bro, you have basically exposed to everybody that you are an idiot. What is wrong with you? My dude, you are an idiot. It's muted, seriously. You are an idiot, my dude.
You are here, and you're an idiot.
Yeah, apparently, media literacy, all right, is about applying real-life logic to fiction. No, that's not what media literacy is all about. If you think that that's what it's all about, you are an idiot, my dude. Unbelievable. And how media literacy work and a proper way with engaging the content you're consuming. Yes, it's all fiction, but fiction takes inspiration and reflects real life. That's not how it works, my dude. Just because fiction is inspired by real life or reflects real life doesn't mean that the fiction is real life. You should not treat fiction as if they are real life, but that's what you are treating it as. This media literacy garbage is stupid. How the fuck do you think people relate with characters and their experiences? Aristotle's Poetics. Read it. Read Aristotle's Poetics and come back to me.
Nigga, read!
They relate to the characters because of the concept called catharsis. The characters are suffering from tragedy and we have empathy to relate to the characters who are suffering from that very same tragedy that they are going through. That does not mean the characters are real, or that the tragedies are real, or that the events depicted in fiction are real, or that we should treat them as real. That's critical thinking right there, one that you absolutely fucking lack. Read!
Read, nigga! Read!
Unbelievable. You sound tone deaf as fuck. You have not read anything. You are illiterate as fuck, so read.
Read, nigga! Read!
Real life situations exist, but that doesn't change the fact that the story and characters are fictional. Knowing how things happen in real life and still be able to separate fiction from reality is literally the point of media literacy. Amazing. Exactly. Claps. Absolutely fucking claps. This dude slaps. Whoever you are, you absolutely slap on your thing. That is amazing. Based 100% on that one. If you're about to separate fiction from reality, more power to you, but just because you can doesn't mean other people can. And you are demented. You are fucking demented. You are crazy.
You fucking demented.
You are actually crazy. You are delusional, my dude.
You really are delusional.
Wow, you are delusional. Just because you can doesn't mean other people can and should? So are you saying that people should not separate fiction and reality? Are you mad? Are you mad?
Are you mad?
That is fucking asinine. That is actually mental. You are deranged.
Are you mad?
You are crazy if you think that people should not separate fiction between fiction and reality. You are actually nuts. You are actually crazy. If you cannot separate between fiction and reality, you need to seek psychological help. Genuinely. You are too terminally online and you need to seek help. You need to be educated more and you need to seek help. That's the only conclusion. If you cannot separate them, unbelievable. Children can separate fiction and reality. They can do that ever since they're 2. They're 2. They can separate fiction and reality since they're 2. That's the lowest age of it. They can separate fiction and reality. They can separate fiction and reality even more from age 4 to 5. I know. I learned my early childhood education. No thanks to my wife, but seriously. Unbelievable. You are tone deaf as fuck. You are tone deaf if you think that most people, especially children, cannot tell the difference between fiction and reality. Unbelievable. Basically saying, this is an example, the families of the victims of Jeffrey Dahmer... The families of the victims of Jeffrey Dahmer, a real serial killer, should mind their own business and separate fiction from reality when literally their reality is being misrepresented by a Netflix TV series romanticizing the man who killed their loved ones. Yeah, that series exists on Netflix. 100%. They absolutely do. And yes, there are loads of people that for some reason simp on Jeffrey Dahmer. Those people are fucking nuts.
No, I take it back. You're just fucking nuts.
Those people are fucking nuts. I don't know why they would simp on Jeffrey Dahmer. Even if they're played by an actor that is genuinely like a good-looking guy, Evan Peters. I don't know why they would simp on Jeffrey Dahmer, but they fucking did. You should not simp on a serial killer. There are loads of people that simp on serial killers, but we do not simp for serial killers. We do not. Those who do, they should actually seek psychological help the same way you should seek psychological help. And not all fiction is based on Jeffrey Dahmer. A lot of fiction there are based on things that are not real. That not happen in reality. Just because World War II happened doesn't mean Wolfenstein is real. You're just fucking nuts, my dude.
No, I take it back. You're just fucking nuts.
Kima Masandi Titwambak, imagine getting upset at the writer for John Wick, or more recently the Supergirl movie, for shooting the dog scene because shooting dog is bad. But those scenes, of course, drive the catharsis you just mentioned. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Yes, we see John Wick and see the characters kill this dog, and we get catharsis out of John Wick committing revenge to the people that killed his dog. And continue doing that for 3 more films. But seriously. Yeah, this is a horrible comparison. Absolutely terrible comparison. Jeffrey Dahmer is a real serial killer. There are simps of serial killers out there. 100%. Those people are messed up. We do not associate with those people. At all. At all. Not even the fictional version of Jeffrey Dahmer. If you're into simping the fictional version of Jeffrey Dahmer played by Evan Peters, like, why? Just why? I just don't understand why. I don't get it. That's you. That's entirely you thing, but we do not associate with you. So this is a horrible example. Moving on. Oh, we got another installment of this, right? Lolicons are in fact pedophiles. No. But keep on going. I'm going to explain why Japanese Lolita media and media involving violence are not comparable. Really? Are you now? Are you now? Are you now? Are you now? I'm playing John Cena on this one.
Are you sure about that?
Let's see how that goes. Plus explaining how dumb kitty diddlers look. We don't diddle kids. Kids are literally away from us. Fictional characters are not children. Fictional characters are not real. Disclaimer, this is not a black and white conversation. Well, I agree with you on that one. Nor do I claim any non-existence of nuance, violence in media have had accusations of being partially responsible for... Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on.
No.
2 tweets seen and I'm already... Wait, 1 tweet I already have a problem, but this second tweet is a major problem. Violence in media have had accusations of being partially responsible for violent situations and crimes. Yeah, if you take any of these accusations seriously, you are an idiot. You are delusional.
You really are delusional.
I'm telling you, these people, they basically just expose themselves. We already made the argument, right? If you don't like lolis, if you think loli is pedophilia, then by that logic, if you play video games, then you're a murderer too. And they basically just say, yes! So you're an idiot then.
You really are delusional.
Oh, don't worry. They'll get to examples. But the problem is, their examples are... how do I say it? Non-existent? This isn't a conversation about the interpretation of media. This is conversation about the intentions behind the creation of media. Interpretation is an unreliable way of determining the validity. Wait, hold on. Interpretation is an unreliable way of determining the validity of media. Well, I'm glad that you say that because your interpretation is the most unreliable way. Because interpretations are versatile and are unique to the consumer. I am glad that you say that because your interpretation is definitely unique to you. I have never heard of anybody that has the same exact interpretation as you are because you're an idiot, but whatever. Let's keep on going. On the contrary, dissecting the intentions behind the creative process is incredibly important because art will always be a reflection of the artist. So basically what you're saying is if you make art that contains criminal stuff, you are going to be a criminal. It is a reflection of you. You are utterly delusional. You are mad. You are straight up crazy.
Mad? Are you mad?
You are crazy. Art will always be a reflection of the artist. Okay, I make a lot of stories involving people that break the law. I make modern Robin Hood stories. Does that mean I want to loot stores? Apparently, according to this absolute delusional mongrel, yeah, apparently that means that I want to loot stores because I make Robin Hood stories. Oh, I like stories involving crime. I love Breaking Bad, one of my favorite TV shows. Apparently, because I love Breaking Bad, or I make stories that are about drug trafficking and money laundering, like in Ozark, for example, that means that I also want to make drugs and launder money. Unbelievable. Contextual details and understanding the purpose of media helps you better understand what messages someone is trying to convey. And you think that you are the authority of the message that the person or the artist is trying to convey. You're not. That's still your interpretation. And as you said, interpretation is an unreliable way. Therefore, your interpretation is also unreliable. Not just unreliable, but straight up wrong. But let's continue. The example I'll be using for violent media is Call of Duty. Call of Duty! Okay, why would you want to use Call of Duty? They had their shares of controversies, but why would you want to use Call of Duty? Due to its controversies of having partial responsibility for inciting school shootings.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
When I have lived for a long ass time to know that Call of Duty has not yet been blamed for inciting school shootings. When has that ever happened before? I have never heard of that ever. I've heard of the No Russian controversy. I've heard of the church in Modern Warfare 2. The great UK's got controversy of that. I heard that Modern Warfare 2019, the remake of Modern Warfare, got accusations of being pro-military or whatever, but not inciting school shootings. Where is that? Where? Back it up,
That's
please.
a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Where have you ever heard of that before? Call of Duty is a series of first-person shooter games that are primarily inspired by World War II. Primarily inspired by World War II. Oh my god. You cred. Loss. Your cred is loss. Loss. Cred.
You just lost all of your cred.
Immediately
dude.
lost.
That's right. That's what you should do right now.
Primarily inspired by World War II. That's not even true. That's not even true to like a majority of Call of Duty games now. If you talk about Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. There are plenty of Call of Duty games that are inspired by World War II. But I can assure you that Call of Duty 1, 2, 3, and the spin-off, I forgot the name. And then there's also Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2. Actually, Black Ops does take place in a Black Ops is Cold War, not even World War II. Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4, 5, 6, 7. There's also Ghosts. There's also Advanced Warfare, Infinite Warfare. Oh my god. I can't even just like I can go on and on and on. There are way too many probably equal, if not more amounts of modern Call of Duty compared to World War II Call of Duty. The latest Call of Duty is modern. Not World War II. Not World War II. If you're talking about the older games and a couple of games, sure, they are inspired by World War II. But Call of Duty nowadays are modern times. They are not primarily inspired by World War II. Only some games are. Not all of them. But most of them right now, they are modern. Clearly, you're not paying attention to your Call of Duty games. But I do. As a writer's note, do I in good conscience believe that glamorizing war in any regard is ideal? If you play Call of Duty and think it is glamorizing war, you are an idiot. You are straight up, you are an idiot.
You are here, and you're an idiot.
If you play Call of Duty and you think that the game is glamorizing war, you are an idiot. You have not played the game at all. You lost cred.
You just lost all of your cred, dude.
Completely.
That's right. That's what you should do right now.
Completely lost fucking cred. It is not glamorizing war at all. In fact, it shows that war is absolutely fucking pointless. You are absolutely considered. Where to begin? Modern Warfare 1. The original, sorry, that will be Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, just to make it clearer. Not Modern Warfare 2019, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. The US goes to war, screws a lot of things up, and the character that you're playing got nuked. And you literally crawl with as much power as you can after you got nuked. And the British SAS has to clean up your shit. Modern Warfare 2, same as well. A lot of the times, the British are the ones that are heroes. The US is the one that screw things up. Because they do. If you pay attention to the Call of Duty plot, you'll find out that war is actually not where you should go to. It's actually bad to go to war. It's draining. It's killing people. Duh. Mentally draining. Physically and costly draining. And it's just, my god. You clearly don't play any of the Call of Duty campaigns. Straight up. Whatever. However, the creative goal in Call of Duty is theatrical and is intended for the immersion of a story. Yes, Call of Duty is intended to be theatrical. It is intended to convey a story of glamorizing war. I say, as I continue killing people in my kill streaks on a multiplayer match in a free-for-all, where I can literally kill anybody that I like, as soon as I see somebody, I kill them. I say, as I continue killing people in Call of Duty. But yeah, Call of Duty is just for the immersion, just for the story. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, my dude. In no way does Call of Duty intentionally endorse violence. In no way does Call of Duty intentionally endorse violence. Call of Duty, the game that rewards you for killing people, does not endorse violence. Just... Wow, you are an idiot. That is the most brain dead thing that...
Fuck! You fucking idiot! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
Call of Duty, the game that will reward you for killing people. In fact, you cannot play the game without killing people whatsoever. is not endorsing violence or identifies with violence intentionally.
Ah, fuck! You fucking idiot! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
That is the most brain dead thing that I have read in my entire life. That is fucking crazy. Wow, you are an idiot. Does that mean you can still think it's problematic? It's fiction. It's not real. You are shooting fake people, my dude. You are shooting fake people. I can't take this. I'm playing this.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
You're shooting guys like him. Oh yeah, by the way, that was the time Wings was playing Call of Duty. Ironically. Now, does that mean you can't still think it's problematic? No, actually, you shouldn't think of it as problematic because it's fiction, it's not real. The more and more you think that it's problematic, the dumber you sound. But that, again, is where the interpretation comes in. If your interpretation of Call of Duty is that it nowhere it does intentionally endorse violence, you are a fool. You are a fool, my dude. Call of Duty is a particularly controversial game. Is it? The only controversy that I can think of for Call of Duty right now for the players is that Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is a fucking horrible game. That game is trash. That game is absolute an insult. An insult to the series, not just for the series as a whole, but to anybody with any semblance of intelligence. That game is absolute fucking dog poo. That is a real controversy that I could give to you right there. But nah. The controversies, if you're talking about controversies in the public, now Call of Duty is way past that, my dude. But it is certainly not the only game or a piece of media that portrays scenes of graphic violence. You think? You think? You think? It's Call of Duty is not the only game that portrays violence. You think? Really? This is why contextual analysis is so important. What analysis? You completely and utterly failed to describe Call of Duty in an accurate manner. You can't... And you have the temerity to say that you're going to do an analysis. Certain topics standalone can be appropriately or safely portrayed depending on the intention behind a piece of media. You literally said Call of Duty does not intentionally endorse violence. My dude, the game encourages you to do violence. Absolutely encourage you to do violence. These topics can be used to portray themes, tell stories, or simply be an interactive experience that does not involve a moral compass. Your analysis of Call of Duty is wrong, idiotic, and straight up not based on any reality that anybody has been living in. But whatever. That's their analysis of Call of Duty. Not the hardest game to analyze, mind you, and yet they still fucking fail. Spectacularly fail. The fact that you say that Call of Duty is primarily inspired by World War II shows that you have not played any recent Call of Duty game. Lolicons and Loli, on the other hand, are not diverse at all in terms of intention. Notice how this person analyzed Call of Duty with depth and complexity, but not Loli. They just said, no, Loli, it has no depth and complexity whatsoever. Call of Duty has depth and complexity. They don't intentionally endorse violence, but Loli, no, Loli has no depth. That shows personal bias on your part. There's no analysis in there whatsoever. Loli is a slang term for prepubescent underage girls, and Lolicon is the attraction to these underage girls. You are already wrong by the definition. Lolis refer to fictional characters that are not real. Fictional characters that are not real. That is not an opinion. Yeah, that is an opinion. You are already wrong. That is not a feeling. That is textbook definition. My dude, you are wrong. In the context of the people that use it on the world and the internet that you are referring to, it is referring to fictional characters that are not real. Come on, y'all. The term derives from Lolita. Oh, by the way, I'm glad that you cited Lolita, because another thing about Lolita, right? Yes, Lolita, the word Loli is inspired by the word Lolita from Vladimir Nabokov's book in 1995. Guess what? That book is also fiction. That book is fiction. It's not real. I've read doujins that are far worse than the events depicted in Lolita. I've read fan fictions that are far worse. Which narrates a man's dark obsession with an underage girl. My dude, I've read way worse doujins than Lolita. Come on, y'all. The genre of Lolicon wasn't very relevant though until that's where you're wrong too. Until the 1970s, where fan artists depicted beloved female characters as underage. Loli and Shota characters have existed before the 1970s. Astro Boy is quite literally a Shota. Come on, y'all. What is wrong with you? This information makes it clear as day that the intention behind Lolicon media is morally malicious. No? It's not? It's not morally malicious at all? No real children are involved in the creation and the process? Because by that logic, it's just since you bring up Call of Duty is also morally malicious because it endorses violence. But you said it doesn't because you're an idiot. The Call of Duty does not intentionally endorse violence, but Loli does intentionally endorse pedophilia. It does not. Your analysis is stupid. Your analysis is very... It's not even an analysis. It's more like analysis. You took it... It's analysis. It's analysis. As in you take it out of your ass. Anyway, as it clearly normalizes the sexualization of children. Not real life children. Not real life people. Not real life. In general. Call of Duty. By that logic, Call of Duty also normalized violence in real life. I mean, they don't, but whatever. And was particularly popularized to categorize a collective of consumers who engage in this media. No. The same way I said Call of Duty can still be cause of concern. Call of Duty should not be even any cause of concern, but your analysis is absolute garbage, so whatever. Does this mean all lolis are created for sexual intent? No. Well, there you go. Then you answered your own question. What are you talking about? However, this does not change the fact that lolicons are a collective of people who have some sort of controversial attraction to lolis. Oh, by that logic, if I apply that to the Call of Duty players, that does not dismiss the fact that Call of Duty players are also a bunch of killers that want to kill people. Do you not realize that your own analysis can be argued by the logic of your own analysis that completely dismantles it? Unbelievable. This is why media literacy and being able to think critically about the media we consume online is so important. I agree. But you have committed none of that. You are not only media illiterate, you have not committed any analysis. You have committed analysis in a sense that it comes out of your ass. The comparison between violent media and child pornography is a shallow argument. It's not. You made it shallow. By your pseudo-intellectual garbage, you made it shallow. All of this logic is completely dismantled by any level of scrutiny, and you think that you genuinely think that you're smart enough to dissect this. No, it's not. And poses no actual critical thought about the differences between these topics. You poses none critical thought whatsoever. Zero. But you present yourself as if you are. You are a pseudo-intellectual. You could say whatever the hell you want about the blatant child pornography. It's not child pornography, but whatever. She's 30 years old. She's not a real child. Yes, she's not. None of these characters are real. Because by that dumbass logic, violent media poses no real threat either. Yes! Yes! Violent media poses no real threat. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes,
Yes!
yes, yes, yes.
Yes!
Yes, yes.
Violence media does not hold up strong.
Yes, yes.
You are delusional.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
Violent media poses no threat either. Yes, they don't. Are you seriously saying that they do? Because if you do say that, wow, you are way more of a dumbass than you presented yourself already. Holy moly. Also, this is shade specifically for my Americans or any other fat-ass otakus that aren't from Japan defending the genre so rigorously. You're speaking on behalf of a country who struggled to bump their age of consent from 13 to 16. Struggled from 13 to 16. Oh no, that means that Japan are a whole bunch of pedophiles, right? Because their age of consent is 13, right? Yeah, that's not what happened. Do you want to know why it's so hard to change the Japan's age of consent from 13 to 16? Because changing national laws in general is not easy. Have you ever tried changing a law? Do you have any idea how fucking hard it is to amend, change, modify laws? But apparently no. It's because Japan is full of pedophiles that are only interested in 13 to 16 years old. But here's the funny thing about that, right? The funny thing about that, you cannot go after 13-year-olds in Japan just because they are above the age of consent. Because there's this thing called local laws. And those local laws are way stricter. So if the local law says that the age of consent is 17, at their lowest, maybe 17, maybe 16, but if the local law says that they are 17 and you're screwing a 13-year-old, you got arrested. Just because the Japanese age of consent is 13 years old, national, for a while, does not mean it's a free pass to go after 13-year-olds. It just means that the national law hasn't been changed, and it is very difficult to change national law. If you do any research, you would find this out pretty easily. Just saying. Anyway, this isn't to say that struggle isn't obviously evidence of a strive towards change. My dude, you cannot go after 13-year-olds in Japan just because the age of consent is 13. You will still get arrested, you'll still get processed, and in Japan's law, you'll get basically canceled in society. Your name will be published. You will be known as a pedophile to everybody. Because guess what? Japanese people also think that if you go after anybody under 18, you are also a pedophile. Because they have standards. I want you to differentiate between Japanese law that are indeed outdated and the Japanese people that also think that Japan law is outdated and needs to be changed. Just saying. But you nibbers are trying so hard to clean up the rep of a collective when the home of said collective obviously doesn't give a fuck. Try changing any US law. Seriously, I want you to try. Consult a lawyer on how to change a national US law and see how easy that process is. Seriously. Do you seriously think that changing a law in general is easy? They can change local laws. Local laws are a lot easier. That's why they use the local law to prosecute people that are going after 13-year-olds. And by the way, nobody in a recorded history has ever used, oh, but the national age of consent is 13 though, as an excuse to rape somebody under 18 years old. No, not once. In fact, if you use that as a defense, you are a fucking moron. All of this, you can literally research that. The AI can literally help you to understand what's going on in this specific topic if you can't find the reason why. But no, let's not do some research for that, right? Ugh. Unbelievable. Yeah, Japan expands the definition of rape and raises the age of consent from 16 to 13 for a while now. They absolutely did that. And also, the issue with Japan is that the definition of rape is very, very dumb. You need to, if you can resist the rapist, that means you are not being raped. Yeah, that is fucking idiotic. And that, unfortunately, has changed. Thank God. But that's the issue is not even that they are, it's not even a child being raped or a teenager being raped. Adults that are being raped. And the definition of rape is, well, you need to be forced so much to the point where you cannot resist. But apparently, according to Japanese law, if you can resist, then you haven't got raped. Dumb. But hey, I'm glad that they fucking changed that, right? Ugh. So fuck the antics, fuck the context of the quote-unquote story. Wait, what do you mean fuck the context of the story? That's what you've been analyzing this whole time. So basically, fuck your analysis. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Fuck the context of the story. Oh my god. You just completely dismantled your own argument. You literally just completely dismantled your own argument. You literally analyzed the context of the story a couple while ago. But it's like, oh, fuck the context of the story. All right. Legitimate context that never poses us legitimate justification for the sexualization of what is clearly somebody's baby sister. No. If you think that fictional characters are somebody's baby sister, you are delusional and you need to seek psychological help.
You really are delusional.
Unbelievable. Lolicons are freaks and I wish nothing but the worst of them. Sure. Where's your sources? I'm not sourcing 10 plus websites, lol. I am too lazy. Do you want to know why this person's analysis is terrible? That's why. If Lolicons are pedophiles, then furries are zoophiles. Pretty much. More and more of this hoopla, I swear to God. It's illegal to have depictions of children even in... Wait, it's illegal to have depictions of children in even in video game forms to be sexualized. Hold on. It's illegal to have depictions of children even in video game forms to be sexualized. Trails of Cold Steel literally gives swimsuits to the Loli characters in there. And it's being sold on Steam everywhere. But nah, that's illegal. In what jurisdiction? In what law? Protect Act of 2003. Oh my God, the Protect Act of 2003. The Protect Act of 2003 also, right, put into account how images are virtually indistinguishable to the real thing. It also takes into account that. And I'm sorry to tell this to you, but anime characters are very virtually distinguishable to the real thing. AI-generated characters, AI-generated people, children, they are not virtually indistinguishable and can get you in trouble with the law. But not anime. But not anime. And also, I do want to get a Jack beat down too. I get it. Ooh, look, I'm beating a child. Seriously. The sexualization of child characters in media, including drawings, cartoons, and CGI, is illegal if it depicts explicit sexual content and is deemed obscene. Well, here's the thing. The deemed obscene part needs to pass what's called a Miller test. It needs to be virtually indistinguishable. And I'm sorry to tell this to you, but drawings and cartoons are virtually indistinguishable. CGI even, virtually indistinguishable. What isn't virtually indistinguishable is AI-generated children. They're not. And those people who do that are fucking criminals. That's actually illegal. Law treats such materials as child pornography even without real victims. I am sorry to tell you this, but you literally completely misunderstood the Protect Act of 2003. This act actually protects Lolicons. This actually protects drawings. You can challenge this in court. By the way, in case you need a bit of a refresher, if you don't get the law, guys, we have AI that can literally explain to you what that is. And if you have any questions, you can literally just ask. If you're unable to comprehend a lot of the legal mumbo jumbo, a lot of people do. Seriously, Protect Act 2003 was indeed an attempt to broaden the definition of illegal material, but it was immediately challenged by Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition in 2002, right? It cannot ban virtual child pornography simply because it looks like a child. It can't. There needs to go through a lot of standards. Section 2256(8)(b). The images should be advertised, promoted in a way that the image looks or appears to be, or the person who add the image thinks, oh, this is a real child. And they're not. Hand-drawn art, Loli Shota, is almost never indistinguishable from a real human. They are stylized. It does not fall under the Protect Act definition of virtual child pornography. So, yeah, no, it does not. And also, there's US versus Williams. Supreme Court upheld the Protect Act, but clarified that it only applies to people pandering, selling the material as if they are real CSAM. Seriously. And also, again, Miller test, obscenity, like I said before. I know, I can put this at the top of my head because I learned about this. I know the facts. I know the legalities. You don't. Anyway, because anime and manga are recognized global art forms with distinct artistic traditions, it is nearly impossible for a prosecutor to prove that a drawing lacks serious artistic value. In other words, you got no case. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, here's another installment of here's another installment of Predator Lies. Predator hunters, pedophile hunters, vigilantes, they lie again. Another time. Another one. Where's my another one? Another one.
Another one. Another one. Another one.
Another one. Here we go again, right? Oh, by the way, Alex Frozen, featuring Alex Frozen. He is the OG guy who captured EDP. So, it should be good, right? Not only does this admitted child molester a free man right now due to IMPD News, Indiana Police, he's also into Lolicon. Oh, wow. Is he now? Is he now? Oh, wow, that's crazy. He is into Lolicon. That's crazy, right?
2 is the Loli, and then chapter 3 is the mom who has giant tit.
That is Shion from Tensura. I recognize that lady. That is the Oni girl. Shion from Tensura. That's not even a Loli. You want to grab a Lolicon and you can't even have somebody that wears a Loli outfit. But alright.
What videos have they shown of Loli?
He can't even answer it immediately. You'd think a Lolicon would immediately answer it, right? But I guess he's nervous, whatever.
Mostly schoolgirl stuff.
Okay, schoolgirls.
How will the girls look in the Loli stuff?
You know, they're always like, oh, she's a 900-year-old witch or something, but they look like they're 13, 14.
I'm sorry. Am I hearing that right? Can you say that to me, you fucking predator?
They're always like, oh, she's a 900-year-old witch or something, but they look like they're 13, 14.
Isn't that the same definition that Gideon made a while back, last week? That is exactly the same definition. And the guy's not into that. He's not. So what you're showing me is not a Lolicon. In fact, he doesn't like it. Let's continue.
And you've also just spanked to some child porn before, too.
I mean...
Absolute fucking dumbasses.
16 and up, yeah, but not like... I'm not into like the 9-year-old getting banged by her school teacher and...
He's not into the 9-year-old getting banged by the school teacher. He's into the jailbaits, the 16-year-olds and above. But he's not into the 9-year-olds getting banged by the school teacher. Sorry, is this guy supposed to be the Lolicon that you were talking about? Because from what I'm hearing, he's not. He's not. He literally wears a shirt of a character that is not a Loli at all. And he literally says that he's not into 9-year-olds being banged by their school teacher. So this guy is not a Lolicon.
More into like the high school cheerleaders caught in the locker room.
Right.
That's not a Loli.
But they've shown stuff of 9-year-old.
Oh yeah, on hentai all the time. You can't go anywhere and...
Yeah, I guess by showing this video, you're saying that all hentai is bad. If you watch hentai, you are a horrible person. Unbelievable. Keep it sanity to $1. It's not hard to imagine why these people always bring up the Protect Act, despite the whole thing about being virtually indistinguishable. They watch their porn, they don't read it. Exactly. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming.
That anime world and not see that shit.
But they even showed like real life stuff of 9-year-olds too on some of these sites.
Oh, I'm sure they have, but I've never like gone out of my way to look for it.
How many times have you come across it?
In the year alone, probably several.
Really?
I don't understand why this person brought up anime at all. Because this guy is an actual predator. He is an actual predator. And the fact that this vigilante guy is going on to find the actual predator and just talk about anime when it has nothing to do with the fact that he molests children, for God's sake!
Yeah, like Lecture TV's super bad about it. What's that other site? Thisvid.tv. No. .bt.
I haven't even heard of any of those sites. I haven't even heard of any of those sites, and I recommend you guys not to visit those sites.
Or whatever is for
it's
the
absolutely
VT
fucking trash that he's just going on. Why do you not censor the name of the websites that this guy fucking recommends? There's a good chance that the website that he goes to actually have CP. But whatever. Sickening. Indianapolis pedophile Dylan Kruger admits to molesting a 13-year-old, but the police lets him walk free. Maybe because you have no evidence other than his confession? Just because you have a confession doesn't mean it's enough to prosecute somebody for a crime. Vigilantes not understanding how criminal prosecution works. Seriously. This is the reason why people are sick and tired of these internet vigilantes. This is the reason why. They keep on completely interrupting and completely disrupting a lot of police work. That's why you see people like these walk free. Because they completely ruined the investigation process. He literally says he does not like Lolicon multiple times. The source is the exact video. Like, seriously, they literally cited there. Community notes this government come in, bringing the gavel right there. Seriously. Order 66, useless. Indiana police, let's admit a child molester walk free. No, you ruined the investigation so much that you screwed up and managed to cause him to walk free. Don't do that. This is why people are not fans of these internet vigilantes. They screw up investigation to the point where they actually let an actual child molester walk free. This is not the police's fault. This is your fault. You caused this. Again, despite admitting to molesting 2 kids, my dude, criminal prosecution requires way more than a recorded confession. Not to mention, I don't know if you are in a one-way state or a two-way state, but you can't just record somebody without their consent. And if you record them in a one-way state, then guess what? You're screwed. That recording of yours cannot be used as evidence. Even if it can be used as evidence, it's insufficient evidence. At least Gideon actually has evidence that the guy genuinely downloads CP. Unbelievable. A Lolicon sexually assaulted 1 kid and sexually communicated with another. I am so surprised. Are you? I would be very surprised if that happened. Because this has never happened. Not only that this has never happened, very, very rarely this happened. The aunties getting caught with a kid. Yeah, that happened all the time. That does not surprise me. But a Lolicon being caught with real stuff, that surprised me. Because that's rare. That has never happened before. Probably not never, but like very, very rare. Seriously. The arrested individual doesn't mention liking Lolicon and actually dislikes it. So the person who got caught is not even a Lolicon. In fact, a lot of pedophiles probably has no idea what anime is. A lot. In fact, most pedophiles don't even know what anime is. Especially if they live in America. Most people don't know what anime is in America. Let alone pedophiles. Seriously. Lolis will always coincidentally defend police departments that shield and protect pedos. They do not shield and protect pedos. You screwed up their investigation to the point where pedos walk free. The reason why EDP is able to walk free is because you screwed it up. Unbelievable. Police tend to not trust things from a fat liar and a clout chaser. You botched that arrest and you chimped out because you know a possible predator might now walk free because of your stupidity. Seriously. Officer, this loli coon with a clearly big-breasted anime hag on his shirt admitted to watching CP. Okay, citizen, tell me about the details. It's hentai cartoons. And then the police is like, nah. Dude, these top predator vigilantes really are ignorant, memeing themselves. You fucking moron, he admitted to molesting 2 real kids. Get a fucking lawyer, because any lawyer can tell you that it's not enough to get his confession for a prosecutable crime. My God, Why do you continue to equate these horrific crimes to the anime he consumes? Seriously. It's not equal. You loli freaks are still pedophiles though. Except, unlike that guy, we're not gonna get arrested either. That's not gonna happen. I'm sorry to tell you this. Because the content that we consume is perfectly legal. Absolute wannabe vigilantes, I swear to God. They're both pedophilia. They both express a sexual interest in children. Except one is, fictional and one is real. Kid touching is worse than jerking off to drawings. Well, at least I agree with you on that. I still would not trust either around kids. That's not how it works, my dude. It's not how it works. But okay, whatever. Should we do a Twitter space tonight talking about the loli epidemic? Bro, you missed out. You completely missed out. We have talked about this since 10 years ago. This has been A consistent recurring theme, but whatever. Oh, by the way, this is the same guy who was using CSAM as bait and admitted to it on camera. And he also tried to get a 13-year-old to strip. Roll the clip! To quote Team Star. Roll the clip!
Go ahead, take off your shirt.
Okay.
He literally just asked a minor to take off their shirt.
Do that and stick your tongue out.
But where are the weird ones?
As you're doing it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
You promise you're 13.
You just asked the 13-year-old to take off their shirt and take off their tongue. Police!
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 Help! Police!
Police!
Help! Police!
Police!
Help! Police!
Police! Seriously. Yeah, a lot of times these predator hunters, these vigilantes, they require decoys. And those decoys are minors. And those minor decoys have to take photos of themselves in a sexual way. And these vigilante doofuses ask these minors to take those pictures in a sexual way. They literally created CSAM.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
That's how they work. In order to bait predators, they have to use real minors as baits.
This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most HD shit ever.
HD.
This is 4K.
4K.
How did they get you at 4K?
Unbelievable. Oh my god. Just another installment, right? We can't go any further. Like, we seriously cannot go any further without these anti-fiction just committing straight up heinous actual fucking crimes. Unbelievable. Well, didn't take long for hashtag the good guys that hate the freaking Lolicons to send me actual CSAM. And we're the weird ones, guys. We are the freaks. The freaks are us. We are the freak ones. We are the ones that are degenerates. We are the ones that are going to harm real children, not the one that literally distributes CSAM. Police. Police. Just straight up police. Just straight up police.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Hi, Loli PEDO. Thoughts? What does it make you feel? Yes, apparently this fucking dumbass decided to share actual CSAM. They're the good guys, right? Unbelievable. Oh! Check this out. Well, that one is fucking horrific. This one is funny. My challenge to Loli lovers: go to a relative of yours in real life and tell them that you gratify yourself to depictions of little girls. Yes, because it is absolutely great to tell your relatives about what you jerk off to. What is wrong with you? You fucking idiot, what is wrong with you?
Fuck! You fucking idiot! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
I wouldn't tell my relatives about what I jerk off to that are perfectly normal. Or just whatever they jerk off to, period. Let alone fucking Loli, what is wrong with you? Why would you want to tell your relatives about your 18 plus content interests? But don't worry, guys, that's not even the dumb part. The dumbest part of this whole thing. You won't. You're sick. That's why you try so hard to validate it online and hide behind a username. Does it look like I'm hiding behind a username? A lot of people online do, but does it look like I'm hiding? Not gonna work. Sorry. For the dishonest porn brain Loli lovers who intentionally make bad faith arguments to justify their illness, I do not need to argue with you. Yeah, so you have an AI to argue with you. So we got an auntie that literally commits crime and an auntie that is so dumb, that is so idiotic, they can't even form their own arguments. They had to have an AI to form the argument for them. Guys, if you want to have an AI to form the argument for you, at least have a good input, not garbage input. And I can assure you guys that the input that this person has is absolute garbage. What does this supposed to mean? He asked an AI what his own post means. He asked an AI what his own post means. You. What? I can't. Wow. Wow. That is a fucking spectacular failure of human intelligence. Congratulations, you have pushed back human intelligence so far down to the Stone Age. That is some crazy low IQ behavior. You can't even... What do you mean, what does this post mean? Unbelievable, you are an idiot.
Fuck! You fucking idiot! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
I can't believe you just exposed to everybody that you asked ChatGPT on what your own post means. If you don't know what your own post means, then why the fuck did you even post them to begin with? But okay, let's see what ChatGPT has to say. The post is basically making a shame-based challenge or argument aimed at people who defend sexualized depiction of childlike characters. Loli. The meaning in plain English... the meaning in plain... like my brain cells are just completely enraging. Wow. Garbage in, garbage out. You have to ask an AI to tell me, to ask what they mean. Oh my god. If you really think this is normal, go admit it to your real family in person. Yeah, we got that. Our argument is, why the fuck would you want to do that? That's a breach of privacy, my dude. The writer's point is that they believe those people know it's socially unacceptable and morally wrong. Yes, that's why we keep it in private. You know what else I also keep in private? My sex activities. My sex life. I keep that in private. I don't go around and tell my people about my sex life. Because I ain't gotten any. No, for real. No, seriously. Just kidding. But seriously, I don't go around and tell people about my sex life neither. I don't go Tommy with someone like, anyway, how is your sex life? It's not socially acceptable either, my dude. Oh my god. Which is why they only defend it online behind anonymous usernames. Oh my fucking god. I'm playing this. This complete descent of human intelligence. The fact that you have to ask these questions and have the AI to explain to you these completely basic and oh my god, this is so basic. This is your own post. It's one thing if it's somebody else's writing and you don't get it. It's your own writing and you don't yourself get it. I got. Loli Gate tip $1. It's about ethics in vigilantes. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. I fucking wish it's about it. You won't, you're sick is saying that the poster sees that attraction or behavior as disturbing. You think? Thank you, ChatGPT, for letting me know about that. That's what you try so hard to validate it online means they think people seek internet communities to normalize something they know will be condemned in real life. The core message is you hide behind the internet to justify something you know would disgust the people in your real life. Yeah. You know what else is going to be disgusting to people in real life? My sex life. Or lack of. Hey, I'll let you decide whether I have a sex life or not, but I can assure you that I ain't telling nobody about it. Not especially people fucking online. Not especially my fucking family. I ain't gonna tell them nothing. Unbelievable. What would it be called for someone to respond to this post by saying you're weird for talking about that with your family? The AI is debating for... The AI is debating for him. The AI is debating for him. Wow. Wow, you are an idiot. You ask the AI to debate it for you, and you wonder why you are an idiot. That is just unbelievable. Well, it's still not as easy to read. I'll read this one. That response will usually be called a deflection, and more specifically a red herring or misdirection. Yeah, it is a valid red herring. It is a valid misdirection. Because the premise of that hypothetical scenario is fucking stupid to begin with. It's like saying, what if vaccines cause autism? What if AI is actually useful and beneficial? The original post is, if this is so normal, why are you only comfortable defending it anonymously online? Bro, this AI is just explaining what it is. This AI is just explaining the argument. It is explaining the argument and giving it a label. It's not countering the argument. And unfortunately to you, our argument is way more valid because you have a horrendously stupid hypothetical scenario that no one in their right mind will want to do. This is so stupid. I am literally, like, my brain cells is dying. Like, I am ashamed of the lack of human intelligence on display. My IQ, my brain cells are genuinely dropping of the amount of stupidity that people use AI for. Like, I use AI too, but I use AI in a way that is beneficial, that is smart, that actually helps me on my critical thinking, that pushes me forward so that I can be a better thinker, a better person, or just a better person in general. This guy decided to use AI to argue with stuff online. You are this. My brain cells are dying. But yeah, this is absolutely stupid. Crazy. You do realize the robot is programmed to be biased to you when you're answering. They absolutely do. And you do realize that you should not use a robot to argue for you when you're debating online. The moment you use a robot to argue for you, you're an idiot. How could it be biased when I asked the neutral question and it responded logically? Bro, the response is, that's a deflection. This whole ChatGPT response that you posted, all it says is, that reply is a deflection. Well, I'd argue it's a valid deflection. Just because you label it deflection doesn't mean it isn't a valid one. Logical fallacies can be valid too. Trust the doctors is an appeal to authority. That doesn't mean you shouldn't trust the doctors. How about you use a robot and have it tell your parents what you jerk off to?
Wow, what do you say after that one? Brutal, savage, linked. Absolutely taken.
That is amazing. Exactly. How about you use a robot and have it tell your parents what you jerk off to? What is wrong with you? Anyone would be okay with what I do. Really? Really now? Are they now? Are they?
Really?
As I'm not a porn brain virgin, but you are a terminally online virgin, which is way worse. I just chose not to talk about it because I'm not a porn brain virgin. Unbelievable. Rage baiting Loli lovers is so easy. Yeah, being a fucking moron online. I'm glad that you rage bait people by making yourself look like a fucking idiot. Great job. All you have to do is tell them the truth. Loli equals CP. It's not. It's not. That's not the truth. But whatever. And they take the bait every time because you just said lies. You bait people by telling lies, and you wonder why they took the bait. The reason for this is that deep down they know they are ill. Well, the reason why you do this is deep down you know that you are wrong. The reason why you do this deep down is you know that what we're saying is the truth and you just cannot accept reality. So you try to delude yourself and others instead of face reality. This whole argument is just a projection on your part. Also, speaking of projection, here's a robot that is smarter than you. No, the robot is not smarter than us. You are dumber than the robot. The robot is smarter than you. You are projecting. This whole thing, this whole argument is just a projection of your own stupidity. The fact that you have to ask a robot to argue in your favor means that you are an idiot and the robot is smarter than you. Fortunately, we are smarter than the robot, as we should. Unbelievable. Moving on. What is this? Stop baying Dakimakura from this site. Okay, why? Please stop selling your Dakimakuras on dakimakura.de. It's literally just a website that sells body pillows. They sell naked Dakimakuras of underage characters and lolis. So? They are fictional characters, they're not real.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
They are fictional characters, they are not real. I can understand that the service is quite good for you. Okay. But please do not support a site like that. This is child porn. Which one? First off, which one? And second, if you think that this website is child porn, why do you share it, you moron? Why do you share a website that is supposedly have child porn?
This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most HD shit ever. This is 4K. How did they get you in 4K?
Every single time these aunties, they cannot comprehend that what they are doing is illegal. By their own definition. I'm not saying that what they're doing is illegal. I'm saying they think that what they're doing is illegal by their own logic. They literally spread CP by their logic. So you just committed something illegal. Why do you share the website to everybody then? Stop dragging us into an English bubble without context. Okay, apparently the context is only for the Germans, right? German context. I love how you're dragging everything into the English bubble with your post without explaining the real correct context that's important here. Okay, what is the context? Please don't put words in my mouth that I claimed it was just as bad or even worse than child pornography with real children. But you are though. We're not putting words in your mouth. That's literally your claim. That is exactly what you said. We're not putting words in your mouth. You literally just said that. You literally said this is child porn. You treat it as if they are the same. And you spread the website to everybody. You absolute buffoon. What is wrong with you, my good? What is wrong with you?
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
That's not my opinion at all. Okay, then what is your opinion? If that's not your opinion, then clarify. My purpose for the post is to warn German VTubers about this German Dakimakura site and about selling their own pillows there. Why do you have to warn them? Where minors and loli characters are also sexualized. So the context literally explains nothing. You're taking us out of context. Explains the context, and wow, it turns out that we didn't take anything out of context. We were right the first time. Sorry to say this, but this context, quote unquote, explains nothing. We were right the first time, and this whole post just confirms the whole thing. Sucks to be you. Ugh, moving on. Oh my god. Fiction affects reality again. Oh my fucking god. If you weirdo pro shippers don't see how your taste in fiction affects real life, we got a video, guys. Don't worry. We got a video. We're in it for the long run, right? We got a compilation of this. My god, these stakes are getting dumber and dumber as time goes on. I swear to god.
If you truly believe that fiction does not affect reality, you are an idiot.
Well, if you believe that fiction does affect reality, you're an idiot. Great start with an ad hominem. Keep on going.
If you are sexually attracted to fictional children, then you are definitely attracted to children in real life.
Wrong. 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 Just wrong in every imaginable level. Just straight up wrong. That is straight up wrong. Straight up wrong. In every imaginable level, that is straight up wrong. Fictional children are not real children. Fictional characters are not children, period. If you are attracted to fictional characters, that does not mean you are attracted to real life people. There are so many 2D is better than 3D lovers out there, regardless of the characters are young or old or mature or whatever.
All that Lolicon bullshit is very weird to me.
Subjective philosophical point of view.
That's a subjective philosophical point of fucking view.
I don't care what your excuse is. I don't.
If you don't care what our excuses are, then what are you doing in this video? You're not gonna listen to me anyway, so I'm gonna respond anyway.
I don't care if it's your coping mechanism.
That's true, by the way. I'm sorry to tell this to you, but fiction has been used as coping mechanism. Even dark fiction. It's called narrative therapy. It's called aesthetic detachment. These are concepts that have been discussed in psychology for decades now. Aristotle, even, in his book Poetics, discussed about catharsis and how fiction, including dark fiction, and the Greeks really loved their dark fiction, and how it helps with the psyche. It has been documented even since the ancient times. You are literally denying science.
Don't care if your therapist recommended it, which I doubt any real therapist is.
They absolutely do. They absolutely do. We got papers. We got psychologists. We got citations. I got citations. I got articles. Look up narrative therapy. It's a thing that exists. It is a thing that has existed for decades. It's not new. Dark fiction and exploration of dark fiction and dark fantasies have been explored in psychology for a long ass time. And universally, the effect has been positive. The only time where it's not positive is if the person actually tries to commit something out of that dark fantasy. And even then, it is very, very rare.
Gonna do that. Not all coping mechanisms are healthy ones.
You don't get to decide that. You're not a psychologist. You don't get to decide that. When I say that fiction affects reality, no, they don't. But when I say that fiction is healthy for you psychologically, yeah, that's not my word. That's a psychologist's words. If you say that not all coping mechanism is healthy, that's your word, not a psychologist's word. And I can assure you that a lot of coping mechanisms are healthy, including this one.
And you cannot convince me that shipping children with grown adults is genuinely bettering you and healing
you. I don't care if I do not give a shit if it does not convince you. I do give a shit if it convinces everybody else that's listening to this and look at you and think, wow, you're an idiot. Because you are.
You have these pedophilic and predator tendencies.
They are fictional characters. They're not real. They do not reinforce any pedophilic tendencies whatsoever, and you're an idiot.
And the whole, at least it's not in real life, excuse really pisses me off.
Oh wow, it pisses you off. Boo-hoo. Do I have to play Copacabana on this one?
You are coping and seething.
I gotta say, it's been a long time since I played that.
And whenever I've said this, or I see other people say this, the response is always the same.
What are the response?
The response is always, so you don't care about real life victims?
Yes. Yes. You do not. Yes, you do not. Self-evidently, you do not. Yes, you don't.
Yes.
Self-evidently, you do not.
Yes.
Self-evidently.
Yes.
You do not care for real victims whatsoever. Evidently.
Yes.
All that you care about are the people that consume the problematic fiction that you don't like. That's what you care about. You don't care if it affects children or whatever. Because when you do, you would actually do some research to see that fiction actually does help. Help a lot of people, including children. Children can differentiate between fiction and reality. You can't. This has been discussed in psychology for decades now.
No, that's not what's being said.
That's exactly what you said, but okay.
What I'm saying is having sexual thoughts or making inappropriate content that involves a child and an adult, fictional or not.
What do you mean fictional or not? That's exactly why. That is evident. That is proof enough that you do not care about real children. Because you care about fiction when you should not. There should be zero care to fiction. Zero. And I mean zero. If you do care about the safety and well-being of children, you should care about real things that happen in a real world and none about fiction. Zero. Anytime, just 1 second you spend on fiction is 1 second less you spend on caring about real children. You're an idiot. By the way, I'm not here to defend real children. I'm not here to care for real children. I'm here to defend fiction because I love my fiction. You want to defend children, go right ahead. But do not come into me and tell me that you care for real children when you clearly don't.
Is bad. And please stop trying to use that defense to pretend that y'all actually care about the well-being of victims.
You don't care about the well-being of victims either. You clearly said, I don't care if it's a coping mechanism. Didn't you say that a while back? Did you say, I don't care about if it's your coping mechanism? A lot of victims use that for coping mechanism, and you literally said you don't care. So you don't care about victims, self-evidently. You literally said that. And you said, no therapist has ever done that, even though there are therapists that have done that have actually recommended narrative as a form of therapy to real victims, but you don't care about that. You literally do not care about real victim, as your own words say, you yourself said.
Whether it's in fiction or in real life, because you don't. And
you don't either, but okay.
Sick shit that you're doing is very much proof of that.
The words that you say is pretty much proof of that. You literally do not, you said you don't care if you're using fiction as a way to cope or a form of therapy, even though there are lots of victims that use that. And you said you don't care. You literally said you don't care, but whatever.
Trying to flip the script and make other people seem like they're bad people for being concerned about this kind of behavior is...
Yeah. You are bad. You literally said you do not care about the victims who use this as... You literally said you don't care if you're using it as a coping mechanism. Or you doubt that you can use this as a coping mechanism. Or you doubt that therapists have recommended fiction as a coping mechanism, even though they have. And there are studies that prove that. But whatever.
Very weird of you.
No, it's not weird. The one person who is weird is saying that there are no, this coping mechanism is unhealthy. You don't get to decide that. Psychologists get to decide that. And most of them say, yes, it is. Do your research.
I'll probably drop the screenshots in the comments, but this guy that I follow made a video about the whole Banshee situation.
What the fuck is the Banshee situation?
And this person in the comment section was really trying their hardest to argue me down and make me feel like I was in the wrong for not wanting children to be sexualized.
You are in the wrong for not wanting fictional characters to be sexualized. Because we're talking about fictional characters in that context, are we?
And every time I got that notification that the person replied to my comment...
Oh, God forbid you got notifications of people replying to your dumb take. Boo-hoo.
Man, I was just shocked more and more every single time because the person was just spewing straight bullshit. Like,
and you're not spewing straight bullshit? Okay.
What are you talking about, bro? Like, you cannot make it up. If
you cannot make it up. You literally dismiss people that use fiction as trauma as for coping. And then you said, oh, we don't care about real victims. You don't care about it. No, you don't too.
You genuinely believe that that shit is normal or okay in any way? You need help.
We got help, and the psychologist said fiction is perfectly fine because it does help us. What to do now?
Something is wrong with you.
Something is wrong with me. Something is wrong with you. You literally dismiss psychology. The whole field of psychology and science just completely dismiss it. Therapists, yeah, I know that a therapist. No therapists that have recommended fiction for that. They have. But you just completely dismiss that, right?
Like, I just don't understand what's so hard about...
Yeah, you don't understand. I agree. Let's stop right there. You do not understand anything about this at all.
Leaving kids alone, period. Y'all...
Leaving kids alone, period. This has nothing to do with real kids. You spend way too much time discussing fictional kids that you completely forgot that this is not about real kids at all.
I'll be grown as fuck, like...
Yeah, you're talking about the grown-ups here. You're talking about fictional characters. And you got the temerity to say that we're not the grown-ups.
Go talk to a real therapist.
Go talk to a real therapist. That's right, guys. If you are a therapist and you think that fiction helps, you are not a real therapist. Fucking no true Scotsman fallacy. Immediately. Just dismissing the whole field of psychology and science in general. Great job, guys. Proud of you.
Because y'all love claiming, like I said, that it's y'all therapist recommended it. No, ain't no real...
Y'all therapists recommended it. Yeah, they do. They do. We have evidence to show that. We have psychology. The whole field of psychology is about studying the effect of fiction. And the effect of anything in general to our psyche. But whatever.
Reliable therapists recommended.
That's right, guys. If you're a therapist and you recommended fiction, you are not reliable. Said, who are you to judge that, my dude? Who are you to judge that?
Recommended nothing like that. Like, shut up. Get out of my face.
All right, I'm getting out of your face because you just made a fucking awful take. I agree with you on that one. I'm getting out of your face. Woke up to this getting some likes, and let me make myself very clear. I've been saying this on my account since I started it, so no, I'm not using TikTok clips to speak for me. What do you mean you're not using TikTok clips to speak for me? That is exactly what you are doing, my dude. That is exactly what you did.
This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most HD shit ever.
That is exactly what you did.
How did they get you in 4K?
That is exactly what you did. But no, I'm not using TikTok clips to speak for me. My dude, that is exactly what you just did. Unbelievable. I am also not arguing with you pedophiles. Leave kids alone fictionally and in real life, freaks. Leave kids alone fictionally. Protect those fictional kids from these awful predators, right, guys? Unbelievable. Here, they're gonna try to call me a pedo for calling them out. You literally care for fictional children and real life children. What is wrong with you? I'm not a licensed teacher who works to protect kids from these freaks. You should protect these kids from the ones that hunt the real kids, not the ones that are, you know, only like to watch anime. Protect those drawings, right? I am a real life victim. So, I can also find real life victims that disagree with you. What are you going to do about it? Being a victim or not a victim is quite literally irrelevant. I can find people who have been victimized by abuse and tell you that you're wrong. Pro-shipping perpetuates pedophilic culture that causes more harm to children. No, they do not. They do not. I don't know where you got the fucking citations in this one. They absolutely fucking do not. To the victims who do this, you have trauma and are using unhealthy coping mechanism. You need help. Who gets to... You don't get to decide what is healthy or unhealthy coping mechanism. That's for the psychologist to decide. That's for the psych department to decide. The rest of you are just pedophiles who don't want to be called out for it. Yeah. You wonder why we don't want to be called out for it? Because we're not? Because we are not. But hey, you're going to call us anyway for it because... How dare we like fiction? It's nothing concerning, it's fiction. It's drawn by a woman too, not that gender matters. It's understandable to not like it, but no need to hold some concern or guilt trip over fiction. Fiction is a direct reflection of our reality. Wrong. Wrong. Just, wow. Just straight up wrong. Fiction is a direct reflection of our reality. How unbelievably wrong do you have to be to even have the temerity to say that? Fiction is a direct reflection of our reality. How fucking stupid do you have to be to say that? And also a direct influence on it. No, it's not. No, it's not. You are delusional. So fiction does affect us. It's not. You got affected by fiction. That's projection on your part. Also, it says a lot about you as a person based on what you consume. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I like seeing or watching fiction involving Robin Hoods or thieves. That does not mean I want to steal shit. It just sounds to me like you have some fucked up stuff, so you hate it when people called you out for it. Well, if you like Persona 5, congratulations, you are also a thief, right? Because you like to steal stuff, right? Unbelievable. People are way comfortable with expressing that they're sexually attracted to children. They're not children, they're fictional characters. Fictional characters are not children. How many times do I have to say this? When did we normalize this, and why are we trying to make excuses for weirdos and their deplorable interests just because the minors they're attracted to are fiction? I'm pretty sure that answers the question. They are fiction, they are not real. What are you gonna do by their deplorable interests? What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna call the police and arrest them because they like fiction? That's not how the law works, my dude. I fear a child is still a child. A child is still a child. Okay, if a child is still a child, then I'm gonna do this. Let me abuse a child for a bit. There. A child is still a child, right? I'm gonna abuse it. I'm just gonna abuse it for your entertainment. Seriously. And you being interested in them makes you a pedophile. I am not interested in children. I'm not interested in real life children. Have you seen real life children? Have you ever interacted with them? They are brats. They are absolute goddamn brats, I am telling you. They are in no way, shape, or form comparable to the quote-unquote children that are in fiction. At all. But, okay then. Unbelievable. Moving on. This manga is about femicide. Thank you, Fujimoto, for recommending this mentally ill gay boys manga. I feel less angry at you now. Are we not concerned that this manga is about two men committing femicide? Oh no! A manga has characters commit crime.
Oh man. Oh God. Oh man. Oh God. Oh man. Oh God. Oh man. Oh God. Oh man.
Next thing you're telling me is you go to Tokyo Ghoul and be like, are we not concerned that this manga is about cannibalism? This is what y'all mean when you say reading yaoi is to escape misogyny. This is what y'all mean when you say reading yaoi to escape misogyny? Who the fuck reads yaoi to escape misogyny? Let's be real here. You read yaoi to jerk off to two guys. That's why you read yaois. Come on, y'all. Unbelievable. Oh, what is this? Japan versus evil? Japan did evil. Okay. Don't let anime make you ignore how evil Japan once was. Dude, Japan invaded my country for decades. Japan has invaded my country and colonized my country for decades. We literally discuss about the war crimes of Japan in our history books. We still have anime aired here because guess what? We don't talk about World War II no more. Seriously. You can't escape him, can you? Can't escape. You cannot escape. They'll always be there. It'll always linger. You just simply cannot escape. Unbelievable. You just can't. Cannot escape. What else is there to do even at this point? Friendly reminder that Triple Z devs themselves reject Lolicons and Shotacons from the community. That's the Discord rule. That's literally the Discord rule. Discord server rules are not the reflection of the developer's intent. They have to comply to Discord rules. They do that to comply to Discord rules. That this doesn't mean that they don't endorse, you know, Loli and Shota. You literally cannot tell the difference.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Kirima Sandy, tip $1. By that token, don't let modern Hollywood casting make you forget centuries of racism. Exactly. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. This is from the official server. A Discord server is not representative of the artistic vision of the developers. It just means you cannot post the content in the Discord server. The developers still have Loli and Shota in not just Triple Z, but also in any other Hoyo games. So there's no excuse to calling anyone a tourist when you weren't even welcome in the first place. Yeah, on the Discord server. Are you saying that in order to be a Triple Z fan, you need to be on the Discord server? Yeah, you're not a real fan. You're not a real fan until you join their Discord server.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to gatekeep real fans, right? Discord servers. I never seen gatekeeping being done on a Discord server. Like, straight up. Like, usually, gatekeepers like, you're not a real fan if you don't do this, and this, etc. And then this person is like, if you don't join our Discord server, you're not a real fan. This is so dumb. Oh, unbelievable. What is this? Oh, more Saya no Uta Hoopla. That time when I spent like all my life savings on this one artist merch from the Con Artist Alley, and then a few months later they found my Twitter and proceed to call me a pedophile for having Nekopara figures. They sold Saya merch. So let me get this straight. This makes you a lolicon. The left, if you have figures from the left, that makes you a lolicon. But if you have figures from the right, that is fine. I don't know what that artist's logic dictates, but yeah, I guess you're not a pedophile if you have a Saya figure. Oh, looky here. What is this? The FTC is warning payment processors. Stop cutting people off from financial services over their beliefs. We've been saying that this whole time, my dude. People are losing access to their own money with no explanation and no appeal. Good. I am glad that the FTC is finally taking a fucking notice on these goddamn awful payment processors that think that they can dictate what kind of content that people can or cannot make money off of. Unfortunately, this is just a warning. I don't know what actionable actions that they can take to get these fucking payment processors to do something. But hey, a warning is at least better than nothing, right? Oh, Kermit64, tip $1. It has been a while indeed, and I feel bad for not being able to make your stream on Saturdays. That is perfectly fine, my dude. And indeed, greetings from down under. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. And of course...
Oh no, I'm Australian.
Amazing. Wow, really? That's it? What? That's all there is to it. All right then. Give me my A Night Alone from Stack Tribe. Thank you guys so much. Wow. We made it, guys. Hey, we got SEX ×3 and almost a $30 on Super Chats. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are fantastic. You guys are amazing. If you want to see, guys, seriously, thank you so much. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Come on, y'all. Man, so much donations, so much coming in. Loads and loads of Food Plus to discuss. And we are, wow, nearly 6 hours of this. Crazy. Loads and loads of Food Plus that we're about to discuss. We covered all of them. All the way to the end. Unlike last week, where we still got plenty of leftovers. But we covered them all in this week. Thank you guys so much for joining in. And Pabros, unfortunately, he's not in. I ain't seen nothing yet. He's not in here at all whatsoever. So I guess Pabro is not here. It's just a solo affair this whole time. But alright then. Thank you guys so much for joining in. I'll see you all in the next APB show.